cover boundary, threw his bat at the width, and that's one thing we've seen from Stark since those first two balls, just a little bit of width. And Rahul, who took the first 18 balls without scoring a run, has just thrown his bat at it. Doesn't matter if it's in the air, because once he cleared the fielder at gully, there's no support anyway.
Yeah, no, that was wide, but it was full.
Yes.
As soon as KL Rahul picked that up, he just threw the bat at it. You just have to get anything on it, and it's going to go fly over the slips, which that did. So Mitchell Stark, apart from that first ball, was looking good. He's just a little bit too wide here.
Rahul goes up to 7. It's 27 for 1. Stark again from left arm over. Ball to Rahul, who's letting it go through. We've got a lovely position here to broadcast from. All the names that I know to my left and none of the names that I know to my right. There's a chapel stand. There is, of course, a Donald Bradman pavilion. There's got to be one everywhere. But then I look right. They're all obviously AFL players.
Yeah. Mo Prosciutto.
Yeah.
Kevin Wanganeen. So, yeah. There's, well, it is a big AFL ground here as well. So they try to be fair, but Adelaide Oval is a cricket ground too. But it's not Adelaide cricket ground though, is it?
No, it is a cricket ground. Just let them play AFL on it sometimes. Here comes Stark. Balls and it's short. And Rahul just bends at the knee, sways his back, lets it go through to Alex Carey. Back on Khawaja at first slip. He's not making your all-time slip, Cordon, is he?
Well, he's up against some tough contenders there that rarely dropped the ball. When you look at Mark Taylor and Ricky Ponting, Mark Waugh, even Shane Warne, Alan Border.
Go back a little further. Chappell,
Simpson.
Bob Simpson.
Yeah.
You're looking at some great slippers.
Yeah, I think he's struggling to make any team there as a slipper.
You were lucky you had some good people in the slips and you were bowling.
Incredible slippers.
Stark again from left arm on this lovely afternoon, and Rahul is getting one that's full. He's found the gap between point and a wideish mid-off, but it's a push more than a drive, and so they'll get only 2 on this beautiful lush green outfield. So 2 more will take the score to 29 for 1. Rahul is 9 and Stark finishes their overs. Started very dramatically but hasn't quite been as effective thereafter. Gill 18. Just saw some amazing stat about Gill versus Stark up on our television screens. Played something like 150 balls against Stark, got 170 odd, maybe the other way around.
140 odd runs.
140 odd runs, but never been out.
I know. It's not a good stat for the bowler, not a good stat for Mitchell Stark.
No.
You don't want someone to get on top of you. It's a very mental game, cricket. And if you get an edge over a batsman or an edge over a bowler, you can make it pay. And unfortunately for Mitchell Stark, Shubman Gill doesn't mind facing him.
Doesn't mind at all. Doesn't mind at all. Scott Boland's got the ball. Bit of a folk hero in Australian cricket, Scott Boland. Is it because he came in late and had that dramatic start?
Yeah, especially against England, the way he started a couple of test matches there.
Now into Gill, and it's a fuller length. Gill goes forward. He's looked good. He's looked elegant. He's looked impressive. Gill so far pushes it down the ground. He's on 18. Last time India came here, of course, Gill was opening batter, but he says he's happy to bat at 3, and I think that suits India pretty well too, because they needed to look for a replacement for Pujara. Yashasvi Jaiswal was coming through, so it's fitted quite well in. The interesting one is Rohit Sharma batting at 6 today. 3 slips and a gully still for Boland, who will constantly test that outside edge, but this time way too far outside the off stump, and it's let go. It's always a good batting wicket, isn't it? I mean, you talk pink or red or morning or afternoon. It's Adelaide Oval. You bat first and score a lot of runs.
That's why it is. You know, day-night test matches with a pink ball, a little bit different. But yeah, once you get in, the plan is even day-night under lights, win the toss, bat well, be three down. Get to the night period, work your way through it, and set the game up tomorrow. So that's the game plan.
Boland bowls, and Gill's got a very good idea of where his off stump is. He's letting it go through. You think of Glenn McGraw and you think pink, don't you? There's a pink ball he's commentating on. He's wearing a pink shirt. He likes wearing pink shirts. I noticed we did an event and he was wearing pink there too.
Half my wardrobe's pink, so I can't get away from it. Harsh. People expect me to wear pink. And is it a favourite colour of yours? You've got your pink shirt ready for Sydney, obviously.
I do. But for many years, I didn't wear pink because we just grew up under this mistaken assumption that men didn't wear pink. Should have realised much earlier. It's not a bad colour. Boland from over the wicket. And Gill is pushed on the offside and called for a very good run just in front of the man at wide-ish mid-off. And they started to rotate the strike finally. The first 6 or 7 overs, there wasn't a single. India 30 for 1 now, starting to recover after that dramatic start which saw Yashasvi Jaiswal LBW first ball to Stark. So Gill will get a single. Got 18 is 30 for 1.
We had 4 boundaries before we saw a single.
There you go. There you go. What about KL Rahul? I mean, he went through a phase when he'd be given LBW and the ball was just nicking the outside of off on umpire's call. Someone would pick up a great catch. Ball would do strange things off the deck and clip the top of leg stump. And then suddenly he comes here, he's out of a no ball. The catch dropped. Boland in again, bowls to him. And he goes forward. Just rolls off the outside edge.
That's a length. Yeah. That's a length there where Australia need to target. Just sort of bringing him forward, but still hitting the top of off stump. But I'm happy to see that India have stuck with KL Rahul rather than bring Sharma back in the team and drop Rahul back down, because he's a bit of a jack of all trades really when it comes. He bats all different positions. He's got to be here, there. You know, he did a very good job over in Perth, so it's good to see that they've stuck with him for this Test match.
I had some numbers for him. As an opener at one stage, he was averaging 21 or 22 or something like that. Boland comes in and bowls to him, and he goes back, and the ball's just flashing past the outside. It might just have pulled his bat in at the last minute. Gill 19, Rahul 9, and India after 10 overs are 30 for 1. Australia will look at that and think, could it have been better? They got a wicket of a no ball, of course, but just didn't attack the stumps enough after that dramatic start.
Yeah, no, I think in Perth they had a similar problem. They did bowl India out for 150, which at the time I thought was probably 20 or 30 runs too many. But they just bowled a little bit short even then, whereas Bumrah came in and picked his length up. It was full, attacking the stump straight away, and we saw the difference that made. So, yeah, Australia will want to take a couple of wickets here in this first session. Otherwise, it's a long test, and the pitch has got a little bit of movement in it, but it looked dry underneath, and I think day 4 or 5, Test gets into there. It's going to be, it's going to take a bit of turn too.
Now Pat Cummins will replace Mitch Stark. Some interesting numbers. Maybe Rick can have a look at those as well. I'll come to those in a minute. Gill is in strike to Pat Cummins with 3 slips and a gully, changes ends. It's Fuller, and he's pushed it out to mid-off. He averages about 90 balls a dismissal overseas. KL Rahul. I picked up some numbers. I don't know where I picked them up from. Lots of them floating around. But if you're an opener, that's not a bad thing to be. Just play balls.
Yeah, well, that's their job, to blunt the new ball from the fast bowler, to get the ball, the shine off it, and not coming through as well. So when 3 and 4 comes in, then it scores. Then they score a lot easier, quicker.
I don't know. You look at some teams around the world, and you just think leaving a ball is almost out of fashion. But eventually, that's what you want. Leave the ball if you don't have to play it. Cummins bowls. He bowls a line that's closer to the batter. And Gill is pushing gently off the back foot down to backward point. Was there a test match in England? Test match of a series where Ben Duckett left 1 ball.
Well, that was probably a lot.
One ball. Duckett. Yeah. Left 1 ball. And I thought the difference between the 2 sides up in Perth was the number of balls India were able to leave.
Yeah.
And that's been one of KL Rahul's strength. But it's interesting you mentioned he's a bit of jack of all trades. At the start of this year, he was told his future in Indian cricket lies at 5 and 6.
Yeah.
And then suddenly he's come here. He's been asked to open the batting. The captain comes back, the regular opener, and they stay with Rahul as opener. Cummins bowls, and Gill goes forward, pushes the ball out to mid-on. I think it comes down to whether Rahul is happy opening the batting or not. And if you're happy, it's not a bad spot.
Well, Rohit Sharma coming back in, where does he like to bat?
I think he came back and said, look, in all fairness, KL Rahul batted well, so he should stay at the top, and I'll go down into the middle if that's what the team requires.
Is that a positive sign from how Rohit Sharma's feeling?
Tell me, how do you feel about it? I thought about it, and I thought, look, when you're the opening batter, you sign up to be an opening batter. Whether you're unprepared, whether it's cloudy, whether it's green, whether it's flat. So I thought he'd go straight back to open the batting. Cummins in again, Bulls. And it's edged, is it? No, it just swung a little bit away. I thought I heard something. And it popped out of Carey's gloves too. But it moved significantly. But I think it moved from about 5th or 6th stump. So, well, he's gone back to where he started his career. And KL Rahul's gone back to where he started his career. So, there you go.
Yeah, I think it worked in Perth. It wasn't too bad, so we'll stick with it here.
Are you a big one for the sanctity of opening or any batting spots at all, or whoever's in form bats anywhere?
No, I like where you bat is where you bat. Yeah, I think opening batting is a specific position. It's unique compared to everywhere else.
Cummins rolls and finding the gap through the slip cord and running away down to the boundary for 4 is Shubman Gill. Just a gentle open face of the bat, much like you see players from the subcontinent doing. And he found the gap between third slip and gully, rolled away to the boundary. It might be a 4th for him. And India go up now to 34 for 1, just to the left of gully. 3 slips and a gully, and he found the gap perfectly in between. Went down to ground fairly quickly too.
Yeah, I think the way Shubman Gill played it there, he just played with late hands. It let the ball come, and I'd say I don't think he was in complete control, but he wasn't out of control, and he just sort of went with it and ran it a little bit too.
Scoreboard starting to move on. This time he's off the back foot. He plays a very peculiar angle bat shot off the back foot. And they'll come back for 2 actually. I think the original idea was to take 1. But it moved a little faster than it did in Perth, where the ball was a little hesitant to reach the boundary. So they'll pick up 2, and it might be time for drinks, where with the scoreboard showing 36 for 1 after 11 overs. Gill is 25, KL Rahul is 9, and India have lost the wicket of Yashasvi Jaiswal, first ball LBW, to Stark without scoring a run. You're listening to Grandstand Cricket here on ABC Sport.
Join the voice of summer, Jim Maxwell, alongside Alison Mitchell and Harsha Bogle, plus expert commentary from Darren Lehman, Glenn McGrath, Sunil Gavaskar, and many more cricket royalty. ABC Sports Summer of Cricket on the ABC Listen app.
Thank you for the school lunches and hot meals. It means so much to the kids, especially at this time of year.
You can help support a family who needs it most with ABC Gives.
By helping to provide school lunches, essential groceries, shelter, and so much more.
You'll be supporting local charities to help those most in need.
ABC Gives has raised almost $2 million nationally, and there's still time to give to your community.
Donate now at abc.net.au/gives.
Your home of cricket.
Grandstand Cricket.
This is ABC Sports coverage of the cricket.
The crowd is still coming in. First ball, it is Stark to bowl to Jaiswal, left-hander. 3 slips in the gully, full, striking him on the pad, and Stark has even got him! First ball! Stark is pumped! Now is Jaiswal going to review? He's walking towards KL Rahul, his opening partner.
I think it's out. I think it's swung back enough.
He's walking!
Yes, a dramatic start of the test. Jaiswal first ball of the game, LBW to Mitchell Stark. And it was 1 for none now. India 1 for 36 here at the Adelaide Oval. I'm Andrew Moore, back with former Indian captain and master opening bat Sunil Gavaskar. Welcome, Sunil.
Thank you very much. What a good start for the Australians with a wicket of the very first ball of the test match. It's happened to me 3 times.
Was it really?
3 times. 3 times I was out first ball of a test match. I tell you what, it's not a great feeling. But when you look at the fact that in the first test match, Jaiswal got out for a duck and got 161, I'm saying to myself, not bad. In the second innings, he'll get a big one.
And what about the emotions of KL Rahul, who
yeah.
was walking off the field, caught behind from Scotty Boland's first delivery, and to be recalled with a no ball, and then on 2 he was dropped the first slip by Usman Khawaja, and he's now not out 9.
Yes, he's got to ride his luck now. I mean, you know, opening batters do need to have a little bit of luck at the start when the ball is doing a bit, and they've really batted well. Gill in particular has been really good. The way he's got behind the line of the ball, the way he's been leaning into the drive, the way he's been leaving deliveries outside the off stump, excepting for that one delivery which he chased from Pat Cummins. He's shown very good control. Rahul, of course, has been patience personified. We saw that even in the Perth Test, where he shepherded and guided Jaiswal in the second innings. And now that he's still around, he's got to take advantage of those escapes that he had. The no ball and then the drop catch.
So after just 11 overs in the first hour, Scott Boland resumes into Rahul, is on the drive, straight to Cummins at mid-on. He remains on 9. Gill is 25 from 35 deliveries. And Scotty Boland, beginning his third over, has no wicket for 5 after that heartbreak of his first delivery.
Yeah, that's always the case with a lot of fast bowlers, isn't it? They're not very sure about their run-up, and therefore they sometimes can overstep. He's a big, tall fella as well. So clearly, I think the big stride, the effort ball can take you beyond the popping crease.
I think Rick Tolis in his career had only bowled 7 prior to that. Boland is in, and Rahul doesn't worry outside the off stump of a good length. And through it goes well wide to Alex Carey, moving in front of Khawaja at first slip. There's 3 slips of Gully a point. Heads at mid-off, Cummins at mid-on, Marsh is at square leg, and Stark at fine leg. What do you think about the way the Australians, in terms of their line and length in that first hour?
They've been impeccable. Mitchell Stark in particular, he can overpitch sometimes. That's where Shubman Gill took advantage with a couple of boundaries. But he's been very, very, very good. Cummins has been superb as well.
Here's Boland on his way to Rahul, who's back at across and pushes at the head at mid-off. It remains 1 for 36.
And Boland's, of course, in the 2 overs, this is his 3rd over, the 2 overs that we've seen, he's bowled really well. So it's not been easy for the Indian batters. There's been a fair bit of grass covering as well, something that they are not used to seeing when they play in India or in the subcontinent. And they know that also they've not played a pink ball game for a long, long time. Yes, they had a practice game a few days ago against the Prime Minister's 11 in Canberra. But at this level, they haven't played pink ball for a long time.
Boland is in, and Rahul's defending back down the pitch. Boland picks it up with his left hand in his follow-through. Yeah, it's just so many storylines about this test match again, as there was going into and during the first test in Perth, where everyone was talking about India and the fact that they'd been beaten at home historically 3-0 by New Zealand, and the pressure they were under, and no Rohit Sharma and no Shubman Gill. And they won it by a crushing 295 runs, and now there seems to be a lot of pressure the other way after back-to-back home test losses to the Windies last summer at the Gabba, and then that first test against India. And a couple of the failings of this Australian batting lineup becoming increasingly under the microscope. As Boland begins his run-up from this, the city end of Adelaide Oval, into Rahul, who is chopping down on that ball late, picked up by Smith at second slip on the bounce.
Yes, one can understand the pressure on the home team. India had similar pressure after they lost the first test match against New Zealand in Bangalore. And then they lost the next one, and they lost the next one as well. So the pressure certainly was on India before the series started. But they coped with it very nicely. You had Jasprit Bumrah, who had not played that last test match in Mumbai, so he was fresh. And he led from the front.
Yeah, brilliant display of captaincy and fast bowling. Boland in, and Rahul turns this around the corner down to deep backward square. Stark picks up. They do come back for a second run. That's good running. Rahul makes it comfortably in the end. He's into double figures on 11. And India 1 for 38 at the end of that over. The 12th of the Indian innings after Rohit Sharma won the toss and elected to bat. Your texts are coming through on 0467 920 222 to be a part of Grandstand Cricket on ABC Sport. Tuning in from WA as we drive down south for the weekend, loving the soundtrack of summer from Ben, Luke and the Wiz. What a triumphant. Thanks for tuning in. And the soundtrack of the summer is, of course, Jim Maxwell, who's not well today. He's back in the hotel watching and listening. And we look forward, hopefully, to having Jimmy back on deck tomorrow afternoon. Bill reckons Khawaja needs a rest from the slips. He missed some in the first test as well. We talk about confidence, batting, bowling. What about as a slip fieldsman, Sonny? I'll get your response in a sec as Cummins comes in. Bowls to Gill, who's back and across, pushes it back to the bowler.
Yeah, it's true. I think if you drop a couple of catches, it certainly leads to a loss of confidence. And that's where then you probably want to be out in the outfield somewhere, where there's less likelihood of a catch coming your way. But I remember 4 years ago, he took a blinder to his left to get rid of Virat Kohli.
Kohli, yeah.
Diving to his left into the blinder. So yes, he certainly will be worried, because there was a possible opportunity even in Perth, which didn't quite carry.
Deep square leg and a deep backward square. Cummins bowls and Gill is compact in defence. Cummins just lets it go through to Travis Head at mid-off. India 1 for 38. Shubman Gill on 25. KL Rahul is on 11. Cummins in his 5th over has no wicket for 6. Obviously, India hoping to take advantage of the fact that there's no Josh Hazlewood in this test, who is so consistent in Perth.
Oh, absolutely. I think he's been by far the pick of the Australian bowlers. Yes, Mitchell Starc can be dangerous, particularly in his first spell. But Hazlewood is at you every single over, every single ball. You can't really relax against him.
Cummins in. Gill defends, just taps it away towards mid-on. And Boland will pick up, and the score remains 1 for 38. Of course, there's so much talk about the pink ball test. I'll get to that in a moment, Sonny. Rick Finlay, what do you got?
In the 3 seasons prior to this one, Australian bowlers bowled 1 no ball every 186 balls. This season, Perth Test, and currently so far, that has dropped to 1 no ball every 67 deliveries bowled. So something's happening there.
Basically twice as many.
Yeah.
As Cummins back to the top of his mark, midway through the over. He's been on target. Shubman Gill perfectly still as he waits. And Cummins bowls. And Gill is forward defending to Travis Head at mid-off. In terms of how the batsmen think about the pink ball, and everyone talks about going in under lights, and that's why India enjoyed having at least that time against the PM's 11 under lights last Sunday in Canberra to get the feel for it, because they haven't played as much pink ball day-night test cricket as Australia has. But as a batsman, if you're forced to go in to open an innings at 9 o'clock at night against the pink ball, how different is your mentality, son?
It's going to be very different, because at that particular point of time, if you've never played the pink ball before, you're wondering which way the ball's going to do, whether it's going to bounce, whether it's going to seam.
As Cummins is in and forward defending and running it down to McSweeney, a diving take in the gully, and gets a pat on the back from Marnus Labuschagne. And 5 dot balls in this over.
Yes, I think also because there's a feeling that the pink ball moves a lot more than the white ball does or the red ball does. And so if you've not played it before, you'll be just a little bit concerned if you're going to bat at 9 p.m. Under the lights. It's never going to be easy. That's why I think India will be very happy having won the toss. They get to bat in proper daylight conditions.
Cummins bowls to Gill, who's on the drive. Can't beat mid-off. Travis Head scoots to his left to pick up, and it ends another Cummins maiden. 5 overs, none for 6 his figures. India 1 for 38. Shubman Gill 25. KL Rahul is on 11. Jaiswal out first ball of the test. LBW to Mitchell Starc. A reminder too, each night or in the morning, make sure you catch up on the day's play with Stuart Clark's favourite aspect of our coverage, Grandstand at Stumps. And you can find it under the Best of ABC Sport, wherever you get your podcast, and that'll come straight after play tonight. He will be on the ground. We'll have an interview and wrap up each day's play, Grandstand at Stumps. So find it under the Best of ABC Sport, where you get your podcast. What was it like, Sonny, for you when you first played in ODIs, when it was first day night, the first couple of times you had to bat under lights? Was that significantly different back then?
It was because you were so used to playing with the red ball. Suddenly to be able to play the white ball, it wasn't easy. Fielding was a lot easy, excepting I think when the ball at night under the lights, when the ball came down as a catch.
Here's Scotty Boland bowling to Rahul, who drives this, and he flays away through the covers, and that is a boundary from the moment it left the bat, as it goes right between the chapel and the Sir Donald Bradman stands here at Adelaide Oval through cover. And Rahul moves to 15, and you wonder the regret already from the early let-offs before he had scored, and then when he was on 2 as India moves to 1 for 42.
That's a lovely shot, isn't it? Because everything right about it. Big stride forward towards the ball, leaning into the drive, as they say, head on top of the ball, the front knee flexed, the back knee flexed, and lovely. Perfect copybook cover drive.
That's his second boundary, Rick, for Rahul, as Boland bowls to him, and he swings at this and misses. That was just an old-fashioned windy wolf outside off stump. He tried to smash that through point, but he missed it. Through it goes to Carey.
Yeah, just got a little overconfident maybe after that superb drive of the previous delivery. It was not quite short to play that, and he was lucky that he's got away with it. But he's the kind of cricketer who wants to learn. KL Rahul wants to learn, so he will hopefully have learned that this is not the shot that you want to attempt. There is a little extra carry. There's a little extra bounce. He's a tall man bowler.
Bowling into him again, and he plays and misses, or did he do the old withdrawal of the bat between his legs in the end, Rahul? Either way, really good delivery from Scotty Boland. And it remains 1 for 42. I was interested in Rohit Sharma's comments yesterday, the Indian captain, Sonny, about batting in the middle order in this test match. And you do get the feeling that this is Rahul's chance to finally really make the opening spot his own.
Yes, absolutely. I mean, he's been opening the batting for quite a while, but he's been, in the last 2-3 years, he's been in and out of the Indian team.
He waits, Boland in, and this is angled on off stump, and it's pushed square on the offside where Nathan Lyon moves to his left and prevents a run.
Let me say, last year, around this time, he got a brilliant, absolutely terrific 100 against South Africa. And from whatever matches that I have seen, that I rank that as amongst the top 10 hundreds that I have seen from an Indian batter. So he's got that capability. That was a tough pitch. That was a difficult pitch. And yet he got a superb 100. So he's capable of doing that. But sometimes he gives the impression he doesn't have confidence in himself.
He has 8 test hundreds as he pushes on the onside and then sets off for a run as Cummins comes in from mid-on, shies at the stumps at the striker's end, missed. I think Gill had made good his ground in any case. Rahul 16, 1 for 43. And not that the actions were similar to the position, but gee, it just made me remember that amazing run out from Cummins on Bajara a few years ago under lights.
Yes, that was, I think, the last ball of the day, too, if I'm not mistaken. And it was, one-handed throw. This time around, he had to cover a little more ground. And Pujara was well inside. I'm sorry, Shubman Gill was well inside.
Yes, Pujara was not.
Pujara was not.
Here's Boland, this time to Shubman Gill, who's on the drive. Great save at point by Lyon, diving to his right to prevent a run, and that ends the Boland over. 4 overs, none for 12. His figures, India 1 for 43. Shubman Gill 25 of 42, and KL Rahul is 16 of 43. But Rahul, this year alone, it's his 7th test in 2024, 337 runs at 37.4, highest of 86, one of his 3 half-centuries. Made 26 and 77 in Perth. And as Sonny mentioned, a key figure in that 200-run partnership with Jaiswal in that second innings. And the calmness about him. And we even saw it, Sonny, I was in Canberra covering that PM's 11 game. And he just batted 40-odd deliveries, made 27 and then walked off the ground. But he just looked so calm and in control. And when he went for those off drives, it was just beautiful to watch.
Yes, I think he had enough time at the crease to recognize that others needed practice against the pink ball. So he was quite happy to walk off and retire, as they say.
So Pat Cummins to begin a new over from the far end. Cathedral end, he bowls, and Rahul thought about a hook shot. It was very short from Cummins. Went over Rahul's head and he withdrew from any thought of the stroke and just watched it go past through to Alex Carey. Plenty of bounce and carry here at Adelaide Oval on day 1.
Yes, that's a good bouncer because, Rahul at one moment thought that he would go for it. Then the ball got a little too big on him, so...
He was tempted, wasn't he, early?
He was indeed. Aborted the shot, which was a clever thing to do because if you're not going to be able to control the hook shot, better to leave it.
We saw 2 back on the leg side to Cummins last over. Now there's only a deep backward square. 3 slips a gully, a point, a mid-off, mid-on, and a square leg as Cummins bowls, and Rahul defends it down towards mid-on. And picked up by Mitchell Starc. He remains on 16, Rahul, 1 for 43 in the 15th. As I was saying earlier, it does look a much stronger batting lineup, doesn't it, with not that Washington Sundar is anything to sneeze about with a test batting average of over 48, but having Rohit Sharma and Gill back, and also Ravi Ashwin coming in at number 8.
Yes, it's a good batting lineup for sure. If you have somebody like Ashwin coming into bat with 5 test hundreds under his belt, it certainly means that India's got a lot of depth in their batting.
In front of a crowd of 36,225, Cummins bowls, and forward is Rahul, pushing it between mid-off and point. Travis Head scoots to his left. They've got 1 and come back for a second, and Head will pick it up about 10 metres in from the boundary rope. Rahul moves to 18 with those 2 runs, and India is 1 for 45. Not to mention his stupendous wicket-taking potential.
Yes. Look at the way he's now leaning into the drive. He's growing in confidence, and that's logical. That's natural. The more time you spend at the crease, the better you have assessed the pitch, what it's doing. the better prepared you are. And he's a very experienced batter, KL Rahul is.
Looks up, sees Cummins on his way over the wicket. Rahul on the back foot, cuts it wide of McSweeney in the gully. And that big ball races away for 4 down to the vacant third man area. Rahul 22 with his third boundary. And another 4 runs for India, 1 for 49, having won the toss and elected to bat.
That's a good shot again, this one. A little bit up in the air, which will maybe make Pat Cummins think in terms of having 2 gullies. One a little wider than where the ball, where the gully fielder was. Because there is a little extra bounce off the surface as well. So you've got to get right on top of the ball to be able to play that cut shot.
1 for 49, India. Cummins bowls to Rahul, who's forward and nicking between gully and point. That's going to be another 4. Lyon is in pursuit, so is McSweeney, but they give up the chase. That's 50 for India and a 50-run stand for the second wicket. Rahul rather fortuitously that time moves to 26. And India 1 for 53. That's the old moral victory for the bowler, but in the end it's 4 runs for India. And just want to remind you too, at lunch today, a very special lunch break here on Grandstand Cricket. It's going to be quite emotional, I'd imagine, because this time with Grandstand at lunch, we're going to remember Phil Hughes. It was just recently that 10 years was remembered since Phil Hughes passing from that tragic incident at the SCG in a Shield game between South Australia and New South Wales. And we'll be joined by the man who was batting with him at the time, and also the Australian coach at the time. Here's Cummins. Here's into Rahul, who off the back foot this time just opens the face, runs at the line of point for a dot ball to end the over. Cummins 6 overs, none for 16. India 1 for 53. Gill 25. Rahul has overtaken him. He's on 26. I'll make way now here on Grandstand Cricket for Alison Mitchell.
This is ABC Sports coverage of the cricket on ABC Radio,
ABC Sport Digital Radio,
and the ABC Listener.
Good stand this after the early wicket. Such a dramatic start to the match with Stark striking first ball. And then Scott Boland's first over. 2 chances, both off KL Rahul. Thought he had him caught behind. Turned out there was nothing on Snicko. But then the drop in the slips. 1 for 53. So Shubman Gill on 25, KL Rahul on 26. And Scott Boland getting ready to continue from the riverbank end of the ground. You know, there's light cloud overhead, few high patches of blue. It's a muggy, sultry, hot Adelaide day. 2 slips and the gully. Point, extra cover mid-off, mid-on as Boland is in. Forward presses Gill and he blocks. And the ball dribbles back up the offside and Travis heads there to pick up at mid-off. Good crowd in though, Sonny. How does Adelaide Oval rate for you in terms of grounds you enjoy coming to?
Very, very high, because there's such a pleasant feel about the ground. This is different than when I played, because these stands, these huge stands, the Chapel stand and the other stands are relatively new as far as I'm concerned, but they're really nice and must be a great atmosphere.
Boland in, forward pressing again defensively. One bounce into the hands of Labuschagne, who's in the covers. He flings the ball back towards Alex Carey. No run. Names 1 for 53. There's always a bustle, isn't there? People moving around the ground. The crowd on the hill. Sort of gets a bit more dense, doesn't it, underneath the scoreboard where there's a bar.
Yes. Yes, I think that's a good thing that Adelaide has kept that grassy bank over there where people can sit down. What's it called? The mini hill, isn't it?
Yeah, it's not quite a maxi hill like it used to be.
At Sydney, yes. At Sydney was the maxi hill, wasn't it?
Half the bank is seating now. Boland moves in outside the off stump, and that's been steered away between cover and point out towards the boundary. Labuschagne chasing back, slides to stop. And they go through. Ball comes back into the gloves of Carey from 2, 1 for 55. Shubman Gill moves on to 27 from 45.
He's batted well. Both of them have batted really well after losing Jaiswal to the first ball of the match. Good partnership this. They knew that they had to do a bit of hard work. They had to be a bit watchful, but every time a scoring opportunity has come, they've taken it.
Gill on strike. And he waits as Boland moves in. Steers this one out towards line at point. He waits for it to come to him, fields securely, and there's no run. Now, Sonny, do you have particular memories of being at Adelaide Oval when you were first handed some protective gear for the first time? Do you remember Steve Renfree? Because I think you were the catalyst for. We still now see players with the famous Renfree padding on.
Absolutely.
Quite a story, wasn't it?
Yes, I think he made a terrific thigh pad for me as well. I also wanted a forearm protector. I think I was probably the first one to use a forearm protector.
Yeah, he brought a particular skill set to the game as Boland is in on the drive. Labuschagne again chasing back into the deep towards the Bradman stand. Just the one hit. Slide and the pick up and throws the ball back into Carey. And Gill moves on to 28, 1 for 56. He made a whole industry for himself out of his garden shed, his back garden down at Hallett Cove, just south of Adelaide.
Yeah, now everybody, I think a lot of players, at least I know a lot of Indian players, probably every Indian player uses it because it really is very good. You don't. They were thigh pads, but you always felt a little bit of the impact with these thigh pads. You hardly ever feel the impact of the ball.
Conversation here between Boland and Cummins. Cummins has spotted something, making a suggestion to Boland. We'll get ready to move in again. No change to the field. Steve sadly died a few years ago now, but his son has carried on the business.
Nice.
Boland moves in up past the umpire. Races in, beats the outside edge. He came forward defensively. And through it goes to Carey. 1 for 56, the score remains. 16 overs. Old is the pink ball at the moment. Rahul on 26 and Gill on 28. Now, I went to visit him a few years ago because I was intrigued about just how this sort of cottage industry grew up, and he told me the story of how he just approached you in the net. So back then, anyone could just stroll up to you, right, as you were walking around. Very different to now. And thousands were in to watch open practice, weren't they, during the week? And security would have been much tighter.
I think those were different days. I think, now there's always a concern somebody might do something. So that's perhaps the reason why there is that much of security around the players now, not just the Indian team only.
But I think the neighbours in Hallett Cove used to get quite a surprise when it came round to sort of test match summer, and there'd be a knock at the next door neighbour's door, and it's Steve Smith on the doorstep, or Joe Root on the doorstep, or Yuvraj Singh on the doorstep. He's had everybody would go to his home, be taken out into the backyard, into the shed to be specially measured up for custom-made gear. Cummins in outside the off stump, chopped into the ground, a quick single taken. Labuschagne fielding, and through they go for the 1 for 57.
It's important for India to keep to rotate the stride. That's a good single. Labuschagne is a terrific fielder. He was quick to the ball, but the Indians were not quicker, completing their run very, very comfortably. And that's important because, if you have that understanding between two batters, then you are able to steal singles, even against a top-class fielder like Labuschagne.
They've communicated well, these two, haven't they?
Yes, they certainly have. I think seem to have a very good understanding because even when you're saying no, the no call has to come very, very quickly, not when you're, halfway down the pitch, and that's what Gill's been doing very well. Both of them, actually.
KL Rahul faces up to Cummins, stares down the pitch. Cummins is there on the drive, and he's played that beautifully for 4, out through the covers. Barely a follow through, leaning into it, the timing impeccable, and the ball racing all along the ground out to the rope.
Well, there's elegance and power in that shot. And you could say technical perfection as well, because again, the way the leaning into the drive, I keep talking about the flexing of the knees, the front knee, the back knee, which actually gets you into a position to play that shot. He's played it on the up. Wasn't quite, you could say, wasn't quite a half volley, which means that he's grown in confidence. He thinks that the ball is not going to move off the surface as much.
It's a worry for Australia as Cummins is in again, a little straighter this time. He comes forward, steers it towards Labuschagne at mid-wicket. He flings the ball back in with that customary energy of his towards Alex Carey. And Nathan Lyon is warming up, doing a few air bowls in his position at points. That'll be an interesting phase of the game to see what impact he has. Loves bowling here, takes wickets for fun, seemingly in the past. He hit the pink ball as well. So he's there at points. And Mitch Marsh is retreating back to the boundary at deep backward square now. So we've got Scott Boland at fine leg. He's just taking a drink and having a little breather beyond the boundary rope. Cummins gets ready to move in as well. Boland drops the towel, steps inside the rope. Cummins approaches the umpire, in now, bowls, and has Rahul dropping bat on this fight late outside the off stump, drops it into the ground and out towards the gully region, and McSweeney is there to field. Rick?
Just been looking at taking the first wicket very early in the match. I can't do it by overs, but I've restricted my search to when the score is 2 or less. Jimmy Anderson 10 times, Mitchell Starc now 8.
Wow.
Moves ahead of Dale Steyn 7, Kapil Dev 7, Ray Linville 6, Glenn McGrath 6, and Chaminda Vaas 6.
Starc chasing Jimmy Anderson's record. Cummins moves in, targets the stumps, and Rahul's defended it. Line moves forward from point to pick up, and there's no run. Set off thinking perhaps it could be a cheeky quick single there, but changed the mind. 1 for 61, the score remains.
Well, that's exactly the kind of calling I was saying, because from the non-strikers end, Shubman Gill straight away said no, because he recognized there was an element of risk in trying to take that single. And Rahul then acknowledged it. Rahul was maybe 3 or 4 steps down, but he was able to turn back and come back to regain his crease quite comfortably because of that early call from Shubman Gill.
Clarity of thought. 61-run stand is a bouncer from Cummins, which has passed behind KL Rahul, ducked, didn't unduly trouble him, and allowed it to go through to Carey. So 17 overs gone, 1 for 61. The 1 wicket was Yashasvi Jaiswal. First ball of the match. Starc bowled full, hit him on the pads, out first ball. So Jaiswal, having made naught in the first innings in Perth, a big 161 in the second innings, has followed it up with a golden duck. So 1 for 61. KL Rahul 30 from 55, Gill 29 from 48. So I mentioned Nathan Lyon was warming up. He is indeed coming on to bowl. It's just been announced to the crowd as well. Sitting on 532 test wickets and a wonderful record at Adelaide Oval. 63 wickets he's taken here, more than any other player on this ground in test matches. Stuart Clark, what happened to you?
G'day Ali, g'day everybody. It's a great atmosphere out there. Australians keep your foot behind the line. It's probably, I'm going to give him a little bit of leeway. First test match hasn't played for a while, but certainly not it's the start he wanted, but then the start he didn't want.
Scott Boland, yes.
Yeah. But
although Snicko didn't show anything on the replays.
but I think KL had started to walk off.
Well, he had, yeah.
So he must have hit it, but obviously it didn't pick up any sound.
So if it hadn't been a no ball, well, he would have gone and we would have retrospectively seen it.
We'd still be talking about it now.
But then there was the dropped catch by Khawaja.
Yeah, that's exactly right. Nathan Lyon's going to now ply his trade. It's pretty, since that dropped catch, it's been fairly uneventful for the Australians. There hasn't been a lot happening. Ball hasn't deviated much, stopped swinging.
So Lyon over the wickets, his first ball of the match. Forward comes at Gill, takes a gentle single up to deep mid-on. McSweeney is here to move in and pick up. Now, in terms of the sort of timings, to get your head around when the break is, the match began at 2:30 local time. So the first break, which is called tea, but it's the long 40-minute break, that is in about half an hour's time. So if you can think of it in a normal test match scenario, this is Nathan Lyon coming on half an hour before lunch, which on a day one you would often see him come up a bit later.
Yeah.
He's in early. He's bowling full into KL Rahul, turns him towards mid-wicket and finds Labuschagne, no run.
I thought they might have gone to Mitchell Marsh. I know there's been a lot of conjecture about him and how fit he is to bowl, and we saw him in the pre-game in the warm-up bowling, so he can bowl. And certainly with the ball still hard, only 17 overs old.
Slip and short leg. Lyon drops it a little bit shorter. Defence again back up the pitch. Lyon picks up in his follow-through. No run. One slip, short leg in place. And Lyon does get this overspin, and when the ball is hard, some extra bounce as well might come into play.
And Rahul trying to get outside the line of off-stump as much as he can.
Lyon moves in. Fuller is outside the off-stump. He's stretched for it, and the ball's running along the ground out towards the boundary. It seems almost been quicken up in pace. It gets to the rope. Two fielders in hot pursuit to the boundary.
Very full delivery. What about that shot? He didn't really try and hit it. He just leant on it. It was lovely timing. One of the features of KL Rahul's batting is just his timing, and you can see there, just sort of lunged, got weight into the ball, transferred through the ball nicely and picked the gap, which he does so well. And he's got a nice bat, I'll tell you, he's got a nice cricket bat. But one of the great features about his batting is just his ability to time the ball, because he doesn't play with a lot of flourish in this version of the game. We see it in his T20 cricket. When it comes to this, he's very calm.
Both of these two are calm. Lyon in, with the back foot into the ground and fielded by Travis Head at short leg. Gesturing out to the dressing room is KL Rahul. Maybe needs a change of gloves. 1 for 66 is the score here. Jaiswal out, first ball of the match. LBW to Stark. India won the toss, opted to bat first. Should say hello to our listeners in the UK as well. Tuning in wherever you are. Lining outside the off stump and worked by wristily along the ground to McSweeney at the long on end of the over from Lyon then. The boundary coming off it. So India 1 for 67.
I'm not sure about that deep long on. I know why he's there, because the Indians will take it on. They're such good players of spin, but it's almost like as soon as Nathan Lyon gets a bit full, both KL Rahul and Shubman Gill are hands and risk, just get down there and use their hands just to punch the ball. And the outfield is quick, as we've seen with that shot earlier in the over, but hitting it along the square block, it's just going to roll all the way down. And it's just an easy get-off strike. So from that point of view, the Australians have got to find a way to stop the scoring, which they're struggling to do at the moment, but then that will build pressure, which will then force them into something a bit different, as opposed to the calmness and the easiness in which runs are being scored at the moment.
Something needs to be disrupted, doesn't it? Well, could this be it? Because it's the return of Stark from the Cathedral end of the ground, so bowling with that bank of sight screen and then the Moreton Bay Figs behind and a big camera platform as well. Lenses beaming down, focusing in on the centre where KL Rahul is marking a fresh guard. So the left arm of Stark will be coming over the wicket again, where he was in his opening spell looking to push that ball, move it away from the left-hander. Only 2 slips in a gully in play now, with this ball 18 overs old.
Yeah, it's quite defensive. A deep third man or deep point or backward point in play.
Stark bounds in. Full clipped off the legs, out through the gap past Mitch Marsh. Cummins from mid-on is chasing it. Will pick it up inside the rope. And a jogged 2 as they cross the second time. The ball comes back into Alex Carey.
So Mitchell Stark, you'll try and get them to swing him. So you see the ball, he bowled 5 overs and the ball's 18 overs old. So is it going to swing? Probably the pink ball, maybe not. But you'll certainly try. And, if he gets picked off through the onside a couple of times in the hope of getting it to swing, great. Because that then puts the doubt in the mind of KL Rahul. Do I go across it? Because when it goes the other way, and that's the point of deep point, just wanting to see if KL Rahul will try and push one into that gap at point there to get off strike. And that's the one he may nick.
Stark moves in, that left arm angle, leaves this one alone. He's pushed it across him, past the off stump it goes, into the gloves of Carey.
And effectively, that's the ball he wants KL Rahul to play at, to try and just knock it to Nathan Lyon down at deep backward point for a single. But it's also the one that if he doesn't quite get there in time, or it's just fractionally late, or doesn't get his feet in the right spot, he will edge it through to Carey or Khawaja Smith. And I think it's Marnus at... I'm sorry, who's it? Gully? Who's it Gully?
Oh, Gully, McSweeney.
McSweeney's at Gully. Couldn't see his number on the back of his shirt. He's very fine there too. He's almost like a 4th slip rather than a gully, which would be probably 3 steps to his right.
KL Rahul was dropped on 2 by Khawaja off Boland. He went stretching for it one-handed. Stark moves in, again leaves this one alone, raises the bat high above his head. He's showing good discipline, KL Rahul. Judging which ball to play at, happy to leave these for the moment. But he's played some lovely cover drives, in particular, out through that offside, and finding the gap has been a real feature of his innings when he's had that opportunity. 37 from 63 he is.
He's certainly got that ability to pick up the gap. Australians have to be really patient here because the scoreboard keeps going at this rate. They're in for a big, long day.
Oh, look at the scores Australia have managed when they've batted first in day-night tests here. 442 for 8 against England, 17-18. Stark in again now, and that does... Oh, it's gone to McSweeney, he's grabbed it! He has held on, he's got it in his right hand, and KL Rahul is walking off. Gone for 37, a little glance back towards Shubman Gill, but he is on his way, and it is Stark with the wicket. McSweeney, another grab at Gully. And this is second test match, and they needed to break this partnership. KL Rahul is not completely walking off though. He's paused about halfway, and he's heading back towards Shubman Gill. I mean, that ball rose on him. It surprised him. They're checking if it was a fair catch, and he got his fingers underneath it as he stretched to his right. I think it's a good catch.
Yeah, I think that's a good catch. It's actually what the plan was, to just try and get him to fend at one and knock it in the gap there for a single. That one from Mitchell Starc, it bounced a bit. From that point of view, we'll get another shot from front on here. Looked like it went straight into his hands, well above the ground.
Being shown on the big screen as well, and Richard Kettleborough saying fingers clearly under the ball. He's made his decision for the big screen, so the crowd will see it in a moment, but KL Rahul is already continuing the walk-off. Out is what it says. India 2 down, 2 for 69. An important wicket that to break a partnership that was gathering momentum as it went.
Yeah, it certainly was. It was gathering a lot of momentum. Mitchell Starc brought back into the attack by Pat Cummins. Was worried, where is he going to swing one back in? But good theory, good thinking by the Australians. Just trying to get KL Rahul to just fend the ball away and get off strike. And Mitchell Starc getting one to bounce off a length and hitting high on the bat. And McSweeney at gully, a very fine gully. Took a good catch down to his right. Low down, there was a bit of conjecture around whether it carried or not, but I think it's fairly safe to say, Ali, it was hands under the ball, and the umpire agreed. But you would have heard the cheer.
Guess he's walked out. Now they're seeing his stats on the big screen. Some drinks have been brought out, which is why Kohli hasn't quite made it to the middle yet. But Virat Kohli, King Kohli, as he was renamed at Perth because he was suffering a glut in form, and he re-announced himself back in Australia, where he loves batting so much, and in particular here at Adelaide Oval, where he has scored 3 Test centuries. Nobody has had 4 Test centuries as a visiting batsman in their career at Adelaide Oval. And he's at the moment level with Jack Hobbs. Those are a certain vintage, if I remember Jack Hobbs.
Are they the only 2 that have got
3? That is correct.
Right.
So the 2 of them stand alone at the moment with 3.
You've got to play for a fair time to get...
We'll have enough chance to come around again,
that's it. Every 4 years or so. And I know back in probably the Jack Hobbs days, they probably came a lot more.
In the 1920s?
Yeah.
Took them longer to get here then, though, didn't it?
Very attacking by the Australians.
Right, here we go. This is a man they want out early. Kohli, 2 slips, 2 gullies, backward point, Starc into him, and he's defending. Turns it towards mid-wicket along the ground, says no to a single because Cummins is there to pick up. So can he repeat his feat in the second innings at Perth, where he went through the gears brilliantly when it was known the declaration was going to come, and he was going to get to 100, needed to get there in time to allow his captain to pull them in and get the game moving forwards.
He looks a bit nervous, Virat. A guy that's been around for a long period of time and has the reputation that obviously Virat does. Still looks nervous, as is every batsman when they come to the middle, looking for a bit of bat on ball.
Slightly open stance here, with Starc bowling his left arm over the wicket. In he goes now, outside the off stump. Kohli shouldering arms, watches it go through to Alex Carey. End of the over. So the bowling change did work, and Starc has picked up that second wicket, broke the partnership of 69 between KL Rahul and Shubman Gill.
Just getting a replay here, the ball just bouncing on Carey. You can see he's just trying to run that ball into the gap in between gully and cover. And unfortunately, just edged it straight through.
Having a change in commentary. Here's Stuart Clark. You're staying put. Ben Cameron coming in for me.
Grandstand cricket.
On your radio, ABC Sport Digital, and the ABC.
2 for 69. India opening day beneath leaden skies here at the Adelaide Oval.
Bit gloomy, isn't it, Ben?
Yeah, a little bit gloomy.
You came to the game this morning. You weren't expecting to be sitting here, were you?
I wasn't. Till I got the call from Jim Maxwell saying, I'm feeling poorly.
Did you put something in his food last night just so you can be here?
I didn't go to dinner with him. Scott bowler.
Have some of this, Jim. It'd be good for you.
Into the attack from the Riverbank stand end. In and bowling and going forward. And defending is Shubman Gill. It drops down. They get through for a single. Marnus comes in, shies at the stumps. And they get through for 1. Firing it down to the non-strikers end, but easily through. In the end.
Excellent running, Virat Kohli. Saw the ball drop. It was a bit of a sort of almost a pause. It was a lull in play, and Virat called Shubman Gill through. Interesting, the Australians have gone straight back to, they bowled line for an over. Nothing was really happening. picked off a couple of runs, probably went for 6 in his over, and picked up a wicket straight back on the attack for the Australians with Scotty Boland ball in hand.
So 2 for 70, 2 slips, sort of floating third slip or 4 slip, then a gully as well. Point, mid off, mid on, forward square leg, and a deep backward square as well. Plane landing beneath the Adelaide Oval. Virat Kohli awaiting Boland. He rumbles in and bowls now to Kohli, and wide outside the off stump. Lets it go through to the keeper, Carey.
Very carefully watched Virat let 2 go. One. The amount of pressure that Virat faces every time he walks out. The expectation is so high. The whole Indian group of fans at the Adelaide Oval are just expecting miracles every time he walks out there. He'll be feeling good. He'll be nervous, but coming off 100 in Perth, he'll certainly be a lot better than where he was pre-Perth, where he hadn't got runs, or he hadn't got 100 for 2 years, I think.
Yeah, it had been a lean couple of years. Boland in now, bowling, driving is Kohli back with a point, and it will zip away to the rope for 4. Kohli into his work with a boundary to begin. 2 for 74 are India as we approach lunch here on day 1.
Looking at some of the Virat Kohli's, I was watching some of the TV coverage because I wasn't in Perth with you guys, but Virat Kohli's modes of dismissal have been to the wider delivery, which that ball was. That's what they're setting up for. But because where he's standing and where he's moving to, and people don't want to bowl straight to him because he's so strong through the onside. So almost like he feels he has to score by getting and hitting those balls, but he's taking a chance, which the Australians want to see.
Well, they got 2 slips and 2 gullies. Boland bowls very wide this time and leaving Kohli, not tempted on this occasion. What do you make of that field? So you feel like that's what they're setting him up for, going wide outside the off stump, and
they're not going to bowl anywhere near him because he is so strong through the onside, and you can see those hands, and that bottom hand comes through when he works the ball through the onside. So they'll bowl wider to him. It's all about the length, though, with Virat Kohli. Scott Boland, that ball that flew through the gap was a very, very full delivery, which he didn't try and flash through the offside. He almost tried to play a cover drive as opposed to a square drive.
2 for 74 are India. Boland goes past the umpire, bowls to Kohli, who's on the forward defensive. Louch out a no. Shubman Gill sends him back as Lyon comes in from point to pick it up. Gill on 31, Kohli on 4, that boundary. India 2 for 74. Just repeating today, what a start to the day's play. Yashasvi Jaiswal out the very first delivery of the day. LBW off the bowling of Mitch Starc, and Rick Finlay telling us it's the 4th time in Test match cricket here in Australia a wicket has fallen off the first ball.
I can think of one other.
Yeah, Rory Burns back in 2021. Boland bowls and Kohli drives, beats the mid-off fielder. The chase is on. Out after it is Travis Head. It'll get towards the rope. He'll run it in. So 3 Kohli will come back for. Moves along to 7, and India 2 for 77 at the end of the 20th over. So Gill 31, Kohli on 7. As I said, India 2 for 77.
That delivery there was a full delivery. It's good length, though, and it probably wasn't wide enough for where the Australians are looking to trap Virat Kohli. That was more a traditional drive. He could hit through cover. He's still a bit uppish. That length, another half a foot wider, is where the Australians believe that Virat Kohli is most vulnerable at the moment.
The other wicket to fall today, KL Rahul, now just a short time ago, gliding a ball that just rose on him a little bit to McSweeney, able to catch it low down in the gully. So those are the 2 Indian wickets. Make up the 2 for 77. Now for 37, Rahul, after getting a couple of lives from the Aussies. Starc in, beginning a new over. Bowling here to Kohli, who's edging, caught. Smith takes it low down at second slip. King Kohli comes and goes. He's out for 7. A big wicket for the Aussies. 3 for 77 are India.
That's a massive wicket for the Australians. Virat Kohli trying to let the ball go, just guided it off the face. And the face of the bat went straight to Stephen Smith at second slip. Caught a catch low down in front of his right foot. Don't think he quite picked it up, but that's a massive wicket for the Australians. You can see Smith there, eyes wide open, hands wide open, and it goes straight in. Virat Kohli, head down, trudging off the ground at the moment. And Australia, 2 wickets in 2 overs, and all of a sudden the pressure right back on India at 3 for 77.
It was just starting to get to a point, Stuart Clark, where you're a little bit worried for the Aussies. The pink ball getting a little softer after about 20 overs, and India looking like they're in a good position. But KL Rahul goes, and then Virat Kohli quickly dismissed for 7. And all of a sudden, it feels like a pretty even first session in this day-night pink ball test.
Again, that ball just bounced a little bit. Virat Kohli was going to leave it, but didn't get his hands out of the way in time, and bat, obviously. And Stephen Smith, pretty good catch. Virat Kohli dismissed again, cheaply. The Australians in the celebrations. Watching the ball going into Stephen Smith's hand, you see the Australians. It was almost like in slow motion watching that ball go in. Kohli looked at the pitch, but not much you can do about that, Brett. Didn't make his decision in time. Mitchell Starc, he's come back on with a blast, hasn't he?
Just a note on Mitchell Starc, Ben. His career average in Test 27.86. In day-night tests, it's 18.71, and in day-night tests at Adelaide, it's 16.6.
What's Josh Hazlewood's pink ball numbers? I know he's not playing in this match with that side strain, but just off the top of my head, it feels like he's been the pink ball master, and Mitch Starc's numbers looking pretty good as well. 3 for 27 here. And Rishabh Pant comes to the crease, and we know how he'll go about it.
I was going to say, do we think that Rishabh Pant, I know he's only got really one way, but does he take it on here? I think he should. Like, that's no point playing it way that you don't play.
2 slips and 2 gullies. Mitchell Starc, left arm over the wicket to Pant. The left-hander goes forward, digs out a full ball, pushes it awkwardly out towards mid-off. 3 for 77 are India. A little bit of rain just potentially encroaching on Adelaide as well here. Stu, just having a look at the radar. You see it approaching.
Very, very small, very light, be very misty.
Mizzle,
Jim would be saying.
Jim would be happy with the mizzle.
And Rishabh Pant, Shubman Gill chatting in the middle of the wicket, just slowing things down a fraction.
So Smith able to hold on to that catch to remove Virat Kohli at second slip. What have you made of our slip fielding in this series as Mitchell Starc runs away from the cathedral and bowls now on the pads of Pant, who whips him through square leg. Boland will come around and he won't run it in. Pant's off the mark with the boundary.
I wonder if this is straight or not, whether he's bought Stumpy's picked this up off, but Rishabh Pant, we know he's going to, if he gets a delivery he thinks he can hit, he's not going to back down. We saw some of the most outrageous shots in the first innings at Perth. Just looking at a replay here. Oh, he misses that. He's probably at LBW, but that's not going to bother Rishabh Pant. It's not going to stop him either. He's going to keep taking those on. They're free runs for him in his mind. Interesting how the Indians play this year, because 3 down, Rishabh attacking, Rowett attacking.
If you get out at tee on day one, you get a new ball under lights and Jasprit Bumrah.
The reward isn't too bad.
Starc arriving now, bowling and very wide of the off stump. Carey takes it around hip height. What have you made of the grippers for the Aussies?
Well, Smith's been good, so I think Smith, no question whether, he's world class and he's creeping up slowly. I think Rick can tell me how far he is off the greatest catching record. I don't think he's that far away, but Usman's been probably not at his best, to be fair. He got one earlier today, and there was one in Perth that he probably should have snaffled as well. Really important position, first and second slip for the Australian. Great Australian teams over the years had great slip fielders, and you think about them, Ward, Taylor, Ponting, all great, Shane Warne, all great slip fielders. A lot of balls in Australia go to the slip cord, and that's how you pick up your wickets.
Here comes Starc to Pant, who's digging it out towards point, diving Nathan Lyon to save it. A wide full delivery, so Khawaja at first, Smith at second, and almost where a 4 slip would be is McSweeney, and then Labuschagne at a gully position. Quite a deep gully position as well. It is interesting when you look at Nathan McSweeney. We saw him take that catch at gully, and he does field in the slips for South Australia. So whether he might be the man who goes in for the grippers as Usman gets a little bit older, perhaps?
Perhaps. I think he's standing at a very funny spot there. He's almost at a very close gully.
Here comes Starc again. Bowling now and just back of a length on the leg stump. Pant chops down on it. as he knocks it down towards mid-on. End of the Stark over, another successful one. 3 for 81 are India. Hunt on 4, Shubman Gill back in the side, 31 not out. And Mitchell Stark has 3 for 31, the pick of the Aussie bowlers. Rick.
Steve Smith now 6 on the all-time list of catches, not including wicket-keepers, of course, with 187, but second on the Australian list. He's now 9 behind Ricky Ponting, 196.
And he's Dravid's still the world's leader.
Yeah, 210, 3 ahead of Joe Root, who's still playing, of course.
Joe Root, you would have thought he'll take over that record anytime soon, because he fielded second slip most of the time, so first slip actually, so you'd imagine that's going to happen in the not-too-distant future. The other thing that's happening here is there's about 7 minutes to go to lunch. So Shubman Gill, and they'll all be thinking, if we can get out with 2 overs here as opposed to 3, that's only 12 balls rather than 18. The over rate's abysmal.
Boland beginning a new over. Right arm over the wicket. Bowling to Gill. Strikes him on the pad. Big appeal for leg before. Figure goes up. Shubman Gill will be on his way, barring a referral. He comes for a conference with Rishabh Pant. The Aussies converge to celebrate, and Shubman Gill turns and goes. The 4th Indian wicket falls. Boland strikes their 4 for 81. And the Aussies, they have their tails up.
Well, that one's hit him. You know the little badge on the bottom of your pad? You know when you buy your pads? That one's cannoned into that part of his pad. Like, I don't know what he was doing here, Shubman Gill, but that's out. He might have, I'm not going to say, I don't think he's outside the line of off stump, but that's hit that. It's hit the maker's name at the bottom of the pad. So you've missed a half volley, Shubman.
I think Rishabh came up and said it's missing off, it's missing leg, it's hitting middle.
I don't know why he wanted to refer it. He must have thought he was outside the line, but the problem happened there. I think he got too caught up in trying to slow down the game. He was wandering around.
He distracted himself.
I think he might have actually, well, whether he distracted himself or not, but he wandered down and spoke to Rishabh Pant, but in the middle of the over he wandered around and you could tell they were trying to slow the game down, and he just fractionally, I believe, lost concentration, because 9 out of 10, that's a half volley on middle and leg stump that he's going to hit to mid-wicket for 4, and he's just missed it, and he can refer it, but that would have been a waste of a referral, I would have thought.
Yeah.
We've got 3 for. We're on fire here. You know that, don't you? You've come in.
Takers.
You'll come in, you're like the wicket master.
So Rohit Sharma, the skipper, back from paternity leave, strides out to the middle, batting at number 6.
Every batter in the Indian team is saying, is Ben Cameron commentating? I don't want to go out there.
Great to have you with us here on Grandstand Cricket on ABC Sport. It's the first time in my life I've been described as a wicket taker, so I'll take it. 4 for 81, and the murmur that rolls around the Adelaide Oval just gets a little bit louder.
Yeah, it's a bit more than a murmur. It's a buzz. It's a buzz.
It's a buzz,
Benny.
So wondering where Skipper is today. He's out ill, feeling poorly, but I'm sure he's not too far away, Jim Maxwell. 2 slips, 2 gullies. Boland bowling to Rohit Sharma, leaving wide of the off stump. About a stump's width away from off.
I thought you might have got the Triple SM staff in just to see if Jimmy was okay. And look, numbers are saying he needs a rest. He's red flagging.
Just looking at the replay there of that dismissal, it was close to
outside the line.
Outside the line, but the impact was the umpire's call.
I don't think as an umpire you cannot give that out. If you give that out, you've
give that not out.
You're not really getting the decisions right, I think.
Boland in now and just back of a length, wide of the off stump again. Leaving it is Rohit.
3 for 12 off 16 balls there, Ben.
All of a sudden,
we've run through them, haven't we, Stu?
Just watching all of a sudden the ball looks like it's seaming, swinging again. It was gun barrel straight there for a few overs. All of a sudden, cloud cover come in and batting looks very, very difficult all of a sudden.
On a serious note there, Rick, just checking that. 3 for 12 in 16 balls. 4 for 81 are India. Here comes Boland again. Back of a length and good carry through to Carey, who takes it between the eyes.
It zinged through that one, didn't it? Off a length. Scotty Boland working in some nice rhythm here.
What do you make of the pitch that we've seen for this test? So we know 6 millimetres is what Damien Hoffa's cut it at. But when we look at the pitch, it's almost like there's these lines that are running down it because they've thatched the wicket, so to speak.
Yeah, I was looking at that earlier. I thought, just looks. You're right. It looks like there's lines across running down the line of the pitch from stump to stump. But it just doesn't look even to some extent, which I don't know if it's quite right, by the way.
Rohit awaiting Boland, and he goes forward and tucks it away behind square. On the leg side, takes a single to get off the mark, the Indian skipper. So 4 for 82, move India. Keep your text coming. David says, I'm pressure washing my deck on a blazing hot afternoon in Moss Vale, New South Wales. I reckon mine had more grass on it than this year's Adelaide deck.
Don't know about that. Well, I've never seen your deck at Moss Vale, Dave, but I'll take your word for it. I'm not sure you should be growing grass on your deck, to be fair, but
people
wash it off.
Yeah, they walk around on the grass and then bring it back onto the deck. A lot of people, I'm sure, beginning to head out the back of the Adelaide Oval. Getting ready for lunch. 2 slips, 2 gullies. Boland right arm over to the left-hander, Pant forward defending in that manner that is unique to him. Quite lackadaisical in the way that he goes about it. He's getting forward to defend. Ended the Boland over. Another successful one for the Aussies. 4 for 82. 22 overs bowled. A reminder that coming up at lunch, what is sure to be a very emotional lunch break. Andrew Moore, joined by 2 people who know or knew Phil Hughes as well as anybody. That is not one to be missed coming up at lunch.
Yeah, it certainly is. Probably the last over before lunch. Mitchell Starc to bowl it. He's going to go round the wicket to Rohit Sharma. Oh no. Rishbhar Pant has thrown me a dummy there. He went to the other side and then realised it was Mitchell Starc bowling. So Rishbhar, probably shouldn't watch the game, should I? Big over this for the Australians. If they can pick up another wicket here, make it 5 for 82 at lunch. You couldn't ask for a better start after winning the toss, after India won the toss and chose to bat.
2 slips, 2 gullies. Starc bounding in from the Cathedral end, bowling to Rohit, going forward and pushing out towards mid-off. Loud call of no, a couple of steps down the wicket, and rehearses the stroke. Rohit on 1, Pant on 4, 4 for 82 India.
You got to think with Rohit that he hasn't played a lot of cricket. He's obviously had maternity leave, birth of his 2nd child. Yes, he's had a few net sessions. Yes, he's faced 2 hours of wangers and all the rest of it, but he hasn't batted for any period of time, so he's got to be a little bit nervous. He's got to be searching for the ball a little bit.
It is an interesting field setting the Aussies have here as well. McSweeney at a very close gully still, like we discussed. Here comes Starc again to Rohit on the leg stump and just defending it down towards forward square leg. Hopping a little bit there as he was defending Rohit Sharma. Goes for a little wander.
If you look at both deliveries from KL Rahul and Virat Kohli, they sort of pitch middle and off and bounce and go across the right-handed batter. And both of them were, well, Virat was trying to get his hands out and bat out of the way, and KL was sort of caught between defending it or knocking it down and getting his hands in. So Mitchell Starc, those last 2 deliveries have been a fraction straight, and they're probably, the first one's probably a fraction full. You want to be around about belly button height, just on the line of off-stump pitching.
Slips and gullies await as Starc bowls, and Rohit stands tall, drops it down, wanted a single. In quickly, Mitch Marsh from square leg to prevent any thought of that. Sent back by Pant was Rohit, now remarked centre. Just on the wangers, you mentioned that Rohit has come in, played the PM's 11 match, faced a lot of the wanger. It's an interesting conversation. I've heard Darren Lehman speak a lot about it. The impact of how much batting the modern batsman does against the wanger, and whether they're actually watching the ball as closely as they need to when you're facing a bowler. He doesn't believe so.
It's an interesting discussion because they face a lot of that now, rather than bowling in the nets.
Starc arriving now to Rohit, wide of the off stump, and leaves it not very wide of the off stump. It was about a 4-stump line.
It was a good leave that by Rohit. That's one of the... both Kohli and Rahul played at that delivery and brought about their demise. That one there, very close to us. Probably a fraction fuller than their 2 balls that got those 2 batsmen out.
Pat Cummins liked it. I feel like we're contractually obliged to say there's 2 types of leaves. It's one of those things that...
Good and bad. I never got out leaving them, Benny. Did you? When you played?
Yep.
You what? You let one go?
Yeah.
What do you let them go for? God, did they bowl it? You hit it.
Stark bowls, flashing, playing a miss. Rohit looking to drive away from the body. And through to Carey it goes. 4 for 82 India.
Quick delivery that by Mitchell Stark. 143. Carried through nicely. Throw it, no feet, didn't really get forward there. You can see his just hands, his foot really just turns, basically pointing down the wicket, and his hands go through the ball. Missed it by a good couple of inches.
We still haven't really reached a consensus, Saf, about what we're calling the big break here in the day-night test. I think we're going with still lunch, but
it's the break, afternoon break. We should give it a name.
And 2 gullies as Stark arrives and bowls now, and again a play and a miss as it zips through to Carey. What a delivery to finish this first session. Rohit looks back down the pitch as if to say, where did that come from? That has flown through. And Australia, they fight back in the final hour of this first session to take 3 wickets for 12 runs in a 16-ball frenzy. That sees India 4 for 82 at the long break. Rohit on 1. Pant is 4 not out. Stuart Clark, how did you see it on Grandstand Cricket here on ABC Sport?
Well, I think frenzy's a good word, Ben. It was a good word that you just used then, but first ball of the day, wicket. Everyone's in shock. Jaiswal, the guy that got 150 plus in Perth, out first ball. He's on his way back. Then we saw this really nice 50-run partnership between Shubman Gill and KL Rahul, which looked quite comfortable. The ball wasn't doing a lot. Field was quite defensive. Nathan Lyon came on for an over, got picked off. And then Pat Cummins went back to his main man, Mitchell Stark, who picked up the wicket of KL Rahul with one that bounced outside off stump. Over later, Virat Kohli, same sort of delivery, bounced outside off stump, caught by Stephen Smith. And all of a sudden you could feel the Australians were starting to motor. And then Scotty Boland, as he's done, he picked up a wicket with his first ball, except his front foot was over the line. Well, he got his man Shubman Gill a little bit later on, pitched one up, hit him just in line with off stump, around about the badge at the bottom of the stump. And Shubman Gill had to make his way off. We've seen a drop catch, we've seen a no ball off a wicket. We've pretty much seen it all in the first session.
Yeah.
It's going to be certainly a test match that moves at a great rate, I think. There's enough in this wicket, and with the atmospheric conditions, it looks like it's going to be hard work for batting.
The patrons here at the Adelaide Oval are departing to head out to the back for the festival environment.
Have you checked Jim's not out there?
He might be. I haven't. I might go out there and check at lunch. I'll go out there and make sure he's not out there.
You look after the team.
I'll stay there for an hour or so as well. So, as I said, India 4 for 82 at lunch here on day 1 of the pink ball day-night test. Just repeating in that first session, Yasavai Jaiswal, he was the first man out for a golden duck, the first ball of the test match. It's the 4th time in test match cricket here in Australia that a wicket has fallen off the first ball of the match, and then it took a little while for the next wicket to come. Australia thought they had it on a couple of occasions. KL Rahul out off a no ball, the first ball that Scott Boland bowled. At that stage, he was yet to get off the mark off 19 deliveries. He was then dropped on 2 by Usman Khawaja. Shortly thereafter, he was eventually out for 37. They were 2 for 69 at that point in time. India looked like they were in a good position, but then Shubman Gill, he was out for 31, and Virat Kohli out for 7. Australia taking 3 for 12 in 16 balls. So India 4 for 82 at the long break here on day 1 of this pink ball day-night test. The Aussie bowlers, Mitchell Stark, 8 overs, 3 for 31, the chief destroyer for the Aussies. Pat Cummins, 7 overs, none for 21. Scott Boland, 7 overs, 1 for 24. And Nathan Lyon, 1 over, none for 6. Okay, don't go anywhere. Just because it's lunch here on day 1 of this pink ball day-night test, we have a very emotional 40 minutes coming up. As most of you would know, it was the 10-year anniversary of the passing of Phil Hughes during the week, and we'll remember him here at Grandstand at lunch. But right now, this is Grandstand Cricket on ABC Sport.
The Australian Open tennis returns.
Join ABC Sport courtside January 12 for the Australian Open Tennis on ABC Sport Digital, and take it with you on the ABC Listen app.
G'day, this is Pat Cummins. Catch all the cricket action on the ABC Listen app.
Alison Mitchell, Harsha Bhogle, Sunil Gavaskar, Darren Lehman, Glenn McGrath, Stuart Clark, and the voice of summer, Jim Maxwell.
He bowled! Right through, he's bowled him! Knocked him over!
Hear every ball of the cricket all summer long.
Scored for 4! Australia have won!
ABC Sports Summer of Cricket on your radio, and on the ABC Listen app.
ABC Sport.
It's over and late. End of the over. Bales are flicked off. We're heading off for a refreshment and a meat pie. And that ends the morning session. That is lunch.
On ABC Sport, this is Grandstand at lunch on your radio
ABC Sport Digital Radio.
and the ABC Listen app.
Yes, grandstand at whatever this break is called for a day-night test match. What a first session. India crumbling from 1 for 69 to be 4 for 82 at lunch, having won the toss and elected to bat with Rishabh Pant on 4, Rohit Sharma on 1, and Mitchell Starc, boy oh boy, his love affair with Adelaide Oval continues, and he provided the breakthrough very early on. It was a dream start for the Aussies.
First ball, it is Starc to bowl to Jaiswal, left-hander. 3 slips in the gully, full, striking him on the pad, and Starc has even got him! First ball! Starc is pumped!
Then KL Rahul and Shabnam Gill looked like they were rescuing India with a 69-run partnership before Mitchell Starc again provided the breakthrough.
Starc in again now, and that does always gone through Sweeney, he's grabbed it! He has held on, he's got it in his right hand, and KL Rahul is walking off.
Then King Kohli came to the crease. Virat Kohli on the back of his unbeaten century in the second innings in Perth, but he was not out there for very long.
Starc in, beginning a new over. Bowling here to Kohli, who's edging, caught. Smith takes it, low down at second slip. King Kohli comes and goes, he's out for 7.
And then to complete a slump of 3 for 12, Shabnam Gill. He was dismissed just before the break.
Boland beginning a new over. Right arm over the wicket. Bowling to Gill. Strikes him on the pad. Big appeal for leg before. Finger goes up. Shubman Gill will be on his way.
India lost 3 for 12 from just 16 deliveries. 4 for 82 at the break. Punt on 4, Rohit Sharma on 1, and still to come the all-rounder Nitish Kumar Reddy, Ravi Ashwin back in the team, and then the pace bowlers Harshit Rana, Jasprit Bumrah and Mohammad Siraj. 3 wickets in that first session for Mitchell Starc. I'm Andrew Moore, shortly to be joined by 2 very special guests. I believe this will be an emotional grandstand at lunch today, because we remember the life of Phil Hughes, who 10 years ago was lost to the game after a tragic on-field accident.
He bowled a bouncer. It hit Phil Hughes. Not 100% sure exactly where the impact was, but as soon as it did, he started to look a little dazed, and then he actually just started swaying and then fell sort of flat on his face.
It's not good news. It has been sadly confirmed that Philip Hughes has not recovered from that dreadful blow that felled him in the cricket match the other day at the SCG. And Cricket Australia have just announced that he's passed away.
Oh dear.
Words cannot express the loss we all feel as a team right now. Things are always put into perspective when you said, where else would you rather be, boys, but playing cricket for your country? He epitomised what the baggy green is about and what it means to us all. The world lost one of its great blokes this week, and we are all poorer for it.
It's just been an incredible week for 20-year-old Philip Hughes, named Bradman Young Cricketer of the Year, selected for the Australian squad to tour South Africa, and I'm delighted to say that Philip can join us online now. Philip, good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Oh, how have the last few days been? Has it been a bit surreal?
It definitely has been a bit surreal. Definitely had a couple of quiet beers.
99 not out, playing his second test. Down the track, hits the ball in the air, down towards long on, and he brings up his 100 with consecutive sixes. He's 105 not out. And the youngest man since Doug Walters, who was 9 days shy of his 20th birthday, 105 not out. His fate, a mere 132 deliveries, 17 fours, 2 sixes. A thrilling innings by Philip Hughes. There it is. First Australian cricketer ever to do that. 100 on debut. Philip Hughes in 123 balls.
We must dig in and get through to tea. And we must play on. So rest in peace, my little brother.
See you out in the middle.
was out for just 7. Caught by Smith, second slip off Stark. Shubman Gill made 31, LBW to Scott Boland. Rohit Sharma, LBW Boland for 3, batting down at number 6. And Rishabh Pant, the last man out, caught by Labuschagne, the gully, a ball that ballooned up as he tried to drop his hands to a ball that reared from Cummins. He was out for just 21. There has been a couple of missed chances. Boland thought that he had KL Rahul caught behind. Turned out that was a no ball. Later turned out there was actually nothing on Snicko. Cummins in again, or backing away is Reddy, and then the ball's ricocheted off his bat as he was backing away. So dead ball signalled by the umpire. Pretty late pull away. Not sure what distracted him behind the bowler's arm.
Well, if it went between slip and gully and you got 3 or 4, you'd go. Lovely shot.
Rick's suggesting it might have been a fly. There is actually a fly we can see on the TV screen buzzing around his grill. Now what happened to him here? Not sure there from the replay, but
it's a lovely shot, by the way.
A one-handed sort of deflection, very casual. Had his left arm held up as if to say, whoa, 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 left his right hand a bit horizontal with the bat dangling. Deflected away. That deep square leg has dropped back. That is Stark in front of the Bradman Pavilion. Comes in again. Oh, it's reared up nastily once more. This time, though, away over the top of Carey, down towards the side screen. Will it make the rope? It will. Dribbles for 4, but that's the kind of nasty delivery that can bring about another wicket.
Leg buys. So
right.
Off his arm.
Okay. Let's have another look. Dug in short. Well, that looked like glove to me.
That looks like glove to me. Yeah. So a little bit lucky there.
Now, is that something that the TV umpire can quickly radio down to the on-field umpire to say, change decision?
Well, they could, couldn't they?
As he's running through, he's even looking at the back of his glove.
Well, a few Indian players were doing that last week with the inside edge one.
Cummins in again. Turn past the square leg umpire out to Marsh. Jogged in from deep backward square. Single taken.
Speaking of that, did they call a no ball when they had that appeal for Boland a while ago? There was a referral. They didn't refer it. Was it a no ball? Stuart Clark and I were
the LBW shout.
Yeah.
I don't believe it was a no ball or anything was called. I think they just...
Well, it was a no ball on the replay.
Ah, right.
But they didn't call it. Is that right, Rick?
I heard a comment that there was a bit of foot behind the line. At the time, I didn't see it.
I was only aware that I think on replay it showed that Australia should have definitely reviewed that because it wasn't. There was no inside edge.
But it was a no ball.
First. Right. Okay. Eased out into the covers by Ashwin, and a single taken as Travis Head picks up in the deep.
It wasn't called a no ball.
But if they'd been reviewed, then they would have seen it was a no ball. If it actually was.
Yeah. So they reviewed it, right? And they showed it, and it was a no ball.
Okay.
But they didn't. What I'm saying is they didn't call it at the time. So when the umpire was supposed to be reviewing, he should have called a no ball anyway. Really.
Yes, before it even.
Yeah.
Let's see what you mean.
It's Stuart Clark and I go.
So essentially a no ball was missed. Is that what we think?
That's right. Yes. Not essentially.
It was missed. Cummins in as the sun is starting to get a little lower. Full driven up towards mid-off. Finds the fielder and there's no run. Travis Head is there. 6 for 118 is the score. Floodlights are on at Adelaide Oval. The cloud has been high most of the day. The odd spot of rain when I went outside at the end of the first session. But again, everything's lightened up again. Albeit the sun starting to make the shadows a little longer as it gets lower in the west, out towards the beaches. I wonder if we'll get one of those spectacular pink, purple, mauve Adelaide sunsets.
We will tonight, I think, yeah. What a beautiful evening, though.
It's been warm and sultry out there, very sweaty kind of day, quite close and humid. Reddy is on 11 from 24 balls, 2 slips and a gully as Cummins is in again. He did well to get in behind this one, thinks of a single, but thinks better of it. Cummins in his follow-through picks up and ensures that Reddy stays where he is. With a furious shout of no, no, no from Ashwin at the non-striker's end. It's an absolute pitcher on the ground at the moment. I'm sure there's a few out the back as well at this time of day.
Well, I can honestly say, Ali, I have been here at Test match when I've just finished playing, and I went out to the back before for a nice cordial, as the skipper would say, before the ball was bowled day one. I didn't see the Test match at all.
Not
at all.
I think that happens to quite a few people. Cummins moves in, and there's a bouncer swaying out of the way. He's ready, and he was looking reasonably accomplished out there at the moment, keeping Australia at bay as India are 6 for 118. 35 overs gone with this pink ball. Drinks will be brought out onto the field here at Adelaide. Ashwin's on 1, Reddy is on 11. This is Grandstand Cricket on ABC Sports.
Spend the holidays catching up with ABC iView.
It's going to be huge.
Go out with Miranda Otto from Ladies in Black.
You're going to need heels. I'd say 3 inches.
Host Kitty Flanagan from Fisk.
You're not the boss of me. I can do what I want.
Mingle with Michael Theo from Austin.
Oh, hello. Good to meet you.
Catch up with Asha Keddy and Brenton Cowell from Plum.
Oh, my love.
Oh, far.
And party with Deborah Mailman and Rachel Griffiths from Total Control.
I don't think I'm a party girl.
Always free, always entertaining. On ABC iView.
Your home of cricket.
Grandstand Cricket.
This is ABC Sports coverage of the cricket.
Boland into Rohit Sharma. Forward struck on the pad. Shapra LBW given. The captain's out. Boland strikes India, who were 1 for 69, now 5 for 87. The Devils number ends up being a blessing for Australia.
His punt on strike then. Cummins is in. Oh, that was reared up towards the slip corner. Into the hands of Labuschagne, and Panson's gone. The ball reared up. He couldn't control it. Ballooned in the air, and a simple catch for Labuschagne running forward from the gully region, and Pat Cummins is high-fiving everybody. That was the wicket they wanted.
Grandstand Cricket.
Australia and India, live from Adelaide Oval. On your radio, ABC Sport Digital, and the ABC Listen app.
Well, what a fast-moving day of Test cricket with India 6 for 118, having won the toss, electing to bat first. Jaiswal gone for a first ball of the game to Mitchell Starc. KL Rahul for 37. That triggered a collapse of 4 for 18. Kohli was out-caught at second slip by Steve Smith off Mitchell Starc for 7. Shubman Gill, LBW Boland for 31. Lunch 4 for 82 with Punt on 4 and Rohit Sharma 1. And as we just heard in the highlights, Rohit LBW to Scotty Boland for 3. And most recently, Rashid Pant caught at the gully by Marnus Labuschagne or Pat Cummins for 21 or 35 deliveries with 2 fours. The wicket falling at 109. I'm Andrew Moore alongside former Australian fast bowler Stuart Sarfraz Clark. Welcome back, Stewie. What a change it's been from the opening hour and a half.
Afternoon, evening, Indy, and everybody out there in Radio Land. It's in overdrive, this game at the moment, isn't it? It's full steam ahead. We're in 6th gear and it's flying along. Pat Cummins looking like he's got some nice rhythm. Watching a little bit of his last few overs, he's working up a nice head of steam all around that 140 mark, and Starc the same. Mitchell Marsh sort of getting in his job from the Riverbank stand end. So Australia really pushing hard here. It's very tactical at the moment, though, this game, because what do you do? Australia are going to bat in the most difficult time of all.
Potentially, yes.
On a wicket that's got a little bit of life in it at the moment still.
As I said before, it's a poison chalice. But I guess after you lose the toss, you've just got to worry about the bowling side first. Get them as cheaply as you can. As Mitchell Marsh is into Ravi Ashwin, Nick just past the diving gully. And that ball will fly away for a fortuitous boundary for Ravi Ashwin down through third man. And Mitchell Marsh exasperated in his follow-through. It just evaded McSweeney's lunge. And 6 for 122, Ashwin's to 5.
Yeah, very full delivery, and Ashwin threw his hands at it, trying to work it through the cover region. Big thick edge. Would have probably gone straight to third slip and hit him in the stomach. McSweeney, valiant effort, good effort going away to his left. Been a few of those for Australia today. They've sort of just flown in the gap.
Mitchell Marsh, 5 wickets this year, an average of just over 30, best of 2 for 12. That happened in the first innings of the first test. And he's on his way again with 2 slips in the gully. Bowls to Ashwin, who's forward, much more compactly this time. And he runs it to Scotty Boland at mid-on for a dot ball.
I think Ashwin will be far more comfortable up against Mitchell Marsh than he will coming down this end having to face Pat Cummins.
That sounds more than fair.
Yeah, I don't blame him for that, by the way, but getting a replay here, probably a no ball, is it? Yes, it is.
Yeah, Mitchell Marsh.
Posthumously called.
6 for 123 with that no ball. Ravi Ashwin tapping the bat, looks up, sees Marsh on his way, and he doesn't offer outside the off stump. Through it goes to Alex Carey. But we know the damage Ravi Ashwin can do. A number of test centuries. Again, 38 years of age now, Ravi Ashwin, but Boys, because many teams around the world headaches with his bat coming in low in the order.
He has, not so much in this part of the world, in India, where the conditions are far more batting friendly or spin friendly. He's a good player of spin. Several test hundreds across the course of his illustrious career, for over 500 test wickets. But Australia got to break through this partnership and then get into Raina, Bumrah and Siraj.
Marsh into Ashwin, and he lost this just over the head of Boland at mid-on. Actually, give him more credit, he struck it better than I thought. Ball trickling away to the boundary. Boland in pursuit will pick it up about 2 metres in from the fence, and the batters will come back for a third run. So Ravi Ashwin basically chipped that over the infield. He's now 8, and India 6 for 126.
I think Pat Cummins has got to go back to his main men here. Get Scotty Boland, who just chased that ball. I know he's bowled a few overs, but Australia got a real chance to knock them over very cheaply here.
And a 40 or 50 run partnership could be massive.
In the context of this match, if you're looking, and we were talking out the back of Darren Lehman, myself, Glenn McGrath, what's enough? Well, 170 might be enough just to first innings wise.
Marsh bowls outside of stump, ready doesn't offer, just watched it through to the keeper. 17 already this partnership, which again sounds like very little, and it is. But when you're 6 for 126 against an Australian side who was bundled out for 104 in the first innings in Perth, and a few of their players, Stewie, under enormous pressure in that top and middle order.
Yeah, they certainly are. The game's going, but we're all just thinking about what's happening once the lights take effect, because it makes such a massive difference in this match. It's almost trying to get as quickly as you can and then bowl or bat through the nines.
Marsh bowls to Reddy, and he's forward defending down to McSweeney at Gully on the bounce the whole way. And it remains 6 for 126. Warm, muggy day in Adelaide. Temperatures in the low 30s today. The lights have been on since the dinner break. It's a hazy, overcast day. We did have some rain in that big break, but only very light, and the covers were on for about 10 minutes. No play lost. And we're into the 36th over of the Indian innings.
Are we happy calling it the big break? What do we think?
Not. I think it's a dinner break followed by a tea break.
Can't really be a dinner break, though, at 4 o'clock.
4:30.
Well, who's having dinner other than, well, you?
Marsh bowls to Reddy, and he shoulders arms. Through it goes to the keeper to end the over. 6 for 126 India, with Nitish Reddy on 11 and Ravi Ashwin 8. Mitchell Marsh now 3 overs. No wickets for 18 here in this middle session. I'd go with dinner and tea, because some people call lunch dinner.
Yeah, but dinner's 6 o'clock, right? This is 4 o'clock. We need to come up with a name. We might have to spend some time thinking about this, about what we call this, because the big break.
That sounds a bit.
Not sure. It's not for me.
You're not a big break kind of guy. You like giving big breaks to people, but
I give a lot of people a break.
Just not sitting through one.
No. I'll have a think about it. I'll have something for my next stint.
I look forward to it very much.
And I would say, I talked to you about it at Grandstand at Stumps, but I'll be back in my room by the time you're on.
Don't even talk to the hand. You are the greatest proponent of Grandstand at Stumps, and you've brushed us. Here comes Cummins. Bowls to Ravi Ashwin, who flicks this away uppishly through mid-wicket. Ball's heading to the boundary. Stark in pursuit will pick it up again just shy of that mid-wicket rope. And because it's much shorter square of the wicket, they get a couple of runs, and Ravi Ashwin into double figures. He's 10 off 9 deliveries, 6 for 128. On the text line, 0467 920 222 is the number. G'day team, loving the call. It's getting me through this mild day of 46 degrees up here at Brockman Iron Ore Operations, 45k west of Tom Price, Cairn, Australia, says Chris of Northcliffe in WA. That's hot.
That's warmst.
We can't whinge anymore about the heat.
Not that hot here.
Can't believe you're brushing Grandstand at Stumps. Here comes Cummins. Bowls, and Ashwin is getting a short delivery that he awkwardly shies away from as it goes through to Alex Carey at chin high.
So the Australians with Ravi Ashwin, well, the target, I think, if you do any scouting on Ravi Ashwin, do any research, short ball, not particularly where he's the most comfortable. So,
well, remember the last day of that Sydney test that they held on for a draw, and he was being peppered.
He got peppered
and
on
survived.
A very slow wicket. This one's got a lot of pace in it, and he's come out and he's not holding back Ravi. He's going to try and take this game on. He gets anything in his half, he's trying to hit it for 4. So
Cummins in his 11th over has 1 for 32. 2 slips at Gully. Backward point mid off on the offside, and Ashwin doesn't find any of them. He just defends back to the bowler. There's also a mid on a square leg and a deep fine leg.
Yeah, I think they'll be looking to keep it fairly back of the length. Anything full, you've seen Ashwin, he's already chipped one down the ground to over mid-on. The first ball of the over, he tried to work away over the top of square leg and didn't quite get it, but it still went 4/5 of the way to the boundary.
So, again, so different your outlook and your expectations with a pink ball test. But with this pitch, normally would you say it's going to get easier to bat on over the next couple of days, or will it have a bit of
I think it's
life in it?
I think it's got life in it. I really do.
Cummins bowls to Ashwin, who's on the drive, and it goes wide of Mitchell Starc at mid-on, heading towards the boundary. He's timed that beautifully, Ravi Ashwin, and it is a boundary. He's 14, India's 6 for 132.
And again, another example. Anything in his half, Ravi Ashwin sort of made the decision, look, I'm probably going to get one with my name on it here. If it's up, I'm taking it on. And probably the best, given what's to come, they can't just sort of bat nothing happen, right? Unless they try to get to the right time. They may as well try and score a few as well. And there's half an hour now, just on probably a little bit more than that till the little break.
The mini break.
There's a mini break. So Fielder now at mid-on, gone to sort of, I don't know what position that is.
Here's Cummins bowling to Ashwin on 14, and off the back foot he turns it off his hip down to square leg, quickly through for the single. Marsh has a shy at the non-striker's end, and I think it comes off the body of Ashwin, so they don't go for an overthrow, as Travis said, recovers it midway to the long off boundary, but Ashwin gets another. He's 15 off 13, 6 for 133.
Yeah, Mitchell Starc then was sort of feeling, he was a deep mid-wickety on type fielder, like sort of not even halfway to the boundary, but
it's about 2/3.
It's about I don't know where it was. He was just in hope that Ravi Ashwin was going to chip one up in the air down there, which may well have happened, but not your orthodox type feel.
So now it is Reddy on strike. Nitish Kumar Reddy, who's a very attractive player, but he's 11 off 29. Square leg comes in. Do we get a bouncer here? Cummins bowls to him. No, it's full of length, and he pushes it straight to Labuschagne at cover for a dot ball to win the over. The 11th from Cummins. He has 1 for 37. India 6 for 133. Reddy 11. Ashwin 15. And this partnership with 24 of 26 deliveries. This Reddy, he's so impressive. He's 21. He likes to slather and whack.
Yeah,
but he's not just a slogger, but here he's really showing some discipline.
Well, he's playing within his means. He watched him bat a little bit now, watched him bat in Perth, so a little bit in the Prime Minister's game earlier in the week. He's got some ability. He's a big player for India in the future, you would have thought. Bowls as well.
Cummins sticking with Mitchell Marsh here from the Riverbank stand end in front of us. Great sight, this ground, when it's got 40,000 people in it.
Not sure about the Australian over rate today. It's been
terrible.
37 overs.
Everyone and their dogs had a say about it, so I don't want to go too into it. As Mitchell Marsh is in bowling to Ravi Ashwin, and he's on the drive, but can't beat mid-wicket. Diving save by Nathan Lyon to keep the score at 6 for 133. Because often the argument against the over rate is, look, if it's an entertaining day, it doesn't matter. But you look at that first session where there are only 23 overs, you're still robbing the fans of basically 7 overs of entertainment.
Correct.
Speaking of entertainment, what about the back of this ground and how good it looks with all the marquees up and everything?
Do you even think they know the people at the marquees out the back of the ground even know what the score is?
There's thousands out there.
Half the crowd's out there.
And a few might be in the land of Nod already. Might have had an early start. Everything's got a bit of pride and emotional.
All those guys, when we got here this morning, they were standing at the front of that pub. They're asleep in that marquee area now.
Well, pleasant dreams. There's plenty of action going on right before us, though, as Marsh is into Ashwin, who flicks this away off his pads, down through square leg for 4, and no doubter. Over pitching Mishmash, and Ashwin whipped him away for another boundary as he races to 19. And India 6 for 137, now 28-run partnership.
It's scary for Australia. He's actually starting to time them quite nicely here, Ravi Ashwin. It was a bit scratchy early on. At that time there, he just picked that one up. It was a straightish delivery. He just flicked it away over the top and mid-on.
Almost a short wicket jab, wasn't it?
He's getting himself in line with the stumps. So anything at the stumps and full is just going over square leg.
He's hit 3 boundaries, 19 or 15 deliveries. Marsh in again, and Ashwin is playing a cover drive. It ends up with Cummins at a wide mid-off for a dot ball.
I think Australia needs to bowl a little bit wider to Ravi Ashwin here. Get him trying to drive through the covers. He might get 1 or 2. There's a no ball called.
It is.
Again.
6 for 138 now. Another no ball. How many is that in the innings so far, Rick? No balls for Australia. That's 4 now. Thanks, mate. On the text line, good afternoon, Andrew and the team. It's Ben. Why don't we just call it Little Lunch and Big Lunch? That's easy. Well, that takes me back, Ben.
But it's the wrong way around, Ben. That's the problem with it.
Big lunch and little lunch.
Yeah, but it's
Marsh bowls to Ashwin, who's defending this time. Straight to cover, and it remains 6 for 138. So you're not happy with that either?
No. It's got to be the right way around. It's like school. You don't have big lunch, then little lunch at school, do you?
Well, if your school started up past 2 in the afternoon, you might. Was lunch any good? I haven't had it yet.
Haven't you?
No.
Yeah, it was nice.
Okay. Did I see a chicken dish?
There was a chicken dish in there, yes.
Beautiful. Should still be nice and warm for me after this dip. 6 for 138. Ravi Ashwin on strike. Square leg goes back. There's a deep backward square, a mid-on, mid-off cover. Backward point, gully and 2 slips as Marsh bowls, and Ashwin works it away off his pads again. Does he get enough on it for 4? No, there's a very good stop by Mitchell Starc. Just in from the boundary rope. They come back for a second run, as he did well to parry the ball in before his body struck that rope. And it's 2 more runs for Ravi Ashwin.
I think they might check this just in case his foot didn't. He was very close to the rope. It was a good piece of fielding moving away to his left-hand side. They'll have a check on the replay here just to make sure his foot's not touching the rope, which it doesn't look like. Well, I can't really tell from that angle.
The ball got stuck in his hand.
Yeah, I reckon he's touching the rope now.
Well, yeah, that's a close thing.
Yeah,
you might need another angle.
Need another angle. So, interestingly, I just typed in my phone, which is sitting in front of me, and a
Big
name.
lunch, little lunch?
No, a name for an afternoon gathering.
Yes. What have you got?
Tea party. Not sure we can call it the tea party.
If you don't like big breaks, I can't imagine you falling over yourself about the tea party.
All right, well, let's break for the tea party now.
So what then do we call the little break?
I haven't got that fade. I've got to come up with the tea. I've got to come up with the name for the afternoon break.
So Ravi Ashwin gets 2 runs. He's 21, 6 for 140. Great bit of fielding by Starc. Marsh bowls to him again, and he's forward defending on the offside towards cover.
The matinee? No, that's not going to work either, is it?
I think so far from anything you're coming up with, big break is 10 lengths in front.
Post-meridian break?
The PMB. Yeah, no, keep looking.
Not giving me a lot, this phone, I've got to say.
If you're relying on Google for this answer, I think you'll be here for a while. Albeit not a grandstand at stumps, we could have explored it then, but you brushed it. Darren Lehman will be there, Glenn McGrath will be there. Here's Marsh bowling to Ashwin, who again works it off his pads down towards Starc at deep backward square for a single, and that means he'll keep the strike. He's 22 off 20. Valuable runs. India 6 for 141 at the end of the over. Marsh's 4 overs have cost 26 runs. You're on Grandstand Cricket right here on ABC Sport, and coming in, Mr. Producer, Ben Cameron. He's in next on Grandstand Cricket.
You're listening to ABC Sports coverage of Test cricket on ABC Radio,
ABC Sport Digital Radio,
and the ABC Listener. Your home of cricket.
Well, Skaggs, one of my mum's favourites. Lido, 6 for 141. India, they won the toss, selected to bat first. And Australia would be relatively pleased so far. Having said all of that, they might be facing a new ball under lights, Stuart Clark.
Yeah, they might be, and 6 for 141. Imagine Australia will get through to the little break and then come out, and India, they're scoring quite quickly. Ravi Ashwin in particular, he's 22 off 20 balls.
He's on the strike here. Mitchell Starc rumbles in and bowls wide of the off stump, and Ashwin lets it go through, stands tall as he does.
They really need to keep the ball away from the stumps from Ravi Ashwin. Anything at the stumps, he's just picking up, almost drop kicking it over the onside. So the more he does of that, the quicker he'll score, because the ball's racing away for 4 every time. Anything outside the stumps, you get the feeling he's going to flay at, and it's going to bring a catch in one of these 5 men that are standing between first slip and sort of backwardy point. It's going to go quickly, but Lyon being the squarest at a backwardy point type fielder, he may get a couple through the cover region, but I think that's their best chance of picking him up.
2 slips, 2 gully, and that backwardy point, as Stuart Clark put it. Starc bowls a very full straight delivery, struck him on the pad, he's out. The finger goes up. Ashwin wants to check it. Mitchell Starc is having a little bit of a giggle.
Well, he's referred it pretty quickly here, is Ravi Ashwin. Did him all ends up with a super Yorker. It looked like it tailed back into his toe. Ravi Ashwin was falling across, hit him on the big toe, on probably the left boot. He went upstairs pretty quickly, thinking he may have hit it. I think he went that quickly. So, but I think it's more in hope than anything else. It looked very, very adjacent from where I'm sitting.
Where did the ball squirt away to? Did it go
Square
down
leg.
towards?
Square leg.
Yeah. Just wondering whether that suggests that maybe there was a little bit of bat involved. It doesn't look like it. Hits him right on the foot. The bat's nowhere near it. Right in front of middle.
You know, when you look at that, right, he should just start walking off now. There's no point staying around, Ravi. That's crashing into middle.
That's hit him on the tongue of the shoe, at the bottom of the pad, in line with middle. It swung away too. Come right back in, and that's hitting middle 2/5 of the way up.
That's lower than the one Shubman Gill. That hit him lower on the pad than Shubman Gill's one.
It didn't even hit the pad, it hit the tongue of the shoe.
I'm not sure why he referred that. Maybe he thought he was outside the line of off stump, or it was sliding down. Perhaps, I don't know. But yeah, Ravi Ashwin, whirlwind innings, 22 off 21 or 22 deliveries. He's been dismissed, and India lose their 7th wicket for 141.
Ashwin trudges off. Mitchell Starc sees the funny side in all of it.
He got 4 for 39. I'd be happy too. Mitchell Starc, he's been a absolute destroyer for the Australians today, getting the ball. That one shaped back beautifully down the line of the stumps.
Is that a little bit of a concern? It's getting towards night time.
Yeah.
6:33 local time. The lights are on, and that is an old ball. 38.2 overs, and it's hooped like a new ball.
Yeah, it's hooped. Reddy's made his way to the middle. There was a bit of byplay between these two in the Test match in Perth. Mitchell Starc, I think, saying I've got a good memory, if I'm right in saying. I think it was Reddy that was bowling at the time. Bit of chin music to start up early.
So Rana, who's come to the crease,
might be Rana. Rana. So
Reddy's already there, 11 not out.
If I'm Mitchell Starc, I'm saying pretending I'm going to bowl at his face, and I'm bowling the same ball again, because I reckon that's out.
Well, they're sending the square leg back to the boundary.
See? KGC, this is good. I'm going to bowl you a bouncer.
So you think the bluff?
I'm thinking Fullen at the stage. But if he bowls the ball he bowled last over, it's either LBW or bowled.
Starc looking for 5. 2 slips, 2 gullies, 2 back. He goes wide outside the off stump, and Rana flushes at it through to Carey. Throw down around the bootlaces for Carey.
He tried to bowl that way too fast, Mitchell Starc. Lost all his shape with his action. Opened up and just splayed it away wide outside off stump. But yeah,
his back foot, Rana was going back towards the square leg umpire.
The ball was 2 foot outside off stump, and he was going towards umpire square leg. Mitchell Starc, I think, Rana's trying to, you can see he's very open with his stance, trying to keep his front pad out of the way, which is probably a good thing. Have a look upstairs.
The Aussies are pressing. Starc bounds in again, bowls now to Rana, a short ball, he just ducks underneath it. Got down late. A little wry smile from Mitch Starc. Recapping the day, India, they won the toss, they elected to bat. Started poorly for them. Jaiswal out off the very first delivery of the day. 4th time in Test cricket here in Australia that has happened. KL Rahul had a number of lives, or 2. He was out off a no ball, then he was dropped on 2. He was eventually out for 37. Shubman Gill went for 31. Virat Kohli came and went for 7. Rishabh Pant, a little rearguard action, out for 21. And Rohit Sharma a short time ago out for 3. Starc bowling now. Bowled him! Rana plays all around it on the drive. And that is 5 for Mitchell Starc. Starc at his absolute destructive best. 5 for 39, India 8 for 141.
And it's the ball he had to bowl. If he bowled it first ball, probably the same result. It just tailed back down the line. Rana trying to play a big, expansive drive. Missed it by about 3 inches, and it crashed into the bottom of off stump. Big, fast in-swinger from the big left armour. As you said, Benny, he's picked up his 5th wicket, and he looks like destroying the Indian tail. Well, that's hooped. That is absolutely hooped. There's a couple of top-order Australian batters that are sitting there going, oh, no.
I'm starting to worry for the Australian top order, because this is a 39-over old ball that he's swinging around corners. And Jasprit Bumrah is about to have a new ball in his hand under lights.
Usman Khawaja just standing at first slip. Poor old Nathan McSweeney, he's nervous as as you can imagine. Rick.
This is Mitchell Stark's third spell of the day, and each time he's taken a wicket in the first over of that spell.
That's a Michelle for you as well. That's a five for you too, man. You got 5 wickets to hold the ball up. You're a batting team's worst nightmare in the commentary.
We're a wicket-taking duo. Stu Clark, we've been in the wickets today, haven't we?
We actually have. Here we go. Let's see what they're going with. They've got deep point in and deep square leg. So they're trying to protect the runs. 3 slips, a gully, and Mitchell Stark steaming in from the fig tree end.
Here he comes, head of steam. Stark left arm over the wicket, bowling to Bumrah, who keeps it out. Didn't look totally convincing, rehearses the stroke. He'll be eager to bowl. Jasprit Bumrah. He just about might kick them over to get the ball in his hand. 8 for 141 India. Reddy is 11 not out. Bumrah, the new batter, is yet to get off the mark, and Stuart Clark will step out in a moment. For Sunil Gavaskar, maybe one more over.
Well, I think I want to see Scotty Boland. I'm going to cheer on Scotty Boland for one more over here. He's warming up from the Riverbank stand end. The destroyer.
Mitchell Stark heading down to beneath the scoreboard. Getting a strong reception.
Getting a big round of applause down there. Big Mitch. Always good when you went down the boundary, got a wicket. They'd always give you a cheer. Not so much when you didn't bowl an over. Didn't bowl a good over. You copped a little bit of grief.
Was it the MCG on, well, not on Boxing Day, but a Boxing Day test when you ran through India?
I can't remember. Oh, yeah, probably.
False modesty.
Rick can tell us. I can't.
Did you head down to
Bay
13?
I don't know if it was Boxing Day. I can't remember that.
Maybe I got that wrong. Wouldn't be the first time. 2 slips in a gully. Deep point, deep square leg, bowling from the Riverbank stand end. Bowling here to Reddy, who's comfortably forward, pushing out through point.
And
won't
farming
take the single.
And farming the strike. Interesting. So, did I see a message that Jim said he's good to come and you said, no, I've got this, stay at home? Is that right?
That's not true.
I'm getting wickets. We don't need you.
I took medication and a sports drink to our skipper today.
When?
This morning, when he told me he wasn't feeling well.
You tried to pep him up, did you?
I did.
What was in that sports drink? He got no better, he got worse.
I'm absolutely the 12th man. I took a sports drink and medication. Boland, right arm over the wicket again. Driving is Reddy on the up, clubs it. Over mid-off, and it will skip away to the rope for 4. Liam Reddy is thinking hit out or get out.
It's a cracking shot, pitched up there by Scotty Boland, and Reddy just got underneath it and hit it to wideish mid-off, but enough power. A lot of bottom hand in that stroke, but certainly got it up in the air. And the outfield was like absolute lightning around the Adelaide Oval here this year. So it was a bit slow in Perth. Didn't really get to the boundary, but racing around across the outfield here today.
8 for 145. Atish Kumar Reddy getting busy. 15 not out. 2 slips in a gully as Boland tries again. And Reddy on the crease, just defending very securely out to that cover fielder. Bumrah yet to get off the mark, has only faced 1 delivery.
You get the feeling he's going to try and take the next one on. So if it's up and it's full, he'll go again. And then try and get one off one of the last 2 balls to get back on strike. Leave Bumrah a ball to face.
Did you ever get to farm the strike with anyone?
Me?
Yeah.
Did you see me bat?
I did.
One day I was batting with Pidge.
Did you bat with Huss?
I had to bat with Pidge a few times. I had to farm it from him.
Here comes Boland again. Runs away from us in the Riverbank stand, and Reddy very watchfully takes the ball off middle, just knocks it down towards mid-on where Head picks it up.
I'll tell you one story. We were playing a Shield game, 16 overs in the last hour. Yeah. And then the last hour, except it goes on time.
Yeah.
And Dougie Bollinger came in. We were 9 down for some reason, and we were trying to save the game. So I farmed the strike for the 16th over, right? And I said, last ball the over. I went, no, game. I went to shake hands, and the umpire said, no, there's still 3 minutes to go. So they had to bowl another over, and I had to watch Dougie face 6 balls, thank goodness, against Michael Kasprowicz.
So you did farm the strike?
Yeah, I did, yeah.
Boland, in and bowling, down the track comes Reddy, hits him back down the ground. Cummins turns and chases after it. It will pitch and bounce and dribble. And in the end, they will get
1.
Yeah,
he wants to get down, trying to keep on strike, so.
1 ball he needs Bumrah to successfully navigate.
What do you do if you're Bumrah here? Tee it up?
free hit.
Well, I think Bumrah would be pretty eager to bowl. He wouldn't be too worried, would he?
He's not captain anymore. He can do it. He's under no stress at all. He gets out, he goes, I'm a bowler.
8 for 146.
That's what players say now. They get, I'm trying to move the game forward.
Yeah. It's a good excuse, isn't it?
But in my day, you got abused by the captain for playing a bad shot. Now you just say, I'm trying to move the game forward.
Greg and Jules from up north. We're sitting on our porch watching a storm on the Flinders Range, listening to the call on the radio with the sound of light rain on our tin roof, having a cool drink after a warm day. Loving the call. 2 slips, 2 gullies. Bowl and bowls and forward defending. Rock solid from Jasprit Bumrah. He sees off Scotty Boland. So Nitish Kumar Reddy will have the strike again. 8 for 146 are India after 40 overs as Stuart Clark steps out. And the original little master, Sunil Gavaskar, steps in. Sonny,
Deja vu.
Deja vu.
Deja vu. What happened in Perth? 150 all out, and then 7 wickets down of Australia by the end of the day's play. We've got another, half an hour to go before the supper interval.
Supper? You're calling it supper?
Well, that's what I was told. It's a supper. Dinner. Supper interview, and then I think another couple of hours, so anything can happen.
Then I don't like the look on his Sonny's face when he says that. He's looking quite happy about it.
I mean, Jaiswal got a duck in Perth, got 160 in the second. He got a duck here. What's there to be
Are you nervous for the Aussies about the new ball under lights?
Yes, exactly. And if Jasprit Bumrah is going to be bowling under the lights, pink ball, looking forward to that.
We'll be ready on strike. Mitchell Starc, who's got 5 for 39. 4 out in the deep, 2 slips. Starc bowling, and he's clubbing him over cover. It might have gone all the way. How's that for a shot? Nitish Kumar Reddy, inside out over cover for 6. Off Mitchell Starc, if you don't mind.
Well, he's a special talent. We've seen him in the IPL, and he was really terrific in the IPL. Then the selection committee, and Ajit Agarkar has to be given credit for it. The man who bowled and got 6 wickets when the Indian team won here in 2011-12 maybe, if I got the, maybe 2007-8, and he picked him. And he's picked in the test squad, batted really well in the first test, both innings, top scored in the first innings. And now look at the way he's batting with so much confidence.
Starc tries again to Reddy, a very full straight delivery, mistimes the on drive. That twists in his hands as he plays it down to Pat Cummins. So a deep square leg. It's not really a fine leg, it's more of a deep backward square. They've also got a third man down on the boundary and a backward point on the boundary, Nathan Lyon, who's signing some autographs. Reddy looking to score where he can and farm the strike otherwise, Sonny.
Yes, I think that is what he's going to do. Bumrah can stick around. The last time India played here, when India was dismissed for 36, he came in as the night watchman at number 3.
Starc rumbles in again. Left arm over the wicket to Reddy, who drives it back to him on the bounce, taken by Starc in his follow-through. Little crowd catch there.
And so anybody who comes into bat at number 3 means he's a decent bat. I mean, he might not be able to score runs, but at least he can hang around. And that's what we've seen from Bumrah.
How do you feel about farming the strike? I know you batted at the very top, but did you bat with the tail and carry your bat very often? Sonny, how did you feel about it?
Well, I think it takes something special. I wasn't very good at maths, so I couldn't count the number of deliveries bowled in the over.
Reddy picks up his bat, awaits Starc, who delivers a short ball. Gets stuck somewhere between an uppercut and a pull, and in the end misses it through to Carey. 8 for 152 India.
So I depended on the non-striker to let me know when it was the 4th or the 5th ball.
Well, the umpire should tell you anyway.
Yeah, I guess so.
The non-striker, and they'll let you know.
But it was one of the superstitions not to ask the umpires anything. No, don't ask the umpires for any favors, excepting when it came to giving you out or not out. Well, that's a nasty bouncer, eh?
Did you have many superstitions?
Not many, but that was one of them.
Reddy awaiting Starc again, arriving now. And another short ball that shows a little bit of tennis ball bounce and called a wide. Well over the head there of Nitish Kumar Reddy. 2 balls to come in the over. 8 for 153 India, Reddy on 22. Jasprit Bumrah, who I'm sure will have something to say later tonight with the new ball under lights, is not out at the other end.
Just looking back, Ben, it's been 5 years since Mitchell Starc has taken a 5-wicket haul in Australia in tests.
How long, sorry?
5 years.
5 years.
5 for 52 at Perth against New Zealand, 2019-20.
Quite the wait. Past the umpire he goes now to Reddy. Short ball in the armpit, fends it away. Backward of square down towards fine leg. Carries out after it. Builds it with his foot. The Australian keeper keeps the gloves on, just a single. So happy to let Jasprit Bumrah try and see out the end of this over. Reddy on 23, India 8 for 154.
Yes, I think Reddy's walking down, speaking to Jasprit Bumrah, probably encouraging him to maybe get more onto the front foot, because you have a situation where he's getting the ball to curl back and he's gone round the wicket now, Mitchell Starc.
Just changing the field as well. They're going to bring in that deep square leg. Mitchell Marsh is coming into a leg slip position. And they're going with the deep backward point, deep backward square. 2 slips, 2 gullies, and a leg slip, and a short mid-wicket. Starc around the wicket to Bumrah. Has him standing tall, fending it off out towards a vacant point region. But they won't take the single. And that is the end of the Starc over. So India 8 for 154. Bumrah yet to get off the mark, but surviving and Reddy on 23.
Yes, I think this is what farming the strike is all about. Take a single of the 4th or the 5th ball and hope that your number 10 and 11 can block the ball away. That's exactly what Jasprit Bumrah has done. Reddy is capable of playing some big shots, and if he can get square of the wicket, those square boundaries are that much smaller compared to the straight boundaries. The straight boundaries here are amazingly long, and I remember having a fielder in my team way back in 1980-81.
Yes,
where we were actually praying that the fielder would kick the ball over the boundary, because the Australians were going for the 5th run. So if he kicked the ball over the boundary,
take the 4 instead of the 5.
Yeah.
Well, a shout out to ill leader Jim Maxwell. He doesn't like it when people call it a maximum. Sonny, when there's a 6, Scott Boland begins a new over from the Riverbank stand end. Bowling here to Reddy, who's rock solid in that forward defensive. Bat and pad close together to a good length delivery from Scott Boland, because he makes the point that people can run, he says, infinity. As long as it stays out there, they can keep running.
Yeah, that's true. I mean, if the ball gets lost, as they say, somewhere, and you can keep on running. We play a tournament in Mumbai called the Kanga League, which is a monsoon weather tournament, where the grass is, about a foot high, and the ball gets lost in that.
Boland, right arm over again to Reddy. Reverse sweep, puts it away high down towards third man, and it's going all the way again. Nitish Kumar Reddy is reaching deep into his bag of tricks.
That is an incredible shot. That is a shot which shows the fearlessness of the young. Playing only his 2nd test match, he reverse scoops Scott Boland for a 6. And it's a long boundary there. So he's used the pace of Scott Boland, given it a little thump of his own, and got 6 runs. What a shot.
8 for 160. Reddy is doing it all. He's awaiting Boland again, flicking it fine this time. This will zip away down to fine leg for 4.
Once again, innovative. This time around, moving up towards the off stump. If the previous ball he had gone a little bit to the leg side to be able to play that reverse scoop, this time he's moved a little bit to the offside and then helped the ball to the leg side boundary. This is very good batting, very clever batting as well.
This is the modern way, isn't it?
It is.
Sonny?
It is absolutely.
The reverse
what a delight! What a delight to watch.
Going with a very very fine third man. One slip. 3 out at the moment. As Boland tries again, down the track comes Reddy. Lost it over cover. Cummins with work to do from mid-off. This will pitch. It won't reach the boundary. They'll take 2 more. Reddy along to 35. India, 8 for 166. And these are handy runs before they bowl with the new ball under lights. No ball as well.
Yes, very, very handy runs. But what he needs to watch out for is that he doesn't get carried away, because Bumrah is doing his job at the non-striker's end. Yes, maybe if number 11 Siraj, who really can't bat, if he comes into bat, then maybe you look to hit just about every ball out of the park. But Bumrah can stick around with him. So what Nitish Reddy has to do is not get carried away. There was an element of risk with this shot, not with the earlier 2 6 and boundary.
Boland, the try again to Reddy. Who's pulling this time? High out into the deep. Fielder on the rope. Will try and take it. Can't at 6. Lyon trying to flick it back into play. 6 more for Nitish Kumar Reddy. And he is taking down the Australian attack. 8 for 173. This is inventive. This is incredible from Reddy here at the Adelaide Oval.
Yes, he was expecting the short ball, and that's what he got into position very, very quickly. The square boundaries are small, and they've been brought in 10 meters.
Boland in and bowling. This time he gives himself some room and just pushes out through point. Will take the single. And that means Jasprit Bumrah needs to survive 1 delivery. 8 for 174. This is a masterclass in farming the strike from Nitish Kumar Reddy.
Yes, and also a masterclass in how to play those innovative shots. Another no ball being bowled. So which will mean that Bumrah will have to play 2 deliveries instead of 1 delivery.
Maybe not a bad result for Australia there. They get 2 balls at Bumrah and brings about a change in the field. So going to have the 2 slips, almost a 4 slip, then the gully, a leg slip as well. Boland arrives now to bowl. Bumrah turns it around the corner and doesn't take the single. So he'll remain on strike as Lyon tracks it into the outfield.
I've got to say that, Pat Cummins was the captain of the Hyderabad team for which Nitish Reddy plays. So
yeah.
He would know a fair bit about young Nitish Reddy.
It does feel like a product of the IPL era.
Yes, absolutely.
And the way he's playing this Test match at the moment. Boland runs away from the Riverbank stand. Bowls to Reddy. Or Bumrah rather, who just defends this one out towards square leg to end the over. So Bumrah does his job. Reddy will be on strike for the next over. Reddy's 42 not out. India 8 for 175. And Corbin Middlemass is about to come in and join Sunil Gavaskar.
Your home of cricket. This is ABC Sports coverage of the cricket.
Thank you, Ben. Hello, Rick. Hello, Sonny.
Hi there.
Nice to see you. You've been making headlines again, I see, in between Test matches.
Yeah, just a little tickle here and there.
Just keeping the news cycle ticking along.
Absolutely. I mean, what do you do for 10 days? You've got to keep yourself a little bit busy as well. When you have a break like this, never had a break like this when I was playing. We were either playing a county team, or we were playing a state team, or we were playing a country 11 team, or travelling.
8 for 175. So Nitish Kumar Reddy, 42 of 46. So he's made contributions now in all 3 hits. 2 in Perth. He's really throwing the blade around here, causing some pain for the Aussies, who are going to have to bat the setting sun here at Adelaide Oval very shortly. They've got India 8 down, 175 on the board. India, their tail is wagging. Here comes Stark, pushing across the right-hander, and Reddy drives. Can he break cover? Yes. Gets it past Khawaja, but turns down the single. Out into the deep.
Yes, he doesn't want Bumrah to play 5 deliveries from Stark. Stark has already taken a 5-er, and this could possibly be the last over that Stark bowls off his spell. So I think Nitish Reddy doesn't want Bumrah to be exposed to Stark at all. This is very good thinking. A very mature approach this, looking to score off the first 4-5 deliveries and then working a single. Very, very mature batting this from young Reddy.
3/4 of the ground covered in the shadows. The sun starts to set behind those western grandstands as Stark on his way in again to Reddy. A Yorker, he digs it out, squirts it down to fine leg, turns down the single again as Boland retrieves the pink ball. 8 for 175. What did you do between the test matches? I saw you were over in Melbourne on a certain television show.
Yes, I did that show and then I came back and then I've been really chilling. Me and my wife, we've been just exploring a little bit of Adelaide. So just taking it easy.
It's another no ball, by the way, so add another one to that tally. Gee, we've had a lot of no's today. Rick Finlay.
Yeah, that's right. Every no ball is helping India. They've got to 176.
7 now.
7.
177 now. 176.
This time from Stark, Boland's committed a lot of them. 8 for 176. Here comes Stark to Reddy. He square drive as he squirts it down to third man. No run. There's McSweeney who does the fielding. The television show was good, though, for people that watch the front bar. I cracked a few gags in there. Nice little appearance.
Yeah, I had fun. I really had fun. Lovely guys. And before the show started, I just, the audience that was there, I sort of requested them to bear with my English.
Your English is better than theirs, I think. It's outstanding. Told some good gags. Spoke about the time that you got sledged on the field. You said you only got sledged once.
Yes. Yeah.
Who was it by? For people that missed it?
Merv Hughes.
I'll get you to relive this exchange for us as Stark's on his way in. Bowls to Reddy. Oh, he tries to whip the ball off his hip, plays and misses and flashes down the leg side to Carey. 8 for 176.
Yeah, that was the right ball for him because he got inside the line so quickly, so nicely. Wasn't the quickest of Mitchell Stark's bounces, simply because now he's coming to the end of a long spell. The earlier bounces he had bowled were very, very accurate. In fact, not really bounces, but short kicking deliveries, which got rid of KL Rahul and Virat Kohli. Terrific deliveries, both those deliveries. But now maybe getting just a little bit tired, Mitchell Stark.
He's got 5 already. Field well spread. Back protecting boundaries behind the wicket on the offside and the leg side. Mid-off's back too. Stark to Reddy, and he's in behind it. Just digs it out on the leg side, and there's no run. 8 for 176. What did Merv say to you?
I can't say that on radio here. It's okay.
What about you had one from Pip Richards as well? You told that story.
That was okay. There was no abuse over there. There was just a fun thing where he told me that I was still going to be, whichever number I came into bat, I was still going to be on 0. I came into bat at number 4, and
did you go back up the top after that?
No,
stayed at 4. Great Sunil Gavaskar with us on ABC Sport. 8 for 176 India. Stark has had a day again with the pink rock. He's got 5 already. Bowls to Reddy. He's hit him in the lid. He's hit him in the head. The ball has bounced up and dropped short of the wicket on the leg side. Reddy is okay. He's still on his feet. He rips his helmet off. And that is an unmissable sound as that cricket ball crashes into the grill of Nitesh Kumar Reddy. He rips the helmet off and the physio is coming out to visit. But from the naked eye, he looks okay for the time being.
I think he might have, top-edged it onto his grill. It's such a good thing that, today there is a grill in front of the helmet. Even when the helmets first came in, there was no grill. And that if there had been no grill, it would have taken a few teeth off. But yes, I think the physio will come, do the protocol, where he'll be asked, how many, he'll be shown 3 fingers, 4 fingers. Thank God they don't show him 2 fingers, So 1 or 3 fingers and ask him, count how much is it, 3, 4.
Yep.
And then, ask him his name, ask him, is he playing football or is he playing cricket? Where do you think you are? All these kind of things, just to make sure that the man's not concussed.
Yeah.
But it was very good of Mitchell Stark to go down and check because, nobody likes, even the fastest of bowlers never really like to hurt you. Never really like to see blood on the ground.
So it's badged in. You heard the rattling of the grill as it's hitting right on the helmet. Nitesh Kumar Reddy got a short ball, tried to hook it. It's been an interesting over so far where Reddy's turned down a series of singles. His innings has been a fine one so far, Sonny. So after 41 and 38 in Perth, the 21-year-old youngest member of this squad for Team India, and here he's made an eye-popping 42 off 52, and in particular the 3 sixes that he's hit on route.
Unbelievable. And they've been hit with, great panache, if I might say. So that reverse scoop, then of course the pull 6, the lofted off drive for a 6, and then of course some of the other shots that he's played. It just shows that he's got a very good cricketing head on his shoulders. It's not just the ability to play those shots, it's knowing when to play, choosing the right delivery, and that's what he's been doing. So India obviously hoping that he can stick around, take them to maybe 200, maybe even a little bit more than that. They're 176 now. So if he can carry on, he'll be just a little bit rattled. Make no mistake, when you get hit on the grill, he'll be just a little bit rattled. But one delivery left, and you can bet that this is also going to be a bouncer, because that's one way to make sure that he's not able to knock it around for a single.
Still 4 back behind the wicket as Stark's on his way in now. First ball already after being hit. Again, it's short at his rib cage, and he steps inside it, trying to whip it away on the leg side. A play and a miss. Carey takes it down leg, and that's the end of the over. So India 8 for 176. Corbin Middlemass and Sunil Gavaskar on ABC Sport. Reddy's 42. Bumrah yet to score. Story of the day, Yashasvi Jaiswal was out first ball of the day. Kicked one that was a half volley or a Yorker length, sort of full at his pads, couldn't get it away and was out. So that was a dramatic start to the day. 69 added for the second wicket before KL Rahul eventually went. He was out off a no ball. He was dropped on 2. He went for 37. And the third man out was Virat Kohli for 7. Both those players out attempting to leave, and both caught the face of the bat and were caught in the cordon. And Shubman Gill went for 31, LBW bowling. The fifth man out was Rohit Sharma, LBW bowling for 3. Rishabh Pant went caught Marnus off the bowling of Cummins for 21. He was dropped on 5 before that. And then the last 2 to go, Ravi Chandran Ashwin out for 22, LBW Stark, and then Harshit Rana became Stark's 5th wicket. He was bowled 3rd ball.
Yes, I think that first ball dismissal takes me back to my own career, where I got out to the first ball of a test match on 3 occasions.
I heard you say that earlier. 3 times.
3 occasions. The first time I got out, it was at Birmingham, and Bill Ali, the Australian who had moved to Somerset.
Cummins on his way in, bowls to the number 10. Bumrah's on the back foot and just drops it short of the wicket on the offside.
And so Bill Ali was umpiring in his first test match. And so the old Birmingham dressing room, I got out towards the dressing room and tried to leave a ball. The ball cut back and took my glove, caught by the wicket keeper. So I just turned around and walked back to the change room. And so at the lunch interval, when I was trying to go for lunch, I saw both the umpires coming in as well. And Bill Ali wagged his finger at me and said, "Come to see him in the change room."
Cummins to Bumrah, reaches for one well wide of the off stump, plays and misses.
Wagged his finger at me and told me to come and see him in the umpire's room. So I'm thinking to myself, what did I do here now? I did not stay for the decision. I did not show any disappointment. I did nothing. I just turned around and walked because it had been off the glove. I just walked back to the change room. So what had I done for him to wag a finger at me? Anyway, so I get into that umpire's room, and he's taking his coat off and is hanging it on the hook there.
2 slips and a gully, short leg in. Bumrah awaits Cummins. It's full, he's edging, and he's caught. Taken at first slip. Khawaja hangs on to this one. Cummins gets his 2nd wicket. And Team India are 9 down. 9 for 176. Jasprit Bumrah out without scoring.
Yes, I think he'll be a little bit disappointed, Jasprit Bumrah, with that dismissal. Yes, he's batting at number 10. But that really wasn't a ball that should have got a wicket. He's pushed a little bit at it. And a simple catch to Usman Khawaja. He makes no mistake this time around. And the 9th India wicket has fallen. 9th India wicket gone for 176. Bumrah has not disturbed the scorers.
Sun is dropping. Australia will be batting for a large portion of tonight and the back end of this middle session, this day-night test match. So 176 India, 9 down. Interestingly, more than they got in the first innings in Perth. And the Aussies will have to bat more than a session like they did on the final night of day one in the West. Let's go on. So what happened in the umpire's room?
Well, he asked me, so what do you think you were doing? And I said, well, what did I do? I did nothing. The ball came back at me. I was about to leave the ball, but it cut back. No. What do you think you were doing? And I'm saying, I didn't know what to say. But then he turns around and faces me and says, it's my first test as an umpire, my first day as an umpire, my first ball as an umpire, my first decision as an umpire. And you walk. Don't give me the
You didn't let him make one.
Don't give me the pleasure of raising my finger. And I tell you what, this is not exactly how he said it. There were a lot of adjectives before, which obviously can't be repeated here, just like, what Merv said to me, can't be repeated on this.
At Jack, Mohammad Siraj awaits Cummins. He plays and misses outside the off stump. 9 for 176. That's a rough day. So you get a golden duck and you get told off by the umpire.
Told off by the umpire, can you imagine?
No.
And, I realized what was happening because, at the end of the day, he might have settled in Somerset, but he was originally an Aussie.
That probably explains the expletives before you detail that. And Nitish Kumar Reddy, who was struck on the second last ball of that previous over from Stark in the helmet, he's not checked out. He's still out there. He's on 42. He's at the non-strikers end. Mohammad Siraj, who's in at 11, awaits Cummins. And again, he's just pressing forward and flashes past the outside edge into the gloves of Carey. 9 for 176. So India winning the toss, batting first. What do you make of 176 as
Not a bad
score?
score. Not a bad score considering the situation they were in when they had lost their 5th wicket. I think it's a pretty good recovery. There was a bit of a recovery by Rishabh Pant, a little bit of defiance shown by Ashwin, and of course Nitish Reddy's outstanding effort so far. So clearly I think this is a much better return rather than being all out for 130, 176. Looks really, really good. Do you think now we'll have an extra half an hour, isn't it? Because it's the 9th wicket gone.
So what are we, 2 minutes away from tea?
Yeah.
So we will press on. That's the scheduled tea break. That's using the same, obviously, language we're used to using in cricket. And Cummins has one ball. And Mohammad Siraj here, he's going to drop back point. He's behind the wicket, back on the boundary. There are 5 in the quarter, 4 slips in a gully. Here's Cummins, full at the pegs, turned away by Siraj, through the leg. This will go for 4. He's off the mark with a boundary. More to Team India's tally, 9 for 180 at the end of the Cummins over.
Very useful runs. All these runs very useful for India. 180, nicely played by Mohammad Siraj to open his account. Half volley, he was looking to trap him. Maybe if the fielder at forward short leg had been just a couple of paces behind, he might have been able to latch on to that catch because it was played up in the air.
You heard all the commentary during the week, the Aussies backs against the wall and under siege, and yet despite all that, feels like just about every analyst, former player, tipped an Australian bounce back here in Adelaide. They are a betting favourite here in Adelaide, for whatever that's worth. So if you sort of put your finger in the wind and try and sense a bit of a vibe, despite the fact India won by nearly 300 runs, it's Team India who are the underdog coming to the pink ball test in Adelaide.
And not surprising, because what happened to them last time around, as well as Australia's record here in pink ball test matches, they won every single game down here. So no surprise at all that they are the favourites to win. And the way they've bowled here, maybe in a way justifies that belief.
Stark looking for 6, bowls to Reddy. He hits out, hasn't quite got it. High up in the air to mid-off. It's caught. Stark finishes with 6. Head takes the catch. And Nitish Kumar Reddy, the last man out for 42. India winning the toss and batting first. All out for 180. Inside 45 overs. And you can hear the darts commentary across the globe. 180. That's exactly what India finished with. Mohammad Siraj with a better red ink. But the pink ball weapon, Mitchell Stark, does it again in Adelaide. 6 for 48. Or 14.1 overs.
That is splendid bowling. There's no question about it. And very clever as well. He knew that what Nitish Kumar Reddy was looking was for deliveries pitched up, which he could get under and hit it over. But this time around, it was the short of the leg ball, not the slog area that you get in limited overs cricket. Just a little bit shorter than that. And with the extra pace that the Adelaide pitch has, that was never going to be on that shot. But what a good effort, very good effort that from Nitish Kumar Reddy.
Reddy, 42, the last man out. And Mitchell Starc finishes with 6 for 48. I mentioned he's done it again with the pink ball. He's never done it quite like this, Rick Finlay. This is something special from Australia's great left armour.
Indeed, in his illustrious Test career, these are his best innings figures, 6 for 48, just pipping the 6 for 50 he made he took against Sri Lanka at Galle way back in 2016. And today he's moved past Imran Khan and the New Zealand spinner Vittori.
Yes. His assistant
each had 362 wickets. He's now got 361 and 6, that's 367. And Waqar Younis is now next to 9pm, 373. He's 23rd on the list of all-time bowlers.
15th 5-wicket haul for Mitchell Starc. It was on the scouting report. We knew what he could do with the pink ball, and he has delivered again here in Adelaide. So 180 all out India, and that means as we are about to go to tea here on the opening day, it means that the Australians are going to be batting under lights, and all the focus on that top 4 for the Australians after their returns in Perth. Just on those numbers, by the way, incredibly, the numbers that they got back, Australia, from their top 4 was a historical low in what they were actually able to get out of that top order. So 29 runs across both innings in Perth. Worst ever performance from a top 4 from Australia in 147 years of Test cricket. Such was the returns in Perth against that Indian team, and we'll see how they go with the bat under lights here in Adelaide. Jasprit Bumrah with a pink ball shortly. Quickly, the card. We'll do the card. Yes, we will do the card. So the first man out was Yashasvi Jaiswal. He was out off the very first delivery. LBW off the bowling of Starc. A 69-run stand down between KL Rahul and also Shubman Gill before KL Rahul, who was out off a no ball and then it was dropped, given a life on 2. He was eventually out for 37. Caught McSweeney off the bowling of Starc. Virat Kohli went for 7. He was caught by Smith off Starc's bowling. He too was trying to let one go, ran it off the face of the bat, same as KL Rahul, and caught in the cordon. Kohli out for 7. Fourth man out, Shubman Gill, trapped in front for 31. The next man to go was Rohit Sharma, LBW Boland. That was Plum. He went for 3. Sixth man out, Rishabh Pant for 21. Caught by Marnus off the bowling of Cummins, after being dropped earlier on 5. Eventually out for 21. Seventh man to go, Ravichandran Ashwin. He went for 22. LBW Starc, and burnt a review thereafter. Hashit Rana, there was no doubt left by Mitchell Starc. He was clean bowled, 3rd ball without scoring. That was his 5th wicket of the innings. The 9th man out, Jasprit Bumrah, caught by Khawaja off the bowling of Cummins. He was out for a duck. And then Nitish Kumar Reddy, who was hit late in the piece by Mitchell Starc's short ball. He was eventually out to Mitchell Starc a couple of balls later, caught by Head at mid-off, a skied ball into the outfield, and Head neatly camped underneath it, took the catch, out for 42. Mohammad Siraj, 4 not out, 13 sundries, made up of 1 wide, 7 no balls and 5 leg byes in 44.1 overs, all out India for 180. Mitchell Starc, career best figures, 14.1 overs, 6 for 48. Pat Cummins, 12 overs, 2 for 41. Scott Boland, 13 overs, 2 for 54. Nathan Lyon only bowled 1 over, none for 6. And Mitchell March for 4 overs, 45 minutes after the lunch break, none for 26. All right, it is the tea break on day 1. India all out for 180. Australia to face the music, and Jasprit Bumrah shortly. Let's get the latest from the ABC newsroom.
Sarah Hall with ABC News. Woolworths has had a win at the Fair Work Commission, which has ruled that the United Workers' Union has been unfairly negotiating with the supermarket giant. 1,500 Woolworths distribution hub workers have been on strike for the past 2 weeks over pay and the use of AI to monitor employees. Professor John Buchanan from the University of Sydney Business School says Woolworths has successfully argued that picketing outside the warehouses is unfairly disrupting good faith bargaining.
What we're witnessing now is that as unions have become more effective, as they've been able to take more effective industrial action, employers are getting a bit annoyed, and so they're now saying, well, we don't want enterprise bargaining anymore. We want to go back to the Industrial Relations Commission and shut the dispute down.
Political leaders have condemned an arson attack on a synagogue in Melbourne's southeast overnight. More from Joshua Allen.
The blaze at Adass Israel Synagogue in Ripponlea started just after 4 o'clock this morning, destroying religious texts and heavily damaging the building. Both Prime Minister Anthony Albanese and Victorian Premier Jacinta Allen have labelled the attack an act of anti-Semitism. Ms Allen says the synagogue is meant to be a refuge of peace, prayer and safety.
The entire Victorian community all feel as sick and as disgusted as I do by this attack.
Police say they're still searching for 3 people they believe were involved in the attack and are working to find a motive. It's been referred to the AFP and Victoria's counter-terrorism police.
South Korea's defence ministry has denied reports of another declaration of martial law as political turmoil continues. President Yoon Suk-yeol is facing calls to resign ahead of an impeachment vote this weekend after his sudden attempt to impose martial law was swiftly blocked by MPs. Earlier, both the ruling and opposition parties said they'd received reports of a potential second declaration. But Acting Defence Minister Kim Sun-ho says the military won't obey any such order.
The claims regarding the possibility of a second martial law raised earlier this morning are completely false. Even if there are demands for a declaration of martial law, the Ministry of Defence and Joint Chiefs of Staff will absolutely reject them.
A 66-year-old man has been charged on the New South Wales Central Coast after a series of explosions and fires. More from Danuta Kazaki.
Around 50 people were evacuated from an office building in Gosford yesterday after reports of an explosion in a legal office. Moments later, police were called to a nearby building where another legal office was allegedly targeted. A 54-year-old worker was treated for smoke inhalation. A 66-year-old man was arrested on the Central Coast this morning after a police investigation. Police say he's been refused bail to appear in court tomorrow after being charged with 2 counts of destroying, damaging property with intent to endanger life.
Former ABC Chair Ita Buttrose says the death of television and fashion personality Maggie Tabra at the age of 87 is a great loss for Australia. Ms Tabra's family has announced her death on social media, saying she was a true icon. Born in Adelaide, she was Australia's Model of the Year in 1960 and became a household name with her work in publishing and television. Ms Buttrose was a long-time friend of Maggie Tabra and says she had an amazing ability to connect with her audience.
Women loved her. They'd all tune in to see what she had to say. She was just a natural. And because there were no airs and graces about her, because she didn't take herself seriously, although she took her work seriously, she really understood fashion. She just understood it so well.
Severe thunderstorms are expected to move over large parts of southeastern Australia over the weekend. Damaging winds and heavy rainfall are already being seen in large parts of eastern and southeastern New South Wales, along with parts of north and northeastern Victoria. The wild weather is expected to continue into the night and tomorrow. Senior meteorologist with the Bureau of Meteorology, Dean Narramore, says a humid air mass is causing the storms.
A very humid air mass right across southeastern Australia. We have seen a bit of minor relief through Adelaide and Melbourne, but just inland of those areas, we're seeing humidity levels similar to what we'd see in northern Queensland, right across inland southeast Australia. That's what's driving all these warm, humid, cloudy conditions and these severe thunderstorms.
And there's been a short but intense storm on Sydney's northwest outskirts this afternoon. Localised heavy rain and strong winds brought down some trees onto cars. The State Emergency Service says there were significant thunderstorms west of the Great Dividing Range, with some impact on parts of Sydney. You're up to date with ABC News. For more, you can download the ABC Listen app.
Sounds like relaxing. And a great audiobook on the ABC Listen app. With a range of new titles like The Shifting Fog, about the house at Riverton by Kate Morton.
Her voice chilled my blood. You're too late.
And Murder in Montparnasse, a Phryne Fisher murder mystery by Kerry Greenwood.
Phryne stood back courteously to allow the man to complete his swallow dive.
Stream these and more great audiobooks for free. Sounds like summer on the ABC Listen app.
Your home of cricket.
I'm Steve Smith.
I'm Lizzie Quaja.
You're listening to ABC Sport.
On your radio, ABC Sport Digital, and the ABC Listen app.
goodness, what a first two sessions here at Adelaide Oval on the opening day of the second Border Gavaskar Trophy Test match. India bowled out in 44.1 overs for 180. Australia to start its first innings in about 10 minutes or so. India resumed after lunch on 4 for 82. Wickets were falling quickly though, and Mitchell Starc claimed his first 5-wicket haul in Australia for 5 years.
Starc bowling now. Bowled him! Rana plays all around it on the drive, and that is 5 for Mitchell Starc. Starc at his absolute destructive best.
He's picked up his 5th wicket, and he looks like destroying the Indian tail.
Tell you what though, the 21-year-old all-rounder Nitish Kumar Reddy again showed what he can do with a bat in hand.
Holland, the try again to Reddy. Who's pulling this time? High out into the deep. Fielder on the rope. Will try and take it. Can't at 6. Lyon trying to flick it back into play. 6 more for Nitish Kumar Reddy.
But he was also the last man out for India.
Starc looking for 6, bowls to Reddy. He hits out, hasn't quite got it. High up in the air to mid-off. It's caught. Starc finishes with 6. Head takes the catch. And Nitish Kumar Reddy, the last man out for 42. India winning the toss and batting first. All out for 180.
Reddy's 42 of 54 deliveries with 3 4s and 3 6s. India's top score. Mitchell Starc finished with the figures of 2 for 48, 6 for 48, 6 for 48, 2 for 41 Pat Cummins, 2 for 54 Scott Boland. It is grandstand at tea. I'm Andrew Moore here at Adelaide Oval. It's as sunny now as it's been, even though it's 7:20 local time, and the Australians to be under the pump very, very shortly. Before that, though, a short time ago, I was able to catch up with the South Australian Premier. The Premier of South Australia joined us last year in a lunch break, Peter Malinauskas, and he's very proudly here at Adelaide Oval today as we catch up at tea on day one of this test, back at a much more profitable date and for all the South Australians. Peter, great to see you again. This is a lot better than last year, right?
Yeah, Andrew, we are so happy. I mean, last year there was a bit of tension in the air between us and the State Government of Cricket Australia, but that's all been resolved, and now we've got a bumper crowd here starting on the Friday, which is when we love Test match being commencing, and of course against India as well. And it's shaping up to be, well, it's been a super impressive first start of the cricket. The first session had everything today.
Now, Premier, everyone's, especially locals, give me a million questions to ask you in about a 7-minute period. Oh, God. But forget all the sports stuff for a minute. Tell me about Katy Perry, because the story I've heard about you securing her this year to perform is unbelievable. Yeah. Should I believe it?
Yeah, it was a strange one, to be honest. I got to meet her promoter at the AFL Grand Final, and honestly, with 20 minutes worth of work, we were able to get a deal done, because there had been some impasse about getting access to the main venue for those sorts of concerts here in South Australia, and we did a deal between between half-time and three-quarter time, and we thought, all right, let's see how this goes if the concert sells out. And then they sold out 4 shows, which was beyond everyone's wildest expectations. But I think Katy Perry's performance at the pre-game effort certainly aided that for the grand final. But sometimes there's no harm in asking. I've worked out, Andrew. You just got to be in it to win it.
So you approached the promoter cold at the MCG, and that turned into 5 sellout shows here in Adelaide.
4 sellout shows, absolutely. Yeah, we had a conversation at half-time, spoke about what the points of difference were, and I said, well, let's see if we can't resolve it. I said, but you've got to do it by three-quarter time, because tickets were going on sale 48 hours later, and I didn't want South Australians having to fly to Melbourne or Sydney to see the show, and we got the deal done, and hey presto.
That's incredible. I love that story.
It was just one of those serendipitous sort of had the opportunity and just got to grab it.
I think we probably covered this off last year, but you've revitalised the supercars, the street race here in Adelaide, which is so massive. The Live Golf continues. You've got the changes that you're after for the Adelaide Test, and we'll talk about that in over the next 5 or 6 years, what that means in terms of the dates for the Adelaide Test. What is that Gather Round, which is almost as good as the NRL's Magic Round, as I think we touched on last year too? What is there something? Is there the white whale you haven't been able to get yet?
No, we're pretty happy with the calendar. I think we've got to be careful we don't overplay our hand. I just want to make sure whatever we do it properly. I think that's the key. I mean, there's no point in doing any of these events half-baked because it's a competitive market and people have only got so much money to spend if they're travelling. And we're pretty happy with how the calendar is situated. We see a few other opportunities floating around the place, but at the moment, the way things are scheduled and lined up and the support that we've got from interstate, which I can't thank the travelling public and sporting fans from around the nation enough. They've chosen to come here and they've enjoyed it, and often they've come back for a second time. So we hope to repeat that next year.
So tell us, Premier, what does the next 5 or 6 years look like for the Adelaide Test?
I think it's about to go to another level. I do, because the scheduling it so that we're immediately prior to Christmas means a few different things. The first thing is guaranteed school holidays. We're always going to have the marquee touring country playing here in Adelaide Oval. And that proximity to Christmas just makes that a little bit easier for people to get access to their annual leave, because no one really wants to travel just to watch one day. They want to do 2 or 3, and we'd encourage that because it gives you a bit of a sense of the ground and everything else going on in the city. So those few things combined, I think it really gives us an opportunity to invest and market the event as being more than just going to a day at the cricket. And I think you would appreciate this, Andrew. This is, I've gone to most other tests, I think all tests around the country, and there's something different about this. And it's hard to put your finger on it until you actually experience it. And the more that people do it, the more they tend to want to come back.
Well, it is. It's unique. It's, I think, the best stadium in Australia. And I'd say that as an unabashed New South Welshman, but also the proximity to the city and just the atmosphere around is different and unique. Day-night test match, is that here to stay? Would you rather see it go back to a day test, a mixture? Where do you stand?
I'm in favour of the mixture, which is what we've now got locked in, which is the right result, because, look, I'm a traditionalist. I've been coming to the Adelaide Test since, I can't even remember when I haven't been here as a kid, but I like the day test. I like the Red Bull test as a sporting fan, but I also appreciate that a lot of people like the Pink Ball test, and, it's great for TV, which is good news for the state. If people are watching these images, that's all upside. I mean, this test here, for instance, particularly of India, the time zone works out better. So instead of millions of people watching, it's going to be squillions of people watching as we go into the night tonight. So I like the mix, and we've got that locked in. But next year, Ashes, and just prior to Christmas, and as a day test, I'm literally champing at the bit for that already. But having said that, I'm enjoying the cricket this afternoon.
And it's just 12 months ago you were frustrated about the timing in the second straight West Indies test. That's all changing now for the good. All right, Peter Malinauskas, great to catch up with you again. I hope to see you before that test against England, but if not, enjoy the next 12 months.
Thanks, Andrew. You too, mate. Cheers.
All right, South Australian Premier Peter Malinauskas. I love that story about how he managed to get Katy Perry by approaching the manager at half-time of the AFL Grand Final, saying we need this locked up by three-quarter time.
Oh, I like him.
Full sold-out shows coming up.
Premier in Australia. I like him.
Well, he's the biggest go-getter, isn't he?
Oh, he's a ripper. He's done everything for South Australia. He's got them going. Obviously, there's lots of other issues that we won't get into.
No.
But I like the way he goes about it. Lovely bloke. Still plays footy.
Yeah, I know.
As you know. Unbelievable. Not a very good footballer.
That's the voice. That's the voice of Darren Lehman joining us again on Grandstand Cricket here on ABC Sport. It's all come down to this. All out 180 India. Their innings didn't last 45 overs. And Australia, Usman Khawaja, averaging just 26 this year with the bat at 38 years young. And Nathan McSweeney coming off 10 and a duck, falling to Bumrah both times in Perth. What's going through their minds as they're about to take the field?
Well, the positive thing for them is it's not as dark as they thought they might be coming out to, so they get a little bit of transition. If they can fight their way for the first half hour without losing a wicket, that gives them the best time to survive for longer. When the hardest time about is when you first come out, it's dark and it's new and it's a trail actually behind the ball. So the best time to bat would be right now for them. So if they're going to do that and succeed in the next 35 overs, we'll have 2.5 hours play because the over rates, we're not getting 45 in, don't worry about that, we're getting probably 35. But it has been an eventful day, 180 as you said, and I thought Reddy was great at the end for India. But the big challenge now, the top four, we talked about the top four last week in Perth.
Yeah.
They've got it again, haven't they? They haven't got ideal conditions, but if they get through this, they're pretty good from there. So they're going to have to be sharp. Ashwin will be exceptional, not Ashwin. Bumrah will be exceptional and hard to face to start with. But then they've got Siraj and Raina, and then you've got Ashwin. You've got so many different options they can use. So I think we could be in trouble if they get it right to start with. On the other hand, if McSweeney and Khawaja get it right and get through that first half hour, they'll give them a chance.
It is Jasprit Bumrah's 31st birthday today.
Really?
Yes, it is his birthday. There's someone else having a birthday today too. I'll find that out shortly. But yeah, he made his test debut against South Africa at Cape Town in 2018. First test wicket was A.B. de Villiers. And he's, 181 wickets at 20.06, so the best of 6 for 27 against the West Indies. He also has a 6 for 33 against Australia, a 6 for 45 against England, and a 6 for 61 against South Africa. He takes wickets every 43.6 deliveries, Jasprit Bumrah. And in the first test, 5 for 30 and 3 for 42 to win Player of the Match honours. And he'll open up from the Cathedral end, Jasprit Bumrah, against the left-handed Usman Khawaja for Australia after India was bowled out for 180. There's 3 slips, a gully, a point, an extra cover, a mid-on, a square leg and a deep fine leg at the start of this Australian innings with 2.5 hours to be bowled in the session. As Darren said, probably around about the 35 over mark. But Usman Khawaja, who turns 38 on December the 18th, 75th test, 5,463 runs at an average of just over 45. He's on strike, and here he comes. Jasprit Bumrah is in, and Khawaja doesn't offer well wide of off stump. And it bounced a second time, interestingly, through to the keeper, Rishabh Pant, as Darren Lehmann makes way for former Indian captain and half of the trophy, Sunil Gavaskar. Welcome back, Sonny. This is going to be absolutely fascinating, isn't it?
Unbelievable. This is going to be something to look forward to because, Bumrah's, you've got to say, with what he's done in the first test, certainly seems to have got into the heads of the Australians. They know that he's the one that they're most worried about. Not Kohli, not Rohit Sharma, not Pant. It is really Bumrah. They worry about more than anybody else in this team.
Khawaja waits, wide of off stump, no shot off it. Interested to listen to Pat Cummins' press conference yesterday because after Perth, obviously, and during Perth, there was so much talk. How do you face up to Bumrah, not only to survive him, but to get some runs off him? And there have been a million different theories, and Pat Cummins said, look, some of the batters have decided to bat outside the crease, some are going to get deeper in the crease, and others will stay where they normally are. Sounds like very confused messaging going on.
Yes, I think every batter will look at his own method. So somebody will try and get outside the crease, will try and come close to the movement, close to the swing.
Here he comes again, Bumrah to Khawaja. Again, doesn't have to offer. I tell you what, that nearly kissed off stump. That was very close, and Usman Khawaja offers a wry grin. There are Indian hands in the air all over the place. That was very close. So you can either say a really good eye or a great delivery, or perhaps both. There was plenty of movement in that. Maybe didn't miss the off stump by the small margin that we thought live, but it was close. It was a great ball.
Yes, because the earlier 2 deliveries left Usman Khawaja. Now this one cut back in. This is something which Jasprit Bumrah can bowl in recent times. When he started, it was just everything going away from the left-hander. But now he can get the ball to nip back in.
Here he comes, bowls, and Uzi is off the mark. He whips this away through square leg, and that ball very quickly finds its way to the boundary. Australia no wicket for 4 in the first over, and an early win there for Usman Khawaja. No wicket for 4. Australia after bowling out India for 180.
Cracking good shot. It was on the leg stump. Nice little half volley. But you still had to play it away. There was a fielder at square leg. He played it away from that fielder. Like I said, it's a cracking good shot and a very, very good shot to give the batter every bit of confidence.
Not too far to the left of the square leg ready, but it was just timed to perfection. But Rohit Sharma at first slip, Virat Kohli at second, KL Rahul at third slip, and a gully fieldsman as well is Jaiswal after a first ball duck today. Bumrah bowls to Khawaja, and he's not offering again. Outside off stump, moving further away, just short of a length. And it's taken there by Pant moving ahead of the first slip, Rohit Sharma. So what are your expectations here in this first hour, Sonny, with the ball moving around?
If Bumrah bowls as well as we saw him bowl in Perth, then India can certainly get back in the game. That said, you've got to also realize and notice that there was a cloud cover when Australia was bowling. Now there is no cloud cover. The skies have cleared. So any help that Bumrah and Siraj will get will be that much less than what the Australians got.
Last ball of the opening over, it's Bumrah bowling to Khawaja, who's defending and run into off an open face to point. And there's no run that ends the over. Australia no wicket for 4 in reply to India's 180. Usman Khawaja having faced all 6 deliveries. He's 4. And Nathan McSweeney, Sonny in just his second test match, coming off 10 and a duck against Bumrah in Perth. He'll be on strike. I wonder what's going through his mind.
Yes, he'll be nervous. He'll be nervous because when you don't score runs in your first test match and then you see in the game in between the test matches, young Constance getting 100, you realize that, your place could be in jeopardy. So clearly I think he'll be a little bit nervous. But he'll also be happy with the fact that he is not facing up to Bumrah, who got him out in both the innings in Perth. And that is where I think Usman Khawaja taking the first ball was so important. Because, he's taken the pressure off the young man.
Mohammad Siraj to open the bowling for the Riverbank stand into the ground. And McSweeney all thought about getting off the mark as he defended off the back foot. Down to mid-on. Can't get a single. And Mohammad Siraj, 30 years of age, from Hyderabad. And he picked up 5 wickets in the first test. 2 for 20 and 3 for 51, where he dismissed Khawaja, the night watchman Cummins, and also Steve Smith. And watching him at close hand at Manicka Oval on Sunday in the PM's 11, bowled 7 overs in 1 spell, 1 maiden, 1 for 18, nicking off Matt Renshaw for 5. 3 slips in a gully. Siraj bowls, and McSweeney gets a thickish outside edge, but played with soft hands to Jaiswal in the gully. And the score is no wicket for 4. But Siraj's career, Sonny, considering he didn't bowl the cricket ball till 2015, and from his debut at the MCG last tour, he's been very, very good. 85 wickets in 33 tests.
Very good, because he's somebody who will come and give everything, every delivery. He doesn't relax at all. When any team that he's playing for, not just India, he gives it everything, every delivery. He'll be trying.
He's in, bowling to McSweeney, doesn't offer outside off stump. Good carry through to punt, takes it in front of his head. Just short of a good length. Siraj bowling at mid-130s. K's an hour. But yeah, just a bloke who goes about his business and keeps getting wickets, Mohammad Siraj.
Yes, I think he's a good foil for Jasprit Bumrah. There was a time, maybe about a couple of months ago, when he looked a little bit jaded, a little bit tired, but he certainly looks back to full fitness.
Siraj bowls to McSweeney, gets beaten outside the off stump, very close to the edge. And Rishabh Pant just threw his hand up to indicate that was very close to a nick. But he survives McSweeney and goes for a bit of a stroll towards square leg.
Oh, what a beauty of a delivery. Beauty of delivery. You could not have faulted him if he had got a nick to it, because it was absolutely what you call a Jaffa. Unbelievable delivery.
It may have been 2 millimetres away from the outside edge, but it wasn't any further.
Yes, exactly. And this is it. The previous delivery had come back in, and this one has moved away.
Siraj into McSweeney down the leg side. He tried to flick it away. Oh, Rishabh Pant's hurt himself here. And he didn't handle it cleanly, and he's just brushing at his cheekbone and waving to the dressing room. He's on his feet. It'll be interesting to see again what happened there to Rishabh Pant as it went down the leg side. He throws a glove down in exasperation. Australia no wicket for 4 with 1 ball to come in the second over. On the text line, 0467 920 222, Cameron says, Rick, be curious to know what McSweeney's average is at Adelaide Oval, given it's now his adopted home ground in Shield cricket. We'll leave that with Rick. Here's Siraj into McSweeney, who doesn't offer outside the off stump, taken by Punt. He's okay. Maiden over to start for Mohammad Siraj, but McSweeney survives. 2 overs into the innings in reply to India's all-out 180. Australia no wicket for 4. Before a crowd of over 49,000. It's a sellout as well tomorrow, Sonny. It's a record day for a test between Australia and India in Adelaide. And this vibe that it started before Perth on India's arrival here, the anticipation, it just seems to be building, even though India won that first test so comfortably.
Yes, I think because the Australians have such a good record here, that the Australian public would come out to support their team, to try and lift their spirits up. There's been quite a lot of talk about what to do with Bumrah and the Indians, and so clearly I think the Australians have come out in force, and which is such a good thing to see.
Bumrah around the wicket to Khawaja, who is not offering outside the off stump, and again the ball perhaps doing its best work having passed the stumps. as it swings away to the keeper, Hunt. None for four. Kawaja getting those runs with a boundary, and he's a man who needs some runs too. There's only one Australian of the top 6-7 batsmen, Sonny, that this year is averaging more than 30. That being Alex Carey at 33 or thereabouts.
So that is where I think India need to capitalise, because if they can get some wickets today, this evening, maybe, I might be expecting too much when I say 7 wickets like in Perth, day one.
What's that feel about it, though, doesn't it? Here's Bumrah, bowls in Kawaja. Just wide of off stump, swinging further away, and he doesn't offer much closer to the stumps that time from Bumrah, but you should be well aware, Sonny, if, as an opening batsman in difficult conditions, if you can let the ball pass, it's a good policy.
Yes, it is. Try and play as little as possible, at least at the start. But this again, now it'll be interesting to see whether Bumrah is setting him up. This one left Kawaja around the off stump, good length. Will Bumrah get the next one to come back in? That is interesting. That'll be interesting to see.
And he comes around the wicket to Kawaja. Again, wide of off stump, moving further away. Plenty of movement, but Bumrah can't get it on target. And remains no wicket for four. It's amazing the changing conditions of this ground, Sonny, from when you play. Not only, of course, day-night test and a pink ball, which is the most notable change, but even the state of the pitch that we've seen here in the last 10, 15 years. The boundaries, of course, so much shorter. Even the long boundaries have been moved in. I recently watched some highlights of a test you played in here in 85, 86, I want to say.
Yep. As
Bumrah comes in around the wicket, bowling to Kawaja. And Usman is defending that on ball this time, down to mid-off. And he won't get a single as Gill does the fielding. It remains no wicket for four in the second over. And Kapil Dev ended up with an 8-wicket haul. You ended up with 161, I believe, wearing that.
166.
166.
Don't
beg your pardon.
Don't take 5 runs off my.
YouTube must have cut it out before you got to 166. But those first 161 were impressive. You whacking the ball away through mid-wicket. And India had a great dominant performance in that game. But again, the conditions so different to what Adelaide Oval presents these days as Bumrah bowls to Kawaja, and outside the off stump it goes through to Rishabh Pant. And one ball to come in the over at no wicket for four. But that ended up being a great test match for India.
It did. And it used to be a quaint ground, if I might use the word quaint, but now it has become like a modern stadium.
Yeah.
And that's what you want. You want as many people to come get the opportunity. I don't think the capacity of the Adelaide Oval then was probably more than maybe 20,000, 15,000, 20,000.
Yeah.
Now I don't know. How many can you accommodate? 60,000?
53 and a half.
53 and a half. So that's a lot of people, and that's exactly what it should be. Maybe you might never get a full house, but you must at least make it available.
Bumrah to Kawaja down the leg side. It misses everything through to Rishabh Pant. So he's a bit wayward just for Bumrah. 2 overs, or make it 3 overs into the innings. Australia none for 4. Kawaja 4, McSweeney at the score. And that's Bumrah's second over, none for 4. Rick.
Nathan McSweeney in 7 matches at Adelaide Oval, 514 runs at 43.08 with 2 centuries.
He's only played 7 games at this ground.
Yes.
Yeah, right. Thank you, mate. Rick Finlay, the master cricket statistician in the country, working with us here at Adelaide Oval. But how did you go running 5s? Might be all right early in the innings. What about when you're 130 knot?
No, I think I probably did a couple of 4s, but I don't think I ran 5. What I know is one of our fielders was chasing the ball at long off, and we were kind of hoping that he would kick the ball over the ropes, because the Australians were turning for their 5th run. They actually got to the halfway through the 5th run when what he did, and he was about to throw, and then he pretended that the ball had slipped from his hand, and so it went for a boundary over. Smart, very smart.
Clap from the skipper had slipped, I'd imagine.
Yeah, so that's exactly what we wanted. We didn't want to concede the extra run, while we still wanted the Australians to get tired taking the 5th run.
Nice. Now it's Mohammad Siraj. The curator's been out there just thumping at the bowler's runner. And Siraj now on his way. 3 slips in the gully. Bowling to McSweeney. And he doesn't offer, just wide of off stump. More outswing there, this time from Siraj. But again, they're not being asked to play too often here, the Australians. Although McSweeney played and missed legitimately in the previous over from Siraj.
So sometimes that can be a tactic as well. Sometimes you sort of lull the batter into thinking that you're going to bowl outswingers around the off stump, just leaving you, just like what Boland did to get rid of Shubman Gill.
Yeah.
The number of deliveries before that were just a little bit on the fourth and the fifth stump and leaving the batter. And then he slips in one, which is going to come back in like he did to Rohit Sharma as well.
Siraj to McSweeney, again outside the off stump, and a really good carry to Rishabh. It takes him shoulder height, moving to his right. No wicket for 4. The boundary came in the very first over from Usman Khawaja, beautifully whipped away past square leg. But not a run since. On the text line, Gary at Torrensville says Adelaide is the home of Test cricket in Australia. We always turn up regardless of the opposition. Even the West Indies got good crowds for the past couple of years. If you look at all ground averages since the 1970s, Adelaide has the best record. We love the long form. Well, a day like today, that's really proven. As Siraj bowls to McSweeney, shoulders, arms. For good length wide of off stump. It's down a little lower to punt. And McSweeney down 9 balls without getting off the mark.
Yes, I think that's it. I think this test match is where your real skill and your, as a bowler or as a batter is seen. Limited overs cricket, there is just a limited examination of your skill. Here it's not just a skill, it's also your temperament which comes into play in test matches. And today, what is happening is all test matches, virtually all test matches, you're getting results. Unlike in the time that I played when there were some really boring draws. None of that is happening. You get a result on the 4th day or maybe lunchtime on the 5th day.
Watches Siraj, bowled to McSweeney, bat and pad close together, maybe an inside edge onto pad. And it goes harmlessly to Reddy at square leg. I'll tell you what, Hitesh Reddy's 42. Of 54 deliveries. In the context of the game, that could be massive from the young bloke.
It definitely would be, because it certainly helped India to get to that total of 180. They would have probably been otherwise dismissed for something like 135, 140. So yes, I think made a big difference, and he looks a very, very good young cricketer. He's pretty handy with the ball. When his bowling starts to get a little bit better, and then he will be really one of the top all-rounders in the game. At the moment, the bowling is a little bit short of medium pace as well.
Here's Siraj, bowls to McSweeney, who's tempted, but he withdrew the bat in time. Through it goes outside the off stump to the keeper. Well, they consider the Indians put on 39 runs for the last 2 wickets. Bumrah didn't score, and Siraj had the 1 boundary. So it was Reddy who ended up with 3 4s and 3 6s in that knock of 42. Before he's the last man out to Mitchell Starc, who bowled superbly again, Sonny, 6 for 48. He just loves this ground more than any place on the planet.
Yes, he does. And he invariably seems to get a wicket in the first over or so, getting rid of the century maker of Perth, Jaiswal, of the first ball of the game. That certainly set the Indians back because number 3, Gill, was making a comeback to the team. He'd been out of the team for some time with an injury. Never easy to do that, though he played a lovely, classy innings of 30-odd, but he still wasn't at full flow.
He seemed to go in his shell a little bit after he's off to a really good start. And Siraj is on his way. Bowles and McSweeney again doesn't have to play outside the off stump. Shoulders, arms taken by punt to win the 4th over of Australia's innings in reply to India's 180. Australia none for 4. Khawaja 4. McSweeney yet to score. Siraj 2 maiden overs. All right, India's desperate for a wicket, so let's get the Indian attack sorted out. Sunil Gavaskar to be joined by Harsha Bhogle.
Grandstand cricket.
On your radio, ABC Sport Digital, and the...
It's a beautiful long evening in Adelaide as Jasprit Bumrah comes running in to bowl to Usman Khawaja. What was Andrew talking about? Get an Indian attack in. Between us, we've got 1 test wicket. 3 slips in the gully from round the wicket. And Khawaja squared up a little bit, but gets behind the line of the ball, pushes out on the offside. And Bumrah will almost charge back to the top of his mark. It's been a probing Indian bowling performance so far. Haven't got the edge. But what India will have to do is do a bit like what they did in Perth, where they attack the stumps much more than Australia did. So far, only 1 ball would have gone on to hit the stumps.
Yes, I think the length has to be a little bit fuller, maybe a foot or so fuller than what they have been bowling.
Right, Bumrah from round the wicket bowls, and Khwaja's taking it on the pair, doesn't offer a shot. He can't get a run. The ball just bobs by down to short fine leg. What a lovely evening this is now. The sun is not quite setting, just far south, of course, in Australia, but it's casting a lovely shadow. It's probably the brightest it's been. And where wasn't there talk of rain today, Vic? Wasn't there talk of rain? Where is all the rain gone? Wonderful. Go away. We're getting a good test match here. Mid-off, mid-on, both pretty straight. Mid-off a little wider, mid-on pretty straight. As Bumrah comes in round the wicket, bowls to Khwaja. Khwaja's getting one on his pads and he plays it away down to the square leg. Deep backward square. He'll pick up a single. That'll take Australia to 5 for no loss. And much like it was in the Indian innings, where you had one batter taking on one bowler for most of the time, you'll now get McSweeney getting his first ball from Jasprit Bumrah.
And he's got him out in both the innings in the previous game at Perth. So how he's going to shape up, what is Bumrah got for him remains to be seen. Because a lot of times, good bowlers, great bowlers, bowl the kind of deliveries to the batter and a completely different kind of delivery to the non-striker who's been watching from the other end.
Okay, 3-6 Senegali, right-hander. Bumrah over the wicket. And McSweeney lets it go. So far, much like KL Rahul was when he was opening the batting, he's leaving well. But India probably need to move the line just a little closer to off-stump to ensure that the batters have to play a little bit more. As of now, they're happy leaving it either for line or for bounce. But this is a very testing period. This is what I've heard said all these years. Heard it called the bewitching hour. This is when batting becomes very difficult. It's my first at a day-night game in Adelaide at this time. Bumrah once again from right arm over bowls, and McSweeney is getting one down the leg side. He'll run away to the boundary for 4, and the signal is byes just away to the left of Rishabh Pant. He doesn't get the runs, but Australia do its 9 for no loss.
Yes, I think he's probably got a little too excited, Bumrah, because very seldom does one see him go wide of the stumps. And of course, the ball often moves like it does in England after it has passed the batter. And that is what made it even more difficult for Rishabh Pant to get to it. But maybe in his excitement, maybe he's looking to bowl a little too quick. And he's not getting his length right. And this time he didn't get his line right.
Well, McSweeney, he hasn't scored yet. Bumrah bowls and goes right through him. So once again, Bumrah's asking questions, probing away. Finishes that over. 5 gone. Australia are 9 for no loss.
Yes, I think again, this is the kind of delivery that you want. Around the off stump, drawing the batter forward, giving him less time to change his shot or to withdraw his bat. That is what you want the bowler to do. The ball moving just as McSweeney was feeling for it. But that'll encourage Bumrah for sure, no question about it.
Over the last 2 or 3 days, meeting so many people in Adelaide, everyone, the only question that people are asking here is about Jasprit Bumrah. And you look at Bumrah and you think that all the great fast bowlers in the history of the game have suddenly coalesced into one called Jasprit Bumrah. And I'm sure it'll get to him, much like it'll get to the batters. I wonder if Bumrah has kept himself completely insulated from all the talk about him. Because in all my years of coming to Australia, I've never seen the awe surrounding one player. Siraj bowls now to the left-handed Khwaja, and he lets it go through. It was a 6-7 stump line. He found it very easy to let it go. The left-hander and right-hander just causing the odd problem for India with the line. But I think these conditions with the ball moving around, that'll suit Siraj perfectly. Everyone talks about Bumrah. There's a pretty good bowler at the other end.
Yes, no question about it, because he's, again, one of the great triers in the game. Every ball he'll run in, give it everything. But again, sometimes when you don't get to bowl on pitches where there's a bit of carry and bounce, you can get a bit excited, bowl a little too short.
Siraj bowls and the easy once again. Khwaja just lets it go through outside the off stump.
So this is it. He's got to look to make the batter play as much as possible. Jadeja is on the field as a substitute.
Yeah, I wonder what the issue with Ashwin is. Ravichandran Ashwin not on the field. Oh, by the way, Willie from Victoria. Thank you very much, Willie. Loving the call. The day-night concept is great for us, he says. Farmers working late, harvesting a record-breaking canola crop. Well, the bowlers have something in common with you, Willie. They're harvesting a record wickets crop here. Already 10 gone. Here's Siraj. In again. Bowls to Khwaja. Closer to the body. And Khwaja is opening the face of the bat. It's running away down to third man, and they'll come back for 2. So he's got a couple more against his name. He goes up to 7. But their job is cut out here for Australia. Play off this new ball. Try and get into the next couple of hours or so. Go to closer play. No more than 2 down. If Australia can do that, they're in the driver's seat. If they can negate what happened in Perth, when in similar situations they ended up losing 7. And that was the game there.
Yes, I think that would be what they'll be looking to do. There's still 4 more days to go in this game. There's no real rush. No need to try and be a hero.
Siraj into Khwaja. Once again, this opens the face of the man. He'll get a single down. Past a diving gully who parries the ball away to his left. And he'll go up to 8. And Australia 12 without loss.
It's not going to be easy while the ball is hard and new. And I think what the Indians will look to do is look to keep the shine on the ball, or at least one side of the ball, as much as possible. Because then they can take advantage of tomorrow morning as well, when they're a little bit fresher. So they can go flat out now, bowl about 8-10 overs, go flat out each, and then come back fresh for tomorrow.
Siraj now to right-hand McSweeney, well outside the off stump, and McSweeney can let it go through. It's interesting, Australia only bowled 44 overs, 45 overs in the 4 hours leading up to tea. So there are 45 overs left when this innings started. I don't know where you stand on over rates. It's an issue that's been widely debated, especially with Ben Stokes saying, look, we're winning with a day left, so why are you docking us points for over rates?
Well, I mean, they said this. The same argument was about the West Indies, when West Indies were winning matches in 3.5 days or 4 days.
Siraj to McSweeney, who's getting battered. He's getting off the mark as well. There's a single just in front of point, directed from Ravindra Jadeja. Some of the Indians look excited, but I think Khwaja made his ground quite easily. But once again, showing his extraordinary prowess, hitting the stumps with just barely a stump and a bit inside. The umpire says, let's just take a look. I don't think the batter's looking too worried as the bowler's starting to change ends already.
I think maybe that Khwaja might not have grounded his bat, because the single was not going to be that difficult. He has. At the very last moment, you can see that he's taken it. Yes. And it's only after grounding the bat that he jumped up, so he's safe. In earlier times, he would have been run out.
It's one law that took time coming but was absolutely needed. Once your bat has been grounded, you have made your ground. Right, Bumrah. What thunderbolts does he have to offer here? 3 slips, gully, there's a square leg that just dropped back. Bumrah into McSweeney, and he's letting it go through outside the off stump. So they've handled the situation pretty well so far. Have these 2 Australian openers playing at a time when it's considered most difficult. Even as a batter leaves us, it's time for a bowler to come into the commentary box. And I think having seen Stuart Clark bowl for so long, you'd have enjoyed bowling in these conditions. Just a little nibble out from off stump, a little nibble back in. Bumrah with all that aura around him into McSweeney from right arm over. McSweeney gets ball and goes off the leading edge of the bat, running away down to third man. Won't quite get there. And they will come back for a couple. So he moves on to 3. And Australia might have had a couple of issues, but they haven't lost a wicket. 15 for no loss. Good evening once again, Stuart Clark.
Evening, Harsha. Evening, everybody. Well, certainly Australia. India probably haven't bowled enough balls in the right spot. Haven't bowled badly. Just haven't bowled enough balls in the right spot. But I think you see with this day-night test match, you can go partnership 20, 30, 40, 50, 60, and then all of a sudden you can go wicket, 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 wicket. It's just the way the game is and the conditions that make it hard to bat.
Bumrah to McSweeney on drop, gets the edge. I think keeper might have dropped that. He went to his right, first slip went to his left. I wonder if it hit first slip, because Rohit Sharma's looking at his wrist. Meanwhile, the batter completes 2, but there was a distinct edge on that one. But Rohit Sharma's looking in a lot of pain down at first slip. And I just wonder, I think there's a bit of a swelling in the finger.
I think it came off Rishabh Pant's hand. He went diving away to his right, Good delivery. That's a good delivery from Jasprit Bumrah. And takes the outside edge, getting all squared up. Just comes off his finger. And Rohit Sharma, you can just see there, catch him on the right thumb, on the, call it the drumstick for want of a better term, Harsh. I think he's okay. Good delivery, that's what I mean. You can, very innocuous, right? Nothing's going on. All of a sudden that happens.
Tell you what, all this crowd here in South Australia willing the local boy on. They'll have heaved a sigh of relief. But it's very catchable. Had to be Rishabh Pant's catch. Now here's Bumrah. And McSweeney goes off the back foot and pushes it. Just heave a sigh of relief. So far, this game is progressing so similar to the way the Indian innings did, with KL Rahul playing out a couple of overs, then getting a reprieve. So it's panning out fairly similarly.
It's very much on a knife's edge, because if Australia bat through the evening and are 1 or 2 down, they get to bat in the good conditions tomorrow afternoon, and then they can pile on a decent score. But if they lose wickets, the game's like in fast forward.
Almost all of Test cricket is Bumrah to McSweeney, who's letting it go through. Just been watching replays of that. Did the ball do a little too much for the keeper, or was the keeper a little slow moving to his right?
I think he's probably a little bit slow moving to his right. And it was one of those ones, when it's right down the middle, keeper has to go, I think.
Yes.
But Rohit was in a pretty decent position to catch it as well. He looked like he moved well to his left. One of those ones. And I think the other thing you might get here is posted nicking it. It just wobbled. And Rishabh not going far enough.
But Bumrah's produced the opportunity and the slips have let him down. There with a stuttering run, he comes in and he bowls, and McSweeney is behind the line of this one. Just pushes back down the ground, and Bumrah finishes another over. His fourth. How many is he going to bowl? None for 17, Australia.
That's the challenge, because you got to remember, he's got to bowl. Then we're going to get into the next phase. But as soon as the sun goes and the lights really take effect, Jasprit Bumrah needs to bowl. So he can't, well, he probably can bowl 10 straight, but it's not going to be in the team's best interest. He's a fit man by the looks of it. He can bowl all day. But for his effectiveness, I think he's going to have to bowl maybe one more rest, and then about 9 o'clock, 9:30, when it's really, really dark, and then the lights are full effect, come back on. Because the ball's not getting old and soft.
No.
It's looking shiny the whole game, isn't it?
It just looks like every time no one's watching, someone's stealing the ball, putting some more paint on it and pushing it back.
Just pulling a new one out of the box and saying, yeah, have another go.
And it's very, very humid out there too. So that'll be a factor. Siraj runs in and bowls, and Khawaja goes back and pushes it down the ground. Ever bowled 10 on the trot? On a hot day?
In a hot day, probably, but when I was a lot younger, couldn't bowl 10 balls on the trot at the moment. I should.
I think when I asked you, I might have referred to your playing career.
Yeah, look, probably. I don't remember doing it, but probably hard work. Like, it's physically very, very tough.
You didn't have a very long run up, though. You were fairly economical.
I was a bit Siraj Bumrah type. Not much further than that. Didn't want to go too much further. Waste of energy. I talked to Jeff Lawson about that. He used to run from the side screen down here.
Siraj bowls and into the pull shot is Usman Khawaja. It was dropped in short and was like a gimme here, where all the trouble is when the ball is pitched up. Siraj pitched it short, and Khawaja said thank you very much. Swiveled, played the pull shot to perfection, and takes Australia up to a pretty healthy looking 21 for no loss.
Well, Usman Khawaja, one of his trademark shots throughout his career. I know it was his downfall in Perth, but he has always been a good player of this stroke, and that ball there just too short. No real go back in the crease, just weight transfer onto the back foot, just almost rode it around the corner. You got to keep the ball full. If you're getting driven through the covers, you can live with that.
Siraj bowls again, and exactly as Stuart Clark said, bowls it full and squares up the batter completely, and it's taken by Pant. You get the feeling. Did you ever get that feeling when you were bowling like this with Siraj? Let me just keep bowling because one is going to take the edge anyway.
In conditions like this, because you remember, come and play in India, right?
Yeah.
You don't see any grass, you just see flatness.
Yes.
In conditions like this, when the ball's it's warm, yes, but not hot, under lights, ball swinging. Listen, I've got this, leave it.
Yeah.
I'm going to get days where I don't really have any chance.
Siraj bowls and Khawaja lets it go through again.
Perfect bowling conditions out there at the moment.
Is it a bit like, I mean, in India we talk about turners.
Yeah.
And when the ball is starting to really turn and little piece of the pitch coming off, then the pitch is now your friend.
Yes.
All you've got to do is control line length Try and beat the batter in the air if possible, but otherwise the pitch is your friend. Did you as a bowler feel in conditions like this? The pitch is my friend, don't do too much.
It's almost like you've almost got to talk yourself into not trying too hard to try and get them out. Because you're trying to bowl, you get caught trying to bowl miracle balls, pitch leg, hit off. You get enough balls in the right spot.
Siraj bowls, and again easy for Usman Khawaja to let it go through.
So if I was bowling, I'm thinking, okay, that's the right length, maybe 6 inches closer. Get him trying to hit the ball back down this way, and it brings those fielders in the slip cordon. But you don't over-try, which is not easy to do because you feel as though in these conditions, I should be getting a wicket. I haven't got a wicket yet. Why haven't I got a wicket? I've got to do this, I've got to do that. No. Simplicity. That's the problem with cricket. There's too much time to think.
To lose patience is to lose the war, to lose the battle. Stay patient. Can you almost pull the spinner out of you? As Siraj bowls way outside the off. Khawaja lets it go.
It's such a hard game. Imagine being a top order batter, right? So you're a batter. You go out, okay, Jaiswal.
Yeah.
He gets out first ball, goes, sits down. He has to watch the rest of his team bat. Then he has to go out and field and watch the rest of the other team bat. And then he gets another go. That could take a day and a half. And then if he goes out and misses out again, has to watch them bat, loses the toss, has to watch them bat again. Mentally, it's just playing with your mind. Same thing when you don't get wickets. Bowl lots of good balls, haven't got anyone out. What's going on? You've got to have the ability not to have self-doubt in your mind.
Bumrah is bowling one more. He's got the local boy, young Nathan McSweeney, in front of him. There he goes. And he strikes him on the pad, one that nips back in. Remember, that's how he got him up in Perth. But this time, McSweeney is not in trouble with a leg before. We've got an interesting one. Silly Australia, says Janet. They're going to block everything for 30 overs. Give me Bazball, Janet from Gippsland. Give me Bazball. Janet, it's over 5 days. We haven't even come 3/4 of the way into the first.
Bazball. Bazball's good until you're 6 for 20.
I saw Bazball come apart in India because I thought Indian bowlers were only taking 7 wickets every time. 3 were being sort of gifted to them in a spirit of cooperation. Bumrah bowls well outside the off. Some good bounce, good carry into the gloves of Rishabh Pant, who's taking it about shoulder high. And the most important thing, he's still in there. McSweeney has been put down by Rishabh Pant. He's on 5 of 25 balls. Caught up with him. Well, I was in the audience when he was speaking at one of the dinners, and he just came through as someone who wants to play cricket, not as someone who's trying to search for the right words to say at a right corporate event. Little shy, little short of words. Just wants to get in and score runs. In again, Bumrah bowls, and he gets a good solid bat behind it, pushes it back fast for Bumrah to field. And a lot of talk about local players. They're very proud of their local players here on there. There's McSweeney, yes. Travis Head, and Alex Carey. Do you not count Nathan Lyon as one?
No, he's from New South Wales. Goodness gracious. Harsha.
But he worked here, didn't he?
He produced the pitch.
Yeah, but he worked here.
He's from Young in New South Wales. It doesn't count, but it does count. He plied his trade. I played against him when he played for South Australia. And he was just a T20 player. He was not a good test player.
Bumrah bowls, and he's struck high. Where struck on the pad? Was he? Bumrah's turning around and whirling in appeal, but I think it was a little too high. And it's just sort of dobbing out to Gully. But you're willing to accept McSweeney, who's moved from Queensland here, as one of your own.
I'm a Queenslander. I'm a New South Wales guy. So, but South Australia, look, they take as much as they can get. I don't want to bag the South Australians. They don't have. Look, the king of South Australia is up the back of the commentary box here, as in Darren Lehman. He's the king.
Yes.
And before him was Ian Chappell, the Chappell brothers. But it's like when you walk with Darren, it's like the parting of the Red Sea. People just move out of the way as he walks past.
Bumrah bowls to McSweeney, who's almost squared up while playing that one. Pushes it down the ground.
I think technically that's going to be a drama for him. Anyone that gets the ball to go that way on him, but I think Bumrah's trying take it across stumps, get him going that way a bit, and then get that. That's what he did so well in Perth. He took him across to the offside, and then fired in the one that went back at the stumps and trapped him in front.
Okay, I've got one more ball, so I'm just going to throw you a question before I go. Who's the greatest player to play for South Australia? Greatest international player to play for South Australia?
Oh,
there we go. Bumrah into McSweeney, opens the face of the bat, runs it down. It's fielded at gully, and there can be no run. I saw a photograph yesterday, and I think he answered to the name of Sir Garfield Sobers. It's time for Alison Mitchell to come in.
You're listening to ABC Sports coverage of the cricket on ABC Radio,
ABC Sport Digital Radio,
and the ABC Listen app.
The sun goes down, the lights go up, the show goes up a notch at Adelaide Oval. Scintillating evening session, isn't it? Just to see how Australia continue to cope in the openers here when the lights take fuller effect now. I've got the foreshadows around the feet of the players. The whites just gleam that little bit more under the floodlights. And the sky's got this beautiful dappled effect, oil painting like, with the clouds up in the sky at the moment.
I was just looking at the shadows thinking, oh, well, here we go. Some wishing hour type stuff. Here it comes.
As a former fast bowler, you should be
all over it. Best
licking your lips. Rana then new over, and that's gone through him. Has it got an edge through to Richard Pant? No, there isn't. There was a stifled appeal. It was a little squared up, maybe a little bit of extra bounce.
Back pocket, I think. Back pocket.
One of those where you see a bit of a deviation, everyone gets excited.
Virat was trying to con Rowett into going upstairs, and Rowett shoot him away. I think it might hit the back pocket. It was a beautiful delivery, angled in and seamed away. Oh, Khawaja. It's always a bad sign when both feet are pointing down the wicket. You know you've been squared right up.
And the mouth forms a perfect O afterwards.
Oh.
And he's settling over his bat once again. Rana moving forward, Khawaja on 12, around the wicket here to the left-hander. Knocks it into the ground on the onside towards mid-wicket. Fielded, and there's no run. None for 21. This pink ball is into its 10th over. Sweeney and Khawaja negotiating so far.
Yeah, it didn't particularly do a lot as the game went on. It didn't really get soft. It was still riding on the ball even towards the end of the game. So there's enough grass on the wicket to keep it shiny. It's just the hardness and how long it can stay hard for. And I'm not sure India have bowled enough balls in the right spot. They've bowled well, but they haven't bowled length well. They haven't gone for many, and they've been a bit wide, so there's been no off shot offered, but just enough threatening deliveries getting the Australians to play.
Three slips in the gully go down again. Khawaja waits, turns this towards mid-wicket once again in front of square, finds the fielder. And there is no run. Three slips in the gully behind the bat. McSweeney offered the chance where Pant dived in front of Rohit Sharma. On the replay, the ball was just going straight into the cupped hands of Sharma at first slip, but Pant a full stretch. The fingertips of the gloves and deflected the ball quite wickedly into the wrist of Rohit.
The old drumstick, right up here, just above the thumb. It's very painful when the ball hits you in there.
So that was a chance when McSweeney was on 3. Rana, with his shirt hanging out of his trousers, runs in around the wicket, little fuller, and again Khawaja, one hand comes off the bat as he defends it down into the ground, but not in complete comfort.
I was talking to one of the former Australian opening batsmen, recently retired, out the back of the commentary box about batting under lights and trying to get a perspective on why it's so difficult. And it's very hard just to pick up the seam of the ball, pick up just all the visual cues that you're used to as a top order batter, with the big proud seam and the shine and which way it looks like it's going to move. He said under lights you can't quite decipher where and how and the length, and it just becomes very hard. And he said it doesn't really do it that much when you look at it, but out there it feels like everything's happening.
And you just don't do it often, do you? Around the wicket again, turn to mid-wicket, square enough this time to earn a single. Brings in the man from the deep, and the score ticks over. It's Jadeja who's still on the field, substitutes fielder, none for 22. Khawaja on to 13. So the seam on this ball is the black seam.
Yes.
But do you remember in 2015, the pink ball began life with a dark green and a white seam in that very first test match here against New Zealand. And then they moved to the all black seam a year later, and then it evolved as we went along.
They're just showing us some pictures of some of the former Australian cricketers in the crowd here today. The great Simon O'Donnell, he's Victorian. What's he doing here?
Overlook it here too. McSweeney shoulders arms, and there's a big ooh from the bowler as it goes through to Rishabh Pant, because Thought maybe it was a late shouldering of arms. And it moved back a treat, back past that off stump.
It did move. I just think, again, that length is just not quite right. It's just back of a length, banging it into the pitch as opposed to getting it up, hitting the stumps. Australia bowled better when they pitched it, when they just got a fraction fuller. Drew some edges, just had a feeling as though they've got to play. At the moment, the Australians are really just set out and trying to survive. They're not trying to do anything else. Bumrah's going to go for another one here, is it? Oh, no, is it Rana? No, Bumrah, I think. Bumrah's going to go again, but if I'm...
Over number 6 for him.
If I'm India, if I'm Rohit Sharma, I'm saying to my bowlers, okay, pitch it up. I don't mind if you get struck through cover. I want to see them playing and trying to drive.
So keeping 3 slips the gully, fine leg. Point mid-off, mid-on. Bumrah, 6th over of his spell. Into Khawaja, 13 from 30. Around the wicket to the left-hander, down the leg side. Spilt by Pant, diving to his right. That would scamper one. Turns into a jog. And through they go. So McSweeney to face Bumrah, who struggled to get off the mark. 5 from 30 on his home ground. But he's never experienced his home ground like this. Out in the middle for a test match, under lights, with nearly 50,000 people in, wearing the whites, the test whites of Australia. It is all quite a different feel. Continuing to bat just outside his crease.
Yeah, he's one of the ones we talked about, going to take it on, get down the wicket at the ball, see if you can get to it.
Square leg in place for him as Bumrah is in, and he's turned it down to fine leg, along the ground, able to take one and get off strike.
That was very close. Picked it up off stump down the fine leg. That's the one Bumrah's looking for. I think he's just going a bit too many times there at the moment. Just getting a replay of Bumrah. Just a fraction wide. There it is. There's the nick. The nick sort of comes off a...
He's bowling on a handkerchief pretty much, isn't he? He's
yeah.
hitting the spot time after time after time.
Probably not enough balls hitting the stumps though. They've only got maybe three balls hitting the stumps. Not enough in a grouping, which means you're fractionally short.
Khawaja crouching low as Bumrah approaches and he shoulders arms and it goes through to Pant. Past that off stump. Khawaja moving away towards square leg himself. He's trying to keep himself calm between deliveries here. And be patient.
I think he's really fighting. You know, he wants to play. He wants to get on score. He's got 13 thus far, so he's 13 off 32, but certainly doing the job. Just trying to take good old-fashioned Test cricket, you know. Jeff Boycott, Chris Tavares style. Take the shine off the ball. You get hooked if you do that these days in modern-day Test cricket. Bazball.
Depends what team you're playing for. Interesting test in New Zealand again today. Khawaja struck on the pad. Now Bumrah's stretching both arms aloft in appeal. No response from the umpire.
Going down, very close. But I think even if they went upstairs, it'd be clipping leg stump as opposed to hitting leg stump. Rohit doesn't think it's out. He's going to move forth.
Having a little chat with Rishabh Pant.
If Jasprit was captain, he would have definitely referred that.
Bowler's review.
Absolutely would have referred. I think it's close, but I think it's sliding down.
Getting another replay. It pitched, it moved
it's missing
down.
Missing leg. Or it's probably clipping leg stump, but they won't give that out.
Exactly. Not out by the on-field umpire. Not out.
Geez,
Was clipping. No one looked a bit so tighter from that angle. Need to get the ball tracking on it. Around the wicket again here to Khawaja, and he's coming forwards. Not footwork. Manages to jab that bat down in time.
I wouldn't mind seeing the ball tracking on that LBW. Probably get a replay from one of the various broadcasters.
One more ball to come from Bumrah in this over.
Update for you, Alison. This is Australia's highest opening partnership for 6 innings.
That's something.
What, 24?
Partnership of 24. There's a lot.
And the second highest in 10.
Right.
Small wins at this stage for this batting lineup. Last ball of the over, Bumrah around the wicket into Khawaja, outside edge, to first slip, and he's got him! Rohit Sharma takes the catch. Bumrah has dismissed Khawaja. Well,
that's a brute of a delivery, that.
He's bowled well, and he's got his reward. But Khawaja, 13 from 35, hadn't quite got going. For goodness, he's a good bowler, and Australia 1 for 24.
That is absolutely reared off a length. Jasprit Bumrah, Usman Khawaja. caught on the crease, fending at a ball. He probably could have let go. Tell you what it is, a very good catch by Rohit Sharma. It went quickly to his right hand, and he snaffled it without any trouble whatsoever. He's a good slipper, Rohit Sharma. He would have caught the one earlier. But the main man, Jasprit Bumrah, he strikes Usman Khawaja. 13 of 35 balls. He'll be disappointed after doing all the hard work. But unfortunately, when you play on the lights, you get one with your name on it occasionally. And I think Usman Khawaja, whilst he could have let it go, not much he could do about that.
Yeah, 24 on the board after 11 overs. There is still so much play to come tonight. The sky isn't even dark yet.
And it's going to get harder now. This is when it's really starting to get uncomfortable.
Because Marnus Labuschagne walks out. He has had so much of the spotlight on him, both in the lead up to Perth, but more so in this period between the two test matches. So the unhappy time for Khawaja continues. For 2024, he's been averaging 26 coming into this match and this innings, and he's just been dismissed for 13. Marnus Labuschagne then, he was in all sorts of bother, wasn't he, the second innings of Perth? Well, first innings 2 off 52, just couldn't get going at all, and then the second innings got a horrible delivery, leaving one.
Yeah, the only the only upside here is he's down the non-strikers end, so he gets an over or two just to get a bit used to it out there.
Harshit Rana into McSweeney. Oh, look at he goes to shouldering of arms again. Another one that cuts back past the off stump and is taken to the left of Rishabh Pant. So that ball is still moving a lot.
It's nipping around now. That's gone over the top of probably off stump, but again, probably just a fraction short. Just a little bit fuller, just half a yard. Just getting a replay of this. It's sort of pitching about just out of fourth stump line, top of off. Bowlers talk about it. Probably in hindsight could have let it go, but occasionally when you get one of those as a top order batter, and you bowl those, they're the balls you're bowling to expect guys eventually to nick them.
Rana moves in, floodlights beaming down now. McSweeney gets one that cuts back in, strikes him right in the midriff, drops onto the turf in front of his toes. Things are livening up under the lights.
It's very amusing, this game. When have a look at the Indians, they're just swarming around McSweeney at the moment, probably saying 6 off 33 balls. You know you're going to get one with your name on it, so be ready if you get one. Nothing you're going to be able to do about it.
It's amazing, isn't it, how India's 180 when the ball starts doing this feels like quite a good score.
Feels like 4,000.
But that is the beauty, isn't it, of day-night Test cricket. If you're able to bat first, so we were saying earlier in the day, if you bat first and bat well, you can dominate. If you make it through the day and get the best of the next day as well, you can almost start to put the game beyond the opposition's reach, put them in under the lights on day 2. If you do not so well, you actually have somehow had a second bite of the cherry here in a low first innings. Doesn't maybe look so bad. Well, looking to crash it away through mid-wicket. It's gone inside edge onto thigh and drops out on the offside. It's not lined that up at all.
I'm just watching the body language of the Indian players here, and they're not saying anything to McSweeney, but they're obviously talking about the pressure that he's under, and they're all coming in and they're all going out. They're all 7 off 33, 7 off 34, 7 off 35.
Bees buzzing annoyingly around a honeypot at the moment, aren't they? Yes, it is not fun being out there.
You're in high stakes. It's a high stakes game now. Crowd are in. Lights are on, full effect.
Rana running in at past the umpire, up to the stumps now. Bowls left alone by McSweeney. Another leave. And again, balls faced. Clock's up to 35 for his 6 runs. Sky's taking on a little bit of a more pinky hue now, reflecting some of the clouds away to our right. The sun sinking across the opposite side to the left. There are some small dark figures doing the roof climb up above. They'll have a fabulous bird's eye view. Yeah, lit up.
Do we know why Ravi Ashwin's off the field? Does anyone know? Rick, have we any word on?
Did he take a blow on the hand when he was batting?
Might have.
No, it was Bumrah.
Bumrah did.
Wasn't it?
Bumrah did. Yeah.
Ashwin batted well, didn't he? In partnership with Mrs. Reddy to put some lower order runs onto short ball. Flies and Pant manages to parry it down. Doesn't take it cleanly, but he certainly saved buys. Really dug in short by Rana.
He's got the ability to bowl a very, very quick delivery run. Like, that was a quick delivery, and we banged it in. It was sort of well played by McSweeney. I'm not sure how he didn't get called for a wide then. Looked like it went well over McSweeney's head, but very well played in the end.
Rishabh Pant displayed all his best goalkeeping abilities, as if he was going to tip it over the bar. He did better than that. He managed to go with the right glove across and over, stretching across his left-hand side, over his left shoulder. palmed it down into the
Do you
ground.
follow a football team when you're back home?
I'm a bit of a mixture of Liverpool and Leicester City.
Right.
Due to family members.
Right.
Rana, over the wicket he goes, left alone, and taken round about shoulder height by Rishabh Pant. End of the over, McSweeney 6 from 37. Australia 1 for 24 in reply to India's 180. Have you got a soccer team?
Probably. My dad used to follow Manchester United. I follow it, but do I follow it that closely? Probably not. I don't follow Liverpool though. Just because when I was growing up, everyone followed Liverpool in Australia because of Ian Rush and Craig Johnson.
Precisely why.
And I thought
We got
to
into
myself,
Liverpool.
they're all bandwagons. I don't want to follow the bandwagons. I want something different. But to be fair, I don't follow it that closely.
And my dad used to be an ardent Leicester City supporter when he was in his youth, season ticket holder, I think he was. Still follows plenty now. Rick, scorer's curse, has cropped up on the screen in front of me.
Apparently that wicket was all my fault.
Ah, okay.
I mentioned
What you said about the opening partnership and then it precisely. Next ball. Absolutely. Can you just stay quiet there for the sake of the Australian audience? Now Bumrah's having another over. This is the 7th. There's a new batter, it's Labuschagne. There's his first ball. There's an elaborate call of weight as he defends it, prods it up towards mid-on. So Labuschagne.
What do you think Marnus does here? He got two off 51 balls in the first innings, or 52 balls. He let one go and got hit in the pad. He's going to be outlandish as per usual. Nothing wrong with that. That's his way.
Since the West Indies test at the end of January, he's only had 2 double-figure scores in 10 innings. 10 against the West Indies here at Adelaide Oval. There was a 90. Bumrah's in again, shouldering of arms. It fizzes through to Rishabh Pant. This has got to be the final over of Bumrah's spell, isn't it? He's seen that Labuschagne's on strike. Let me have another one. 7 up front, off the reel.
Virat's quite animated.
This is important.
Obviously chatting. They don't chat to one another anymore. They chat across. So Virat will be talking to, I think, Jaiswal. Is Jaiswal at... I'm not sure who's at square leg there. Can't see his number.
Jaiswal's in the gully.
Jaiswal's in the gully, isn't he? Siraj is at point.
Bumrah moves in. Labuschagne's a little squared up in defence. Back up the pitch, and Bumrah picks up and then gives Labuschagne a stare. This is high theatre, and the crowd are alive to it. Bumrah's turning with a grin on his face.
Virat's all over him here. Virat's standing. He's 10 metres from his spot, just talking across Marnus at the moment to anyone that's prepared to listen. You can see there, look, you can see the smirk on Virat's face. I'm sure it's all in good fun. I'm not sure it's nasty in any way, but it's making sure that everyone's aware Marnus is not in the best form that he's been in his career previously.
He's settling over his bat. Bumrah in, Bowles beats him with a beauty past the outside edge. Bumrah cannot believe how it didn't take a snick on the way through to Rishabh Pant. There are 2 balls left in this over. Again, Kohli moves in from his position at second slip. He's all voice.
Tell you what, everyone in the ground is riding every ball of this, including me and you, Ali.
It is great drama. You've got one of the best in the world trying to dislodge a player who has been right up there amongst the best in the world, but he's going through an awful patch at the moment. And that is where you are exposed in cricket and test cricket. Every sinew is put under the microscope and tested. It's strange. Bumrah in, flies down the leg side, Pant with a dive. Was there any kind of tickle on it? Buys a signal, nothing on it at all. Flown down to the boundary.
He went for the big in-swinger there, Jasprit Bumrah, thinking, I'll get it full and see if I can trap Marnus in front. Didn't get the line right, and it swung hugely after the bat. Just takes Rishabh Pant diving. He's probably a good 1.5 foot away from catching that, but it's just late movement after the ball has passed the batter.
The type of movement that you sometimes see at Lords when the ball swings down the slope and keeps swinging. Well, there's no
gets in that funny sort of thing.
Slope here, but that is the pink ball doing its thing under light with Bumrah and his skill. Last ball of the over. Labuschagne awaits. Bumrah's in. It's outside the off stump and left alone. Shouldering of arms through to the keeper. And Labuschagne has survived, and that's all you can really say about that particular over. 1 for 28 in reply to India's 180. Here's one on the pink ball from Jason, who's in Gloucester, New South Wales. Can you explain why the pink ball gets softer earlier than the red ball?
The red ball.
Well, you always hear bowlers talking about it, sort of going soft. But explain what is meant, first of all, by the ball going soft.
The red ball's the leather's more a natural, so it's got lacquer over the natural colour of the leather.
The leather's been dyed,
it's
and then
been
natural
dyed.
fats can then come
Whereas
through.
It hasn't been dyed pink. It's got this coating on it, so it's basically a white ball. You know, the white ball with a pink coating on it. So
spray painted, effectively, and then a lacquer.
But it's like whatever the surface is. I'm not sure, but that's why it doesn't stay hard for as long. So it's a different style of ball.
Rana moves in, swung away by McSweeney. That'll run to the boundary. It's square leg. The chase is on, but the ball gets there first. Aerial, and that he will enjoy. Getting a boundary under his belt, onto the shorter ball. Got good connection.
Yeah, he got hold of that one, banged in by Rana. McSweeney just rocking back in the air, but well over the top.
Plenty of support here for the South Australian, well, from Queensland originally, but plays his cricket here now and lives down at Glenelg, lovely beachside suburb. Rana moving in again outside the off stump this time and allowed to go through to the keeper. Playing his cricket at Glenelg Cricket Club.
Yeah.
Also. My favourite stretch of Adelaide, that is, the beachside
Down
suburb.
the beach
from
down
Glenelg, up West Beach, up Henley and Grange. That is my local spot when I'm here.
Used to, the cricket academy back in the glory years used to be down there on Headley Beach.
That's
so
right.
When we'd come, I was never a full-time scholar. I was a part-time scholar a couple of times. Go down, and middle of winter, it was never really beach weather, to be honest.
Adelaide never gets that cold though, does it? Winter here is probably about, what, 18 degrees?
Cold enough.
Rana in again, outside the off stump, through to the keeper it goes.
It's not England cold, that's a different cold, but it's not beach. You can't go in the water, that's not very friendly down there.
Oh, I love a swim.
What, in the middle of winter?
Oh, sorry, not in the middle of winter.
In summertime, yes, absolutely. Middle of winter, no.
I thought you were referring to like sharks and things like that off the beaches.
Oh, I don't want to say that because I don't want to scare everyone in Glenelg, but they have been known to frequent this part of the world.
In different parts all over the country.
Yes.
You just have to be aware.
Well, you know where they're not.
Be careful.
They're not in my pool at home.
That's true.
Never going to go in there, so...
Rana in over the wicket. McSweeney swaying this time. A ball which was outside the off stump, but a little tighter to his body. So an effective sway to get out of the way.
Just a little bit short here, Rana. He's got to get McSweeney, who's playing from the crease. Just get it up. Just a fraction fuller. Try and get McSweeney to hit the ball down the ground. Bring those slip fielders into play. McSweeney hasn't hit many through the cover region, or through the offside. Everything through the onside at the moment, so really got to force himself to pitch the ball up.
10 from 41 for the South Australian. Taps his bat against the ground. Rana moving in over the wicket, fuller ball. Defensively angled bats. Ball angles out towards point where Jadeja picks up.
It's a better delivery, that. It's a better length. McSweeney having to come forward then.
Sky's getting darker. Sun really starting to disappear from view now.
The good part for the Australians, though, is the ball is 13.5 overs old. It's not that brand new. This would be hard now with a brand new ball under these conditions. And this thing, we're talking to Darren Lehman, we're talking if India could have batted for half an hour after the little break. Or, we're calling it the little break, aren't we?
The longer break and the smaller break. Last ball of the over, Rana pushes it a little wider outside the off stump and it goes through to punt. So the boundary from the over, McSweeney pulling away with good effect. He's 10 from 43 though. He is still finding his way, and Labuschagne has faced 6 balls yet to score very much, trying to feel his way into the innings. 1 for 32 Australia, with Khawaja caught by Sharma off Bumrah for 13 in reply to India's 180 all out.
And before you go, we've got to come up with a better name for the big break. I've come up with Linner.
The what?
Linner, which is halfway between lunch and dinner. But I don't know if that's a good one. And the tea break and tea party, Andrew didn't like.
Well, so. I just thought it would make sense to have tea in the afternoon when it's afternoon tea time, and then dinner at night when it's dinner time. But Anyway, we're having a double change here in commentary. Andrew Moore's coming alongside Darren Lehman.
This is ABC Sports coverage of the cricket on ABC Radio.
ABC Sport Digital Radio.
And the ABC Listener.
Ali Stewie, thank you. Australia 1 for 32 in reply to India's 180. And Siraj replaces Bumrah, bowling to Labuschagne. Yet to get off the mark. Here's a tickle just wide of the diving punt down to fine leg. And more buys. Goodness me. Rishabh Pant really struggling to get over the moving ball down the leg side. 4 more buys. Australia 1 for 36. And Rick might tell us how many buys that is in the innings so far. It's at least 12.
Yeah, 3 times 4 is 12.
Yeah, there you go. Thank you, Rick. And at...
What a start to your performance.
It's getting too late for Rick. Well, I didn't know how many there had been. I thought there might have been at least 3. Turns out there was 3. 8:36 p.m. local time. What a time to introduce Darren Lehman as Siraj bowls and Labuschagne can't get off the mark. He pushes it to mid-on and it's picked up by the sub-fielder, Ravi Jadeja. Australia 1 for 36. Welcome back, Bull.
Thank you very much, Maury. We did say things would happen at 8:15. The wicket fell at 8:19. It was 4 minutes out, wasn't it?
And because, I think price of right rules you may have struck out there.
Because it was over? Okay.
It's pretty close, though. 3 slips a gully, a pointer, mid-off, mid-on, square leg and a deep fine leg. Siraj bowls and Labuschagne allows the ball to pass. Not all that wide of off stump, but the Australian top order have been doing a bit of that. And Labuschagne 9 deliveries in a scoreless start. Khawaja the man out, caught at first slip by Rohit Sharma off. Who else but Jasprit Bumrah for 13. It was 1 for 24, now 1 for 36. What have you made of the Aussie start here?
Cautious, which you're just trying to get through the night. That's what they're trying to do. The problem with that is if you don't score, you lose a couple of quick wickets, it changes everything. Those 12 buys are actually quite handy because if you take them off the score, we're only 24.
As now Siraj bowling to Labuschagne. Lets it go. That ball came in significantly, not all that far from off stump. In the end, a good eye from Labuschagne, but great movement again through the air from Siraj.
And I look at the overs. We're almost 15 overs in, so if we take the buys off, we're not really showing too much intent. Yes, they've bowled well. We're leaving well and just trying to survive and get through the night so you can push on tomorrow. Having said that, if you lose 1 or 2 quick wickets, you're talking we've got an hour and a half of play left tonight of difficult batting conditions. So you need to still try and score.
Labuschagne can't get off the mark again as he pushes it, but straight to mid-wicket. And it remains 1 for 36, having bowled out India inside 45 overs for 180. A tremendous performance by Mitchell Starc with a 6-wicket haul. First 5 for in Australia in 5 years.
That was amazing.
Yeah, incredible stat. Especially even just considering his performances here.
Very surprised when Rick said that. I thought he would have definitely had a 5 for the previous 5 years somewhere at home.
Siraj bowls, and on the drive is Labuschagne, bat and pad close together. It ends up rolling down to mid-on to end a maiden over as Bumrah picks up. Siraj now 5 overs, none for 8. Australia 1 for 36. Labuschagne yet to score, and McSweeney is out there with his test top score. He's not out on, equal top score, 10 from 43 deliveries.
Yeah, he's fighting hard, isn't he? And it must be difficult for Nathan considering he's been number 3 or number 4. But what he has done is left well, as we know. He'll chew up balls, so will Marnus. Might not be the worst thing in this test match tonight if they do that, to be perfectly honest. If they can get through the night, runs, he's still got to be trying to score. You can have intent and leave well, which they've done so far, but there has been a couple of tight leaves as well, which does scare me a little bit when we get the ball start to move around in the next half hour or so.
Here's runner starting a new over to McSweeney again, wide of off stump, no shot off it, and this time it goes very low down to Rishabh Pant. Still 30 degrees here in Adelaide.
Beautiful night, isn't it?
Gorgeous.
Beautiful city.
Gorgeous. Favourite stadium in Australia.
Is it?
It is, yeah, by far.
Oh.
And we've got some great ones. I'm not undermining any of the others, but no, this is my favourite because I think we spoke about this during the Adelaide one day, Darren. With all the newness of these grandstands, make it more of a stadium, it still, to me, has tremendous charm. We've got the friendliest staff in Australia, and just so many great viewing points and a great atmosphere as Rana bowls, and defending away on the onside is McSweeney. He'll get a run to mid-wicket. It's uncovered, and Bumrah has to move to his right from mid-on. So McSweeney will get a run. He's up to 11, and it's 1 for 37 in reply to India's first innings of 180.
Yeah, it's a great spectacle. As I said, I've watched the test match from out the back the whole time. I've also watched a day's play up in the hill.
That'd be interesting.
Very interesting, to say the least. Lovely people up there. Had cordial most of the day.
They are cordial, or they're drinking cordial?
Both.
One can lead to the other.
McSweeney's highest test score.
Now he is there, Rick, on 11. From 45 deliveries, Labuschagne yet to score from 12, and Usman Khawaja was out for 13 off 35. Labuschagne taking guard, first time he's faced Rana from down at that cathedral end of the ground.
I'll tell you what he is doing, fluffing about. No wonder we don't get the overs in. Just face up, hit it, score. Runs to be made.
I suppose you've got to take guard though, don't you? Labuschagne waits, here comes Rana, who's in, and it's all just wide of off stump. But there was in swing there, maybe off the seam, and Labuschagne let it go through for his 13th delivery without a run.
He can take guard, but that took him 2 minutes. Take guard.
So what?
Centre, please. Get on with it.
Scratch it out, look around the field, face up.
Well, you know it's day-night test match, so you know there's going to be 3 slips behind you, don't you? You don't have to look around too hard, and you know they're going to pitch it up. They're not bowling short to him, because if he bowls short, he'll score.
Well, on the onside, there's 3. There's a fine leg in front of the old scoreboard, a square leg and a mid-on. And then the onside, there's Shubnam Gill at mid-off. There's a point, 3 slips and a gully. Rashid Rama comes in. Bowls to Labuschagne, just wide of off stump. He let that go, and for at least a fleeting moment, he might have had the nightmare of the second innings in Perth, but it missed the pad, missed the stumps, and taken by Rishabh Pant.
It's tight. It's very tight. And it's just starting to do a little bit, I feel, Maury. They're just starting to nip around a little bit. If they get the length right, he's left on length there, so that's okay. But if that's a little bit fuller, the same thing could happen as it happened in Perth, and that's probably not what he would need from a crowd point of view, a media point of view. If he left alone, I mean, bats are expensive these days. You get one of them, they're $1,200. Use them, I say.
Don't smash them.
Don't smash them. Use them.
Played the ball as Rana bowls, and he doesn't use it here. It's well wide of off stump though, and he, with some twirl of the bat, lets it go through to the keeper.
He's bowling a nice length now, and Marnus is doing a good job here. I think with Marnus, he's just got to get through that period. You get to a stage where in Perth he faced 50-odd balls for not meant for two. And just got to play that one good cover drive. You hit one in the middle, on drive for 4 that he likes to play, or hit one off his pads and just get going. Once he does that, he'll relax a little bit and play the game, and that's the challenge at this level.
Only averaging 24.5 this year, but with 3 50s. Rana bowls to him, and Labuschagne is pushing it forward, straight to mid-off. Another dot ball as Shubnam Gill picks up. It remains 1 for 37 at the end of the over. So he still hasn't scored, Labuschagne. 0 from 16. McSweeney 11. Rana 4 overs, no wicket for 6. 1 for 37 in reply to India's all-out 180. At this ground in tests, he averages 71.75 with 3 centuries. And I think in day-night tests it's even slightly higher than that. So you'd know that, Buff. There's grounds that you go to even if your form's not particularly good, but you walk out to the middle and you feel like the boss.
Feel comfortable. And his first Shield game for Queensland, I think he opened the batting and got 83. So it's one of those grounds that he really enjoys. So he's a quality player. He's just having a bit of a rough at the moment.
India all out for 180 and 44 overs and 1 ball. As now it's Siraj bowling to McSweeney. He lets it go again outside the off stump. The Indians, who won the toss this afternoon, batted, and they lost Jaiswal from the first ball of the game, LBW to Mitchell Starc for none. Then a 69-run stand between KL Rahul and Shubnam Gill. Rahul was out for 37. It triggered a collapse of 3 for 12 prior to the dinner break, or Linner, as Stewie Clark's now calling it. Virat Kohli came and went out for 7. Gill made 31, and at lunch 4 for 82. Siraj bowling his 6th over into McSweeney. Wants a run, it's not there. He's just pushed it to cover. And the fielder comes in quickly to pick up Gill. And it remains 1 for 37. After lunch, Rohit Sharma out for 3 off 23. Rishabh Pant went for 21, got a perler from Pat Cummins. Then we had the dismissal of Ravi Ashwin for 22 of 22 balls with 3 fours. And then Rana a duck, Bumrah a duck. Reddy the last out for 42 of 54 balls, 3 fours and 3 sixes, and Siraj 4 not out as he bowls to McSweeney, and he's forward defending back to the bowler, and it remains 1 for 37. Mitchell Starc 6 for 48, Pat Cummins 2 for 41, and Scotty Boland 2 for 54.
McSweeney's not on the ground, is he?
No, so is that, we're speculating.
The sore toe got hit?
Yeah, could that be it?
We'll have to get G.I. Joe on it for us.
No, the Marine, our producer, he's on the job. He's waiting. Look, India's very forthcoming with this sort of information, so he's just awaiting news.
Is he?
He is.
Okay, we'll get on to the case and we'll get it straight to you as soon as we hear why he's
on. Ben Cameron, our producer, he's on the case. Here comes Siraj, bowls, and McSweeney runs it down between gully and point for a single. Diving effort by Jaswal, and Indian Labuschagne has to sprint on through. The throw missed. I don't think we've seen the throw come near the stump so far today. McSweeney goes up by 1 to 12. 1 for 38 in the 17th over. So why are you calling Ben Cameron, our producer, and chief wicket taker today, a Marine / G.I. Joe?
G.I. Joe, well, he gets the wicket takers today, doesn't he? He's been unbelievable on the call. He's filled in for our skipper.
Yep.
Get well, Skip. We're looking forward to having you back tomorrow, but G.I. Joe's doing a good job. It's the haircut. It's the Marine haircut he's got. Proper. He's smart. You know, he went on the Buck show and cut his own hair.
He's Dumbo. That's quite clear. As Siraj bowls to Labuschagne, can't get off the mark as he does it offer. And again, very close to off stump with the ball swinging in. And it's allowed to pass. He's now faced 17 dot balls. It certainly has the look of someone who's cut their own hair.
Yes,
in fairness.
In fairness to him. And I was just picturing getting home from Perth after the Buck show and telling the boss,
well, he's,
what was the hair and the look he would have got.
Yeah.
Would have been exciting.
Well, he's a decent pair of aviation sunglasses away from appearing in the next Top Gun movie. Here's Siraj. Bowls on Labuschagne, punches it straight to point, can't pierce the field, still on none.
He gets half volley and he couldn't put it away.
No.
It's one of those times for Marnus Labuschagne. He's just got to get one of those away.
It's almost painful for him at the moment, isn't it? He's yet to score off 18. McSweeney's 12. Australia 1 for 38. Siraj 6 overs, none for 9. The man out, Usman Khawaja, caught it first slip by Rohit Sharma off Jasprit Bumrah for 13. It was 1 for 24. And drinks are coming onto the field here. It's Grandstand Cricket on ABC Sport.
Set the mood with ABC Jazz.
You're in love, your heart's a flutter, and all day long you only stutter, 'cause your poor tongue, it will not utter the words I love you.
ABC Jazz. Find it on the ABC Listen app.
Your home of cricket.
Grandstand Cricket.
This is ABC Sports coverage of the cricket.
Last ball at the over, Bumrah around the wicket into Khawaja, outside edge, to first slip, and he's got him. Rohit Sharma takes the catch. Bumrah has dismissed Khawaja.
That's a brute of a delivery, Pat. That is absolutely reared off a length. Jasprit Bumrah, Usman Khawaja, caught on the crease, fending at a ball. He's the main man, Jasprit Bumrah. He strikes Usman Khawaja. 13 off 35 balls. He'll be disappointed after doing all the hard work. But unfortunately, when you play on the lights, you get one with your name on it occasionally. And I think Usman Khawaja, whilst he could have let it go, not much he could do about that.
This is ABC Sports coverage of the cricket. Australia versus India. Live from Adelaide Oval.
Thanks so much for joining us on this Friday evening, 11 minutes to 9 local time. The drinks break in the final session. And they'll play on through till 10 p.m. local time. And then grandstand at stumps featuring Darren Lehman and Glenn McGrath. Stewie Clark has pulled a heartstring and not participating in what normally is his favourite part of every day. So I'm sure that'll return tomorrow for Stewie, but we'll look forward to it to wrap up today's play, which Darren has certainly not lacked in interest and speed the way it's moved along.
No, it's fast forward game again, isn't it? It's very much like Perth, really, at the moment. Australia fighting hard to hang in there at 1 for 38. Marnus doing a good job, and McSweeney doing a good job. What they're trying to do is just blunt the attack tonight. It is difficult conditions. We've got an hour and 10, I suppose, of time to play, where they'll get maybe 15 overs, not much more than that, you wouldn't think, which means we're going to end up with a few overs short for the day. But it's
especially with Ashwin off the field.
Yeah, it's a fascinating day. And then come tomorrow, if they can be one down, then they've got 5 hours or 6 hours of batting where they can get a lead and score and put the pressure back on India maybe tomorrow night. That's 130 overs in as such. But you've still got to get through this next hour 10 because, I would think Boomer would be just about to come back and bowl, maybe another 10 or 15 minutes.
Remember in the Indian innings, they were 1 for 69 after losing that early wicket. And then when the wicket did fall and Stark was back into the attack, they fell in a hurry.
Yeah, it happens quickly, and it could do in this hour. Fingers crossed for Australia, no?
It's Rana bowling to McSweeney, who slashes outside the off stump and ends up going along the ground to third slip Rahul, who did well to field it cleanly, and then gives the pink ball a heck of a rub against his thigh. And it remains 1 down for 38 Australia. McSweeney 14. 12, and yet to get off the mark, Marnus Labuschagne. The roof off the joint will go when he gets off the mark, Labuschagne.
Yeah, well, because they'll support him. They want him to do well. I know it's sort of a funny thing where you're only balls you haven't scored, but they'll want to support him. They know it's tough times to bat.
Rana bowls to McSweeney, wide of off stump again, doesn't need to off it. This time there was outswing after it passed the stumps, and a big follow through there from Rana in his 5th over, has no wicket for 6, bowling at a fair pace up near 140 k an hour. McSweeney 12 off 51 deliveries.
It's such a hard one when you're day-night test match, because I'd be saying, look, take the game on, but there comes a stage where you just got to almost play French cricket and just stay there. Now the intent, it's all good to have intent if it's a long ball.
Hang on, the lights have gone out, Buff. All the floodlights have gone out here at Adelaide Oval. The lights on top of the grandstand are still on, so there is light on the field, but every one of these major floodlights have gone out, with Australia 1 for 38 in the 18th over.
Well, I wonder if Andrew McDonald went out the back and turned it off for a bit, just to give them that break for an hour. If they can't get it back on, they go off. That is an absolute nightmare.
Oh, bang! They're back on. You nearly need your sunglasses, even after a minute with them off. I wonder what happened there. Oh, we're more likely to get that answer before what's wrong with Ravi Ashwin. What happened to the floodlights? That was crazy. But they're straight back on at full boom.
Good thinking from the Australian coach there. Go to the back. Electricity bills are up.
Imagine if he's for a bit. Just a fraction late, though. And it happened as Rana bowled the ball. If it's Andrew McDonald hitting the button.
I'm just imagining it.
Thanks for your help. Oh, it's late night, Buff. Here comes Rana, bowls well wide, nearly a wide outside off stump, and punt takes it almost in front of the second slip, Virat Kohli. I've only had one real experience with you late night, and that was in Canberra last Sunday night. And it was different.
Best to be different occasionally. That's what we're trying to do.
What are you seeing there in the faces in the Australian dressing room at the moment?
Oh, they'll be nervous now. They know this game is really teetering the next hour 5 minutes. If they can somehow get through one down, they're driving the game.
Yeah. Here's Rana midway through his 5th over, has none for 6. Bowls to McSweeney, plays and misses just outside the off stump. Taken down low by Hunt, and it was close enough that the slips in the gully all raised their hands in the air in exasperation.
Beautiful ball there.
Oh, he fished too, McSweeney.
He almost wasn't going to play it, I think, and then he went, well, this could be the in-swinger. So, late decision there, and that's the hardest thing. Starting to pick up the ball, and it sort of has a tail on it, and that's the hardest thing as a batter. If you can't get a clear vision of the ball, and it's going to be harder for the new batter, as you said, when India were 1 for 60 odd and put on that partnership, then all of a sudden bang, bang, bang.
Oh, the lights are out again. Can someone get it? And Rana's flapping his arms about as if to say, what is doing? Can we get a message to Andrew McDonald? First time was funny, second time, not as funny.
I think second time's even funnier.
Yeah, but
if I'm the head coach, I'm doing that because you need some time off.
if I was head coach, I'd be doing that. That's a quote. Forget all the Jane Root stuff. That needs to be on the socials.
Like, is this...
What he's doing?
I don't know what's happened there, but...
I've never seen that at this ground before.
It's happened in BBL a couple of times last year.
There are a couple of kids in the crowd just waving their torches on their phones. Will that do?
Yeah, they're all around now. Have a look at that.
Oh, it is just like a concert.
Yeah, it is a concert. And it is Rockstar concert here, India versus Australia. Big crowd, packed house. You don't want this happening.
Might have to start handing out miners' helmets here. Australia's 1 for 38. McSweeney 12 off 53. Labuschagne yet to score off 18, and currently there's a whole lot of nothing going on because the lights are out here at Adelaide Oval. So, again, the lights at the top of the stands are on.
It's been extremely hot a few days, hasn't it? In Adelaide, and humid.
Sure.
Yeah.
Do you think that's had an issue? That's the reason?
Well,
Look, it is unbelievable, Buff, now. Everyone has done that with their phones. Put the torch on and bang! The big lights come on again. This is insane. If this happens again, you might be in absolute fits of laughter if you found the second time funnier than the first. You'll be on the floor.
Yeah, I'll be no good.
Just don't try that tactic you tried in Canberra. Don't turn your back to me. That never works.
No, it won't work, but I can just walk out.
Oh, you've proven that.
Yeah.
You've got a 100% success rate of doing that. Here's Rana. Playback on. McSweeney on 12. I wonder how disconcerting that is to the batsman. Rana bowls and McSweeney gets one wide of off stump. This time he doesn't play, and it did swing in dramatically, especially after passing the stumps.
But you are right. What happens if it happens just as you let the ball go? Imagine that.
It's not good for anybody, especially the batsman.
Dead ball?
Oh, you'd think it would have to be, but it would depend on the split second time. You might have to go to the third umpire.
Rick seems to think it's a dead ball. He would know. I'm trusting him.
Fair enough. I'll agree with Rick then. Yeah, it'd be a dead ball for sure. It'd have to be, wouldn't it? Yeah.
That was quite good.
See,
quite cool with all the
lights on, yeah.
Lights on, wasn't it? Like a concert.
What was the last concert you went to? Here's Rana. Bowling, and it's defended down to mid-off. And Gill picks it up to end a maiden over. 5 overs, none for 6 Rana. It's 1 for 38. Labuschagne yet to score. McSweeney on 12.
I went to Pink, Suncorp Stadium.
Did you?
Yeah, dancing and all.
Were you?
Yeah.
Did you have, the grouse tickets being...
I had nice tickets, yeah. Can't complain about the tickets I received.
Have you ever been to see Billy Joel live?
No.
Because, mate, you are his twin.
You reckon?
Oh, yes. Every time we sat down and had a cordial in Canberra and here for the one day,
you keep thinking of
after about my second cordial, I just kept looking at you thinking, don't go changing. You've got the same Billy Joel eyes, the same, although it's a full beard now rather than the goatee. You are significantly younger than Billy Joel, but there's a touch of the Billies about you. Here's a new over beginning, and Labuschagne's off the mark. More inside edge than anything, backward and square. And Ravi Ashwin back on the field as the chasing and gets the return in. And there's the roar of the crowd. The lights are on and Labuschagne's away. He's won from his 19th delivery, 1 for 40. Australia.
Well, big roar there, but that's support. Yes, it's a bit of cheering, but that's support. The crowd know their cricket here in Adelaide, and he'll be relieved by getting off the mark as well. But that's what they're going to do. Try and get off strike. When we say intent, can you just push it like that and get a one somewhere? Tell you what I'm doing. If Ashwin's got a sore foot, I'm running every ball to him. I'm making him run. Either side of it, I think you get a single quite easily.
Standing there at square leg, Rohit Sharma just wants some change to the field. And he's pushing Ashwin to his left on the other side of the square leg umpire. 3 slips gully, point mid-off, mid-on. Square leg, deep backward square, and now it's McSweeney offering no stroke, well wide of off stump. From Mohammad Siraj, who's in his 7th over, has none for 11. This partnership worth a steady 16.
Billy Joel.
Yep. Do you see that, Rick and Darren Lehman? The current Billy Joel, he's got the ball haired and the
Goaty?
I've only seen Billy Joel about 20 years ago, for images of him taken 20 or 30 years
Oh,
ago.
well, yeah, Billy had curly hair then and a baby face. You look younger than Billy, but you are his dead-set twin.
Love his music.
Great. Still rock and roll to me. As Ciro's bowls and it's worked away off the pads. Very fine by McSweeney for 4. That ended up only being about 5 metres to the left of the keeper. And that is a boundary. McSweeney 16. And the score moves to 1 for 44. And that was Labuschagne, in fact. Labuschagne gets the boundary. So he moves to 6. Sorry, apologies to him. But he got that very fine.
He did, but the bonus is he didn't fall over like he did in Perth. He actually stayed nice and upright, head still. If he misses that, that's out, right? So that means he's actually hitting that quite nicely.
Ciro's bowls to Labuschagne, who allows it to pass just wide of off stump. And that time, Rishabh Pant taking it almost in front of his chin.
It's starting to carry, isn't it?
Yeah.
Yeah, you can see the difference in the carry. It's an hour of hard work for Australia. In fact, this hour dictates the game. Big call, isn't it?
Yeah, so we're an hour till stumps.
Yep, hour till stumps. If these two get through, Australia are in an unbelievable position. If they don't, and it all starts to go a little bit haywire, look out.
So Reddy warming up at third slip. As now Labuschagne punches it. He gets it past Ravi Ashwin. The ball heading to the mid-wicket boundary. Ashwin in pursuit. They have 2, and they'll come back for a third run. They do exactly what Darren Lehman said they should do. They tap 3 with us, probably only 2 there. And Labuschagne will take them. He's 9, 1 for 47 after bowling out India for 180.
Yeah, good running. It's only 2 there.
Rick, before the burst of scoring this over, Marnus was 2 runs off his previous 70 balls.
Gee. And if you add it all together with both innings in Perth, what was that, 52 in the first innings? He did. Not many in the second, yeah, so he got 2 off 70-odd balls. Good call, Rick. I'm mathematically impaired at this stage of the day, see? But I appreciate your support, Buff. I wear it always. Here comes Siraj. Bowls and it's wide of off stump. And McSweeney, again, very close to off stump, doesn't offer. End of the over. Siraj, 7 overs, no wicket for 18. Australia 1 for 47. Get out, Lehman. Labuschagne 9, McSweeney 12. I'll go with Mattel between the legs as well. And coming in a double change, Clem McGrath and someone who is a mathematician, Corbin Middlemass.
Grandstand cricket.
Australia and India, live from Adelaide Oval. On your radio, ABC Sport Digital.
Chips is Maury. Thanks, Paul. The other person who's in the box, of course.
Or Billy Joel, apparently.
Yes. Would you say the resemblance?
I don't actually quite see it. Yeah, Shrek or Billy Joel, who would you prefer to look like?
Yeah, Billy Joel.
Yeah, g'day, Cobb. G'day, everyone.
Have you seen Billy Joel play?
No, not live. I wouldn't mind.
I was lucky enough, I saw him at Madison Square Garden, actually. He has a regular gig there, or up until recently. I think he's just finished the longest sort of monthly running gig in the world's famous arena. 1 for 47, the Aussies here. Labuschagne's 9, McSweeney's on a dozen. He was dropped, Nathan McSweeney on 3, and Labuschagne took 19 balls to get off the mark, and now he scored 9 runs in 4 deliveries. Yep. Funny game cricket. Bowling change. Nitesh Kumar Reddy. After he's 42 with the stick, he's got ball in hand here as he delivers wide of the off peg and letting it pass. There's Labuschagne through to the keeper, so crowded cordon. They've been, feels like there's been a little bit of chat there as well, Glenn McGrath, coming from behind the wicket for Marnus.
It's an important part of the game, to be honest. You know, India looking to get a few wickets. This is when they should be taking wickets under lights. It's the hardest time to bat. It's in the favour of the bowler. The last thing they would want is to somehow these 2 guys get through this next over and sort of set it up for Australia.
2 slips and a gully. Labuschagne awaits Nitesh Kumar Reddy as he bowls wide of the off stump, and there's no shot offered. So Rishabh Pant, the keeper. Rohit Sharma's at first slip. Kohli continuing to chat away and shine the ball at second. Yashasvi Jaiswal is fielding in the gully. Out of point is Shubman Gill. KL Rahul is at cover. Rashid Rana is currently at mid-off. The bowler obviously is Nitesh Reddy. And Jasprit Bumrah on his birthday, his 31st birthday today, standing at mid-on. He's got the 1 wicket to fall so far. And that means Ravichandran Ashwin's back out there. He's at square leg. And Siraj is down at fine leg. Labuschagne's on strike and he gets the ball well wide of the off stump and lets it pass. Just to recap, India winning the toss, batting all out 180. Mitchell Starc, career best figures, 6 for 48. And Nitesh Reddy, the top scorer with 42. And there was a wicket off the very first ball of the match with Yashasvi Jaiswal trapped in front. Kicked a half volley, and that's how the day started. Mitchell Starc, a wicket off the opening ball.
Yeah, he's done that a couple of times, hasn't he? I think Rick went through. How many times has that happened?
Third time now. Starc wicket off the first ball.
Cool. Rick stumped him.
Labuschagne awaits, Reddy delivers. He flashes it a wide one, hits it straight to Shubman Gill at point. Did have a good little stat roll into your inbox moments ago on the social media site formerly known as Twitter. I'll get you to bring that to us in just a moment, Rick, because it does involve you, Glenn McGrath. I'm not sure if it's been fact-checked by Rick as yet, but...
Is it a good one or a bad one?
What's the feedback you got, Rick?
The Twitter entry, this is the highest score by a match since Glenn McGrath scored 14 against the West Indies at Hobart in 2005.
McSweeney, it doesn't nod out. Reddy on the pegs, and Labuschagne turns it away to mid-on, and Bumrah Field says no run.
They don't miss anything, do they?
1 for 47, the Aussies. Batting under lights at Adelaide Oval. The lights have actually gone out twice. They're in the 17th over a few moments ago from Harshit Rana. You ever played in a game where the lights went out?
Can't think off the top of my head, no. But the amazing thing, obviously, the lights are still warm. As soon as they flick the switch, they come back on at full power. Yeah. It normally takes a while to, for these lights to crank up, but not sure who's doing it.
Marnus on 9, Reddy delivers. He lets it pass wide of the off stump. It's the end of the over, and it's a maiden to start for Nitesh Kumar Reddy. Australia 1 for 47 after 20 overs. That's in response to India's 180 all out.
Yeah, so that's 20 overs. India basically got through 45, so that's 65 overs for the day. We've still got another 25 overs to go in 55 minutes. I'm not sure we're getting through those today.
We spoke a bit about this during the week on the Grandstand Cricket podcast with myself and Ed Cowan, and we had the debate about, is it time that cricket basically says, look, we're not going to get 90 overs in Test cricket. Let's at least reset the marker for the paying public to say, hey, a day of Test cricket now is 80 overs.
Yeah, but you've got to show a bit of intent to get through your overs. If they're dawdling and you take the penalties and fines away or whatever it is, they'll just go at their own pace. Like the batsmen now would just take their time just to really drag it out so they don't have to face as many deliveries, and depends on the state of the game. So you want them moving forward, you want the fieldsmen to show a bit of intent getting through each over, rather than just wasting time too.
Siraj, wicketless through his 7 overs so far. I mean, we're a long way short, aren't we? It's amazing to think, look, 65 overs, looking for 90. Siraj wide of the off stump and let pass by McSweeney inside the final hour. I mean,
and that's with the extra half hour.
Yeah. And Ed used the example during the week. Imagine going to watch a rugby league game or an AFL game and they get to 5 minutes into the last quarter and they think, oh, that's it, ladies and gentlemen, we're done now. We're not going to play the total minutes. Like, it's crazy as a sport that we advertise it as, 90 overs a day. Shield cricket's 96.
Or you just punch through and bowl the 90, no matter how long it takes.
Do you reckon I'll get through them quick there?
We might play an extra hour every day, on top of the extra half hour.
McSweeney, 12 not out. Awaits Siraj, tries to turn it on the onside, can't beat square leg. Picked up inside the ring by Reddy. There's no run there, so McSweeney is 12 off 58. What have you made of his innings so far? Put down once, Rishabh Pant went diving across in front of Rohit at first slip and got a bit of glove on it. Rohit couldn't take the deflection, and McSweeney got a life on 3.
Yeah, you got to take your opportunities while you can, and it's an important part of the game. As I said, if they get through tonight without losing too many more wickets or any.
McSweeney awaits, Siraj delivers, he defends out on the leg side, there's no run.
Oh, it'd be incredible effort in itself, but that would add a bit more pressure to India. They want to be bowling, make inroads in, under lights. Tomorrow morning will be a little bit easier to bat. Hopefully the Australians will come up with a plan to really up the scoring rate. I'm not sure what the plan is now, whether it's just survival, but it's still got to be intent to score. They've got to get that scoreboard ticking over, because if you're going nowhere, it's just the pressure's building.
Bumper crowd, just under 50,000 in the house for day one. As Siraj delivers, McSweeney square drive, nice shot. Picks the gap between backward point and cover point and away for 4. McSweeney to 16, and they're 50 up for the Aussies, 51 for the loss of just the 1 wicket.
Yeah, no, good shot there. Didn't try to overhit it, just let it come and place it through that gap there. So I guess if you're letting or you're waiting for the bowlers to bowl to you where you want to get the ball when it comes, you've got to put it away. And that was a good controlled shot there. I think he's been out there for quite some time. His eyes used to the pace of the ball itself.
Siraj, short one. McSweeney drops at the knees, lets it zip through to the keeper punt. 1 for 51 in response to India's 180. Remembering India were 1 for 69 before that burst just before the lunch break. And was 3 for 12 in 16 deliveries, but were 1 for 69 with KL Rahul and Shubman Gill looking pretty well set at the crease, and that's the sort of position the Aussies find themselves in at 1 for 51.
Yeah, it can happen that way. Get one, you get two. Brings more wickets.
Under lights with the pink ball. Siraj delivers. McSweeney drops it out the point. There's no run. And that's the end of the over as moving in to collect that is KL Rahul. Overdone. Just the 4 from it. Australia 1 for 51. 21 overs down. 31 degrees. It was warm and muggy when I was outside not all that long ago. The night sky has set in. The floodlights are on. There's plenty of people moving about and walking in and out from the festivities that are happening out the back behind the Bradman stand. Which feels like the place to be. And gee, just about every single block in the ground is well populated. A bumper crowd for day one of this highly anticipated second test.
Yeah, it's always a great test match, very festive. And out the back, what is it, Village Green?
I think that's
followed out the back.
name of it.
I think it'd be pumping out there at the moment as well. So it's, the Australians are hanging in there. That's what they need to do.
Ready, second over of the spell. It's full on leg stump. Labuschagne turns it away. Through square leg for 4. And the runs are coming now for Marnus. He's up to 13. The Aussies 1 for 55.
Yeah, they've weathered the storm a little bit here, the Australians. India, Australia starting to feel the pressure. They need to take wickets. And now they're bowling to the Aussies a little bit more. That scoreboard starting to tick over. Important period here. Marnus, he's spent enough time out there. And the runs are coming. They're starting to bowl at the stumps. So they're winning this little battle for the time being.
Still 2 slips in a gully. Labuschagne on 13. He lets the ball go wide of his off stump. It did take him 19 deliveries to get off the mark, Labuschagne. He's been much spoken about during the week. 123 runs at an average of just 13 in his last 5 test matches. Just the 1/200 in that time. Obviously, his dismissals in Perth, he faced over 50 balls, making just 2 in the first innings, and was out LBW both first and second dig, of course, late on that third evening where he let that ball go from Bumrah, and the Aussies were 3 down before stumps. And that second dig in a test where nothing went their way. Labuschagne flashes at a wide delivery, looking to cut. He plays and misses, and you hear the reaction from the Indian cordon.
Yeah, you wonder how you should judge that. If he nicked that and got out, he's done all the hard work. But if he just middles it, punches it behind square for 4, happy days. So I don't mind showing a little bit of intent for the bad balls, put them away. Yeah, I think it's, what do we got, 45 minutes left. I reckon Bumrah's not far away. Sorry down there, just starting to warm up. He's a danger man. They'll bring him back on very soon.
3/4 of an hour before stumps is ready to Labuschagne. He's forward and just pushes out towards backward point. Shubman Gill collects. There's no run.
I think my Twitter correspondent has forgotten about the coach.
Of course. Ronnie
68.
McDonald.
Well, there you go.
See, that's why you can always try and stump Rick Finlay, but he'll get you in the end.
McDonald MC or MAC?
My Twitter correspondent spelled it MC, and that's what McDonald is. So.
McSweeney 16 not out. He's at the non-strikers end here. It's Labuschagne. Awaiting ready. Outside the off stump, he lets this go. Decides not to cut there. 1 for 55, the Aussies. Khawaja out for 13, by the way. Caught by Rohit at first slip off Jasper Bumrah's bowling. So Bumrah, first bowler to 50 test wickets for the calendar year. What a star he's been for a long period of time now. And celebrating his 31st birthday today. Jasper got a wicket on last over of his opening spell.
A wicket on his last over.
Yes.
His opening spell.
Yep.
Normally when you get a wicket, you get more overs.
13 not out. Labuschagne lets the ball go wide of the off stump. And that'll do us. It's the end of the over from Nitish Reddy. This is Grandstand Cricket on ABC Sport. Corbin Middlemass and Glenn McGrath in the final hour on day one. The SMS number 0467920222. Some other notable points from the day. Virat on the back of his 100 in Perth out for 7. Caught trying to let one go, I think. Came off the face of the bat and was caught by Smith in the grippers. Rohit Sharma on his return came in at number 6. He made just 3, was trapped in front by Scott Boland. Talked about the village green out the back. I don't think there's much surprise that Darren Lehman's statue is actually in that area of the ground. I'm not sure if it was placed there originally or whether he recommended it be picked up and shifted. But the hive of activity out the back of the Bradman stand.
I have to go and have a look at it. I haven't seen.
There you go.
I've seen Jason Gillespie's statue out there.
Ben Cameron has been on air obviously throughout the day. Siraj beats the outside edge of the bat from Nick Sweeney as the new over starts from the cathedral end of the ground. Talking about places that are well populated. That grass bank underneath the scoreboard is as popular as any other area on the ground where you can stand around and have a can and watch the cricket. It's sounding room only, and yet there's a lot of people that would rather be over there on the hill than in any of the seats that are scattered around this beautiful ground.
Well, it's pretty relaxed over there, and even back before they did the refurb on the ground, that was the place, wasn't it? In front of the scoreboard, got the bar there.
Siraj on his way in, bowls to Mick Sweeney, ducks one back into him, hits him high, just above his, in his bread basket really. Just below the belly button. He's okay though. He's on 16. Labuschagne on 13, 1 for 55. A little inducker to the right-hander.
Yeah, there's still a bit of movement out there, and these two are weathering the storm.
Did you get a reminder coming back to Adelaide about your catch all those years ago?
Every now and then someone brings it up. I have a vague recollection of it.
Mick Sweeney awaits. Opens the face of the bat. Can't beat Gully. Nice effort diving out towards his right, and that's Yashasvi Chai as well. Best one you ever took?
Oh, without a doubt.
Yep.
Yeah. It's. Did you ever see me drop one of those?
It's a good response.
Yeah, no, it's. Miracles do happen, so Ricky Ponting keeps telling me. But yeah, that was a nice little memory, and yeah, it's a beautiful ground. So yeah, it's nice to reminisce.
Great little YouTube clip. There's Siraj on his way in, bowls to Nick Sweeney, opens the face of the bat and runs at the back of point. Shubman Gill is there. There's no run, so India all out 180. Australia 1 for 55, 40 minutes before stumps on day one.
Yeah, so Ashwin back in the team, talking about spinners. Yet to even go close to bowling, but he was off the ground for quite some time. He did cop that full delivery on the foot after making 22 from Mitchell Starc. You say that would have to be the reason he was off. I'm not sure we'll see him tonight.
Siraj to McSweeney lets it go. As he said, Bumrah obviously will come back. He'll have another burst before stumps.
Yeah.
You wouldn't look at Ashwin here?
Well, under lights, who knows? I don't know whether...
Two right-handers.
Yeah. So probably not. I think they'd use the quicks to... Or whether give him one at the end if they need to get Bumrah another one. So, yeah, they'll probably save him to tomorrow. Use the quicks here under lights where it does a little bit more.
It's Siraj from the great comeback stories in Perth as he bowls full on the stumps and clipped away by McSweeney through the vacancy at mid-wicket. There's runs here. Chase on downhill for Jasper Bumrah. It won't be 4. McSweeney's going to chop through for a triple. We'll move to 19 and the Aussies 1 for 58. 3 off the last ball of the Siraj over.